place where the sky is blue. I know a place where they don't wear shoes. There's never any worries, nothing you gotta do. But you can swim and surf if you want to in Malibu.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I'll hold back. I'll hold back. I won't hold back, 'cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
To go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
조만 화이팅! 베이커 파이팅! 베이커 오너 T1 파이팅! 구마유시 화이팅! 데카 구마유시 하나생명 화이팅!
하나생명 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, LCK 2026. It is time for the final day of the regular season, and we have come with double stakes. There's steak all over the place. It's raining steak here in the LCK. That's a lie. It's not raining steak at all. It's not raining at all, in fact. It's quite a clear day today in Korea. It is beautiful, and we are ready to get into two matches that mean a whole lot for our standings for both the play-ins and the playoffs. Starting with the playoffs. Once again, Wolf, we get the Rise Group dessert.
So you could think that playoffs start later next week, but you could also think they start today with a best of three. It's the first time we have best of three in playoffs, because if you win a best of three today, you get to skip a round of playoffs. So basically you get to play a best of three instead of playing that best of five. You would have to play to then make it into the second round, because today, Honda Life Esports and T1 are fighting for that second place spot, which gives you the extra bye. So round two on the line. If you lose today, you drop to third. You will have to play that extra game.
And it's awesome because you don't have to worry about game score. You don't have to worry about anything. The team that walks away winning this best of three will be second place. Joining Gen G in skipping that extra round like you were talking about, there is actually a lot on the line here. It's not like we're fighting between first and second where it's just seeding. This is actually incredibly pivotal. And at the same time, Zeus is approaching 500 all-time games. And they could do this in a very positive way. Hanwha Life Esports walking away. Game 3, secure the win in the 500th game of Zeus.
Yeah, if you,
or it could be the other way around.
Yeah, if you lose game 1, you're really hoping to hit 500 games today. If you win game 1, you're kind of okay with it if it happens next time, as these are the champions that he's played the most across his career. I think it should come to no shock to anyone to see that it's Gnar into Jace and then Aatrox as the third here across his career in the LCK. Even the Cassante and the Kennen, who he plays more than anything else, is iconic lightning symbol there, the little Z he makes for Zeus and for lightning and all that. That Kennen is up there in top 5.
Just to let you know as well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Chijijik Sponsor Day, so even on days without matches, there's plenty of content waiting for you on Chijijik, so be sure to tune in. And a lot of the players actually stream on Chijijik as well, so if you wanted to catch any of the players, there's a whole bunch
There's
of them.
also, you know, co-streams, for example, if you ever were curious what Wolf, from formerly SK Telecom.
I was going to say, like, you're right here.
If you're curious what he has to say about a game, for example, what does Chaz say? He has one of the highest view streams, period, live streams in Korea. If you go to his stream, you can see some of the chaos. He'll be streaming today. In fact, he's streaming right now on Chijijik. So it's cool to check it out, but there's a lot of stuff going on in the off-season. But what's happening right now is HLE against T1, a battle for his delight. Just he keeps doing it.
Dude, yeah, he's just friends with everyone, man. It's ludicrous. It doesn't actually matter. It takes away from the gravity as well when he's giggling with every other support when he's walking out. Him and Carrier do this all the time. So this is no surprise to anyone. But it doesn't matter who they're facing off against. It just takes all of the gravitas out of it when you've got just Delight having a giggle. Maybe that's why bluffing was in. Because they were like, no, we need to keep it serious, and Delight, we cannot trust you.
I can't help but think every time that he's just mind gaming. He's like looking at Carrier, he's like, I saw Cloud, Kespicom looks pretty good, you better watch out, Carrier. Carrier's like, oh, Carrier, he's not gonna replace me. He's like, I don't know, I didn't think bluffing would replace me either, but you never know.
Yeah, maybe Carrier was like, well, maybe I'm just thinking that Hanwha Life Esports could do with a better support, you know? That could have been the comeback. We'll have to see. It's always very fun watching Delight make his way out because he just does seem to be friends with everyone. There is, however, a little bit of anonymity between these two squads, as Hanwha Life Esports have definitely absorbed some of the power of T1 over the years. That favor has been returned with Doran moving to the top side of T1 as well. But I think there's, you know, a young man on the bottom side of the map that a lot of people are going to be looking out for when it comes to T1. And I do think that the top side of the map for HLE has been absolutely terrifying here in the LCK. So a little bit of a mismatch, you might say, as far as power levels across the Rift.
Yeah, I am most curious to see how the draft looks because we have two very opposing playstyles here. The extreme side lane playstyle of T1 where Faker and Doran push sides very aggressively and try to force team fights through that, or HLE's style, which is the opposite, where they're just constantly trying to force fights all the time through their mid-prio,
Yeah.
And their bottom lane prio in the early game, if Guma is on a winning lane pick like the Lucian, which he probably won't get his hands on. I don't think either of these players are allowed to play that in this series, to be
Yeah, I think
honest.
both teams want to ban Lucian.
And, you know, that we saw, for example, T1 against KT Rolster in a very important match. Remember, that match was the one they had to win to have a chance to then get second place by winning this match. And they flexed Rumble mid. You know, it's something Faker's played in the past, and it was a very long time since he played it. He even said afterwards he hadn't really been practicing or playing it a really long time. They just saw the angle. They pulled out to put the Vayne top, and it worked a treat, and they were able to win that match successfully. And taking risks like that, being willing to take risks like that in draft, I think is something that Hanwha Life Esports has shied away from. They like their style, they like their drafts, and they kind of keep things simple, but also somewhat predictable.
Yeah, and they used to be the team that did a whole bunch of weird stuff, right? I think when you've got Zeka and you've got Zeus on the same squad, you can play around with a whole bunch of different flex picks, right? That's the beauty of having both of these players that now, and it's weird talking about Zeka in the light of a large champion pool, but he really has expanded that champion pool over the years. Zeus as well, certainly no stranger to a lot of weird stuff. The Anivia on the top side of the map being a big example.
Hanwha has been often the kryptonite of T1 over the last few years. You know, whenever we would see Hanwha and T1 in a playoffs match, before we had the 1 year long season, you know, in spring and summer, you'd always be worried if you're a T1 fan, even before they started absorbing those T1 players, you're like, we're against Zeus in the best of 5 when he was in Hanwha Life Esports player. That's a little scary. You know, Hanwha Life, when they won 2024 summer, was off the back of quite heavily Doran in that matchup there where they won in the lower bracket and were able to take the whole thing. We will see what today looks like here, though, as now Doran and Zeus have traded places on the top side. As which button it says win, loss, win, win-win, or lose, win-win. She's hoping for the 2-0.
Yeah, that's seeming like most of those options seem pretty good, though, from what I'm seeing there. But that would mean no 500 games for Zeus, which would be a little bit of a shame. So maybe she should hope for the other options, although it does make things a little bit dangerous. Let's, ladies and gentlemen, get into pick and ban here for this game number 1. I think this is going to tell us a lot. I think if T1 are drafting the same way that they were last time we saw them, HLE should be scared. Because that level of flexibility, that level of being able to get the right lane matchups across the Rift should certainly warrant some apprehension from HLE. But we'll see what does happen as the Camille going to be taken away from Zeus and from Delight. And the Bard also obviously going to be banned away from Carrier.
Earlier this week, taking the 2-0, having a great return after a small break with bluffing in. Nocturne's gone. Lucian banned here by T1 with first pick available for Hanwha Life Esports, not letting Guma get his hands on that. I think this will be banned in all 3 games, assuming we get 3.
Yep, would agree.
Orianna and Cassiopeia, 2 picks to potentially look at here.
And the Vi.
Vi, you know, you and I always worried about it, but it is Kanavi, and he has first pick here, so if he wants to take it, I don't think they'll ban it. They'll ban the Poppy here instead.
Okay.
And so if you ban Cassiopeia, they get Orianna. You could get the Vi in return. We'll see what they decide to do here. Galio's still available. They decide that it's best to not let Kanavi play Vi, which is, I think, a decision that most people are happy to make.
Yep.
But this means Zeka probably gets to play Cassiopeia if he prefers it to the Orianna.
Yeah, this is the scary part. No Snake Lady going to be banned away does mean that the Cassio is likely the ban here. A much harder matchup for the Lock to win as well, that Faker has been taken to Orianna quite successfully more recently. So we'll see what Hanwha Life Esports' idea is for this, as Cassio does seem like the safest of the options and will be locked in.
Yeah, I think they probably had a brief conversation about how they want to set up a comp around this Cassiopeia. This is going to give over the Ezreal to Pays, which is, you know, Pays best performing AD carry right now. I think probably on most people's minds as those votes are going out by the latest, the end of tonight for MVP. You know, he and Jovi right now are competing for that spot, I would say.
Yep.
Pretty crazy how
You just reminded me that I need to put my votes in.
Yeah, me too. I was like, well, we got to vote. I'm like, oh yeah, today's the last day. We got to put it in there. I always wait till the very end of the last day so we have all the information.
Yep. Definitely the way to do it.
See what this is going to be. Maybe a jungle pick here for Kanavi. Could go for the Lee Sin since they have the Cassiopeia on their side, and that is what he is looking at.
I like it. I also like prioritizing the top side of the map, as that is a Vayne.
I thought we were going to potentially just see the blind Olaf instead, since they can protect it, but blind Vayne feels unnecessary.
I also think it's just a shout out to Doran. who has been playing it quite a lot.
Something to consider is, because they went for the Karma, they need Engage. And a lot of that comes from the top lane when you are going for this Karma early in the draft. And so many of those top lane picks are countered by the Vayne in lane.
Wow.
And also the Jace.
What? Why do you blind? I know it's Zeus, so that's why you blind Jace, but they can just lock Olaf. And there is not a whole lot of repercussion. Doesn't mean that Ona wouldn't be able to get a Skarner, I guess, and the Orianna would go away. And so they do prioritize the Orianna instead. But, okay, that was a gambit, and they were very lucky that they got away with it, I think.
Yeah, we'll see what the game plan is here. Maybe Doran has, Doran and Owner have some different idea about how they want to play the style. I think Jarvan is probably the first ban you want to get off the table here with the Orianna available, and then probably the Olaf will follow. That does mean Doran gets to play Yorick. He's been a very good Yorick player. So you have to make some pretty tough choices, like you said, with the blind Jace here.
Yeah, I think it's Olaf 100%. And I don't really like the Ziggs ban. I don't think the Ziggs ban is all that necessary. Ziggs has been not all that powerful. I think Caitlyn going to be a much bigger one, a much bigger threat here for them to worry about.
They do go for the Jarvan first, but I do agree with you that the Olaf is probably the next consideration. Nautilus gone. So taking a lot of engage away now. There's no Vi, obviously there's no Camille. This Ezreal is pretty free to move around and very difficult to engage on him, right? They don't have anything outside of a Lee Sin to get on top of him at the moment. So Olaf would really open this composition up quite heavily. They may consider a Yorick ban, but I really think the Olaf is better.
Yep.
But what is the engage now for T1? Do they end up playing something like Ambessa into the Jace, which is really going to struggle? It's Zeus, it's Jace.
I think you can also just grab Skarner and then drive him into the enemy team, and that can kind of be your engage.
That's a good point, and it is very tanky into this comp. So if you go for the Cassante, you've already got that frontline pseudo-engage, and then the Skarner does feel like a really nice follow-up. But they have, the way they've drafted this makes me feel like they have some sort of backup plan here.
Let's see what Guma decides to go with. If it's Jhin, we might get 12 Jhin losses in a row.
This is not a Jhin draft in any way, shape, or form. You do not have a front line to play the Jhin through.
Look, I was okay with the draft until the Jhin was locked.
You and I had a discussion about this off camera, and I said if there's a player to play, it will be Guma, and probably it'll happen in game one. But I did not expect it with a draft like this. As let's see what Delight wants to play. They need some sort of engage. They have no Nos. Is he going to play Leona? He's going to play Alistar.
Wow. So this lane will be basically unplayable at the beginning of the game. We'll see how much Paze and Carrier can push it forward. Obviously, Jhin can farm relatively safely, but this is called Let's Hope Topside wins.
Does he seem so unhappy about what he's about to do?
Well, why does he seem so happy about what he's about to do?
He's going to play Skarner. No.
Xin Zhao's fun with the counter.
He's a Xin enjoyer.
He is.
Perhaps the best Xin in the world. And he's going to lock it in. And now this front line's pretty robust. There isn't necessarily hard engage in this draft, but they have a front line that can act as such and empower the Orianna Shockwave. So I do like this draft a lot. I think the team fighting power for Hanwha Life Esports is kind of awkward to define because they don't have a front line. They have some poke, but also the core of their consistent damage is a Cassiopeia that's low range with only an Alistar for front line. On top of the fact that this bottom lane is going to need a lot of help to get out of the laning phase, and the mid lane, pretty volatile matchup there. We have seen the Cassiopeia beat the Orianna on occasion. Depends on how the matchup plays. It's a fairly even matchup, but it is volatile. Top side, Cassante into Jace. The Jace should have prio there, so maybe they could play through that and just leave Guma on an island. That is basically the entire game plan for 90% of HLE drafts, which is what Guma is so good at, but it is going to be a tough few levels, and we'll see how much damage gets done in the early times for Paze, because Paze is the kind of guy, he gets ahead, he takes over the whole game.
Yeah, this is the problem that I have, is that T1's comp is so incredibly easy to understand, right? You just play behind your Cassante and your Xin Zhao, you get the shockwaves happening at the right times, and Ezreal stays safe. HLE a little bit more finesse. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. onto the rift for game number 1. T1 versus HLE, the battle for second place. You get out of playing a full series by winning this one. It's actually kind of crazy what's on the line here for both of these teams.
Not to mention, if there's a meta shift, you have all that extra time to study it, get more information about your opponents. There's so many reasons why it's important. And I think that even if this was a no-stakes match and there wasn't an Alistair in the game, because he's kind of, I think, going to be stake at this level 1 fight here, I think they would play this matchup incredibly seriously because it's a precursor to what will likely be a best-of-5 at some point between these two as we move into our double elimination playoff bracket.
Yep. Something that Zeus has already said publicly is wanting to put their best foot forward, considering the fact that this is very likely to be something that they will repeat moving further into the playoffs.
With both these teams as good as they are, if you want to lift trophies, you're going to have to go through them.
Yep. To be the best, you got to beat the best. All right, Kerry going to get headbutted back. This is obviously just going to be T1 with a whole bunch of control. Right now, Kamiushi and Delight are doing a decent job being able to at least contest the wave somewhat. But that will just change as this game goes on. Faker taking a lot of damage here from Zeka, something that we've seen in this matchup many times.
A lot of CS lost
yeah,
there.
this is a bunch of those, unfortunately.
Kanavi is going to come over here at level 3 to try to fix this lane. There is a ward, though, in the river.
Oh, the flash bulb does come out. Now Kanavi makes his way over. Pays, going to get tagged, waits, and then puts down the resonating strike. And that means that the flash and the exhaust have to be expended.
Yeah, very expensive here for T1 to survive this play, but they do survive it nonetheless. And Summoner spells being down here for Pays won't mean much unless Kanavi comes back. So I think that this is still overall a win here for T1 because Pays survives. They get to retain control of that lane. Delight now doesn't have Flash. Does have Hex Flash, of course, but he only gets to make that Flash play happen once in the 2v2. He's done that now. They didn't secure the kill, and Guma is just going to have to weather the storm now.
Well, we'll see how well he's going to be able to do it, as we already have Pays going for a bit of a recall, wants to start stacking up that tier, I would assume, as Doran taking way too much damage. The flash from Zeus, and he just picks up the solo first blood. Oh dear, I have a feeling that Zeus has decided to get that DNA test, and it came back negative for Doran.
No! Oh, it's too early, but in this early game, certainly looking much better. I remember the last time Doran beat Zeus on Father's Day. I tweeted about it, but I was not the first and not the last. It was
Certainly not.
A lot of fun on that one. As Faker will recover in this lane, but lost a lot of farm, as mentioned before. So here for Zeus, as soon as he is able to activate his W in range form here, watch this. Comes back and cooldown, he's like, I flash and I kill him. And Doran thinks he's not going to flash for it, so he just walks away. If Doran flashes,
reaction.
Yeah, if Doran flashes first, then he can't make that play, obviously, but then Doran would be down flash, so...
And
Doran
it's also, he has to flash early preemptively, right?
Yes.
Because a flash auto is so hard to flash away from.
Yeah.
Especially in gun form, right? For Zeus. So
Exactly.
really nicely played by Zeus there, but Doran really needed to respect the lethal that was being presented.
Now Doran does have flash advantage and is in.
Oh, nice flash there from Ona. Zeus is extremely dead.
So it comes at a cost.
Yep.
You know, you use your flash for that play, you don't have it to escape the gank. And he came in at an angle that I guess Zeus just did not expect. He had the ward in the river, a ward in that topside brush, but obviously wasn't able to see the Xin just walk through lane and get on top of him. I mentioned earlier the fact that Pays is down summoners is very meaningless right now, so he's still going to win this lane. Unless, like I said, Kanavi comes back for a second pass, but Delight doesn't have the flash to engage, so Kanavi will have to show first.
Yeah, not having this Tri-Brush vision is quite difficult. And Delight gets on over there, looks to set up something that he can find. Kanavi just going to go back home, though. And as it stands, it's not exactly a gigantic lead for Pays or anything like that towards that bottom side.
So Doran comes over here at this timing where the wave is pushed up. They don't have vision of owner, of course, at all. And he flashes to extend the wind, becomes lightning to get on top of this Jace. He picks up the kill. And Zeus finds himself now 1-1 after what was such a great start with his initial flash play.
Yeah, still going to be ahead in the lane because Ona did pick up the kill, but T1 overall going to be feeling a whole lot better here in this game. And I think as far as T1 are concerned, they probably just want to weather the storm, right? This is about getting yourself to these team fights later on in the game where your composition is going to be able to thrive. Ona can be extremely powerful in this game. He's got Command Protect, he's got Inspire, like shields are going to be coming out of everywhere. And he will be able to deliver the Orb of Death to HLE. They get themselves in an even game state at any point. Is Gumayusi now going to be taken for a walk here? Slowed down, snared. And now Pei's able to lay down the damage, but Gumayusi just stands his ground and will be all right.
This is what Pei's and Carrier are so good at. Pei's is like, yeah, I don't have my exhaust back. I don't have flash. Kanavi's here. But guess what? If you guys want to extend the play, Owner's going to come down. And we have so much control. There's no flash on Delight, so we can just keep pushing the advantage. And Guma steps just that one little bit too far forward, gets rooted, takes a bunch of health, loses his barrier. And that's the kind of pressure you want to be looking for in this Karma Ezreal lane, because you know there's a big cost to picking this up. You need to win early, and that is exactly what they are doing. By the way, Pei's close to, on this next wave, hitting level 6. So Guma is, without mana, I think definitely wants to back now. Doesn't have his barrier anymore. And we'll need to respect this really hard push.
Yeah, this should be a big advantage being built by T1 towards the bottom side. But Kanavi going to get over towards this Dragon. Look to take that one down first.
Faker backed, so he's not going to be able to come over here and challenge for Prio. So that is a really nice timing he finds here, despite the fact that his bottom lane isn't even here. He's still going to be able to get this Dragon through the Cassiopeia power. So a huge win for Kanavi here, actually, in what was an otherwise tough bottom lane. You don't get to see this too often, but with the control that Zeka has right now, he can definitely make the push happen.
Yep, level 6 is for both of our junglers, though, as Owner picks his up on the Grump. And that Dragon is going to give it over to Kanavi as Faker straight back to the lane, straight back to half health, as Zeka is pretty scary, especially now with his Catalyst completed. Doran just continuing to take too much damage here from Zeus. This guy's case is still very good, Wolf. That's what I'm discovering here. This is obviously very new information. Yeah. Zeus, Jace good.
It's just a reminder for those who might not have been aware of it.
Yep.
Still, Gasante will be able to get this lane and be relevant later on. Can even turn this matchup around with a little bit of help, as we saw earlier from Owner. Speaking of Owner, he is going to come over here. Guma still has Flash, but does not have an Alistar. The Alistar was very far up trying to make a play onto Faker to get his Flash. So Guma, see if he can outplay this without barrier. Kanavi is coming over. They're going to see him, and I think they're going to nope out of this whole exchange. They're going to get the TP, though.
Yeah, Delight just going to teleport back with his unsealed spellbook. And so that should mean that Gumayusi is out of the woods for the moment. Zeka not going to have vision here in this brush. Faker still just getting poisoned.
That was really scary. If Faker was thinking he was going to Shock Blast defensive or Shockwave defensively, there could have been flashed by Zeka. He's got Ghost. Guma's in trouble.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage doing a lot of work here as Delight only level 5. So he is definitely a target. And Owner is like, all right, guys, if you're going to be doing that much work, I'm going to come back.
Well, that's the other thing is this traps Delight in this lane. When Delight roamed, they were like, you got to come back down here. He had to TP back over. They need his help.
Oh dear, Pathmaker does come out once again. The all-out here from Doran, looking to try and rip Zeus apart. The flash and the return solo kill. Never mind. We're going to need to see that paperwork again.
Just like I said before, you know, this matchup can turn. If you make a mistake, you will get punished. And that is exactly what Doran looked for there. Had the follow flash. Almost was able to take Zeus out without it. Zeus flashed at the last possible second, forcing him to react. Now, Kanavi still does end up getting all 3 grubs, so that's pretty huge for the side of HLE. I don't have a crazy side lane composition or anything like that, but Doran's in the brush here. He uses the ward to get some damage down, but then steps too far forward. When the Pathmaker comes through, he gets all outed. The damage here is just too much. Bit of disrespect here from Zeus.
Yeah, just flashes in, and as soon as the flash is on cooldown, he knows that he is dead, basically. Nicely played there by Doran as Carrier, looking to come on over and help Faker out. Looks like Faker is okay, and obviously, even if this lane is difficult at the beginning, Orianna will be Orianna as the game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty nice lead for Zeka and allowed them to get both objectives. His prio has been really massive, really quietly, very important for HLE this game. Doran likes this wave right where it is.
Yeah, this Cassante is going to become a big issue.
He's a whole level ahead.
Yeah, as this game goes on, the Jace doesn't win this more. That's not how this works. Doran is just going to become a brick wall that Zeus will not be able to get through. Once the first few items do come in, it's likely going to be the Iceborne Gauntlet into a Jack Shows or something like that here for Doran. And even Zeus and Kanavi together will have a real tough time getting through this guy. But Clips is now done here for Kanavi. We've got a Rod of Ages completed here for Zeka. And I do think that HLE in this first team fight are going to look pretty powerful, especially with this Lee Sin.
Yeah, I think it's all about the setup, right? Right now, Delight wrapping around here, looking for a little bit of prio, but the Dragon is not up for a while.
Oh, there's the flash pulverize as Carrier just going to get himself out of there. Delight with the Unbreakable Will does get knocked up by the 3-Talon Strike, as now Crescent Guard to try and keep Owner safe. Two-shot barrage comes on over, but Owner is already dead in this one. Pays still trying to fire down the damage as Kanavi has to flash to break those chains. Now Delight has the ultimate wearing off though as Pays Arcane shifts to get out of the way, and now Carrier should be going down, and Zeka picking up a solo kill on the top side, and HLE, they come alive here in this mid-game.
Huge wins in this fight. Pays now in trouble.
Yeah, it's not over yet. There's the exhaust on Naguma, and the turret is going to get his barrier at least. But still going to be another kill over to HLE.
Doran is getting a lot of work done here on the top side of the map since he was left alone there. Zeus matching it though in the mid lane. And T1 just opted in disrespectfully to this fight. Remember, Dragon isn't even up, and they could have just walked away, but look at where Delight is right now. It's something that Delight has talked about pretty publicly after being subbed out for bluffing twice, right, is that he wants to play aggressively, he wants to trust Kanavi when he makes the calls to fight more often. He does, in this fight, initially have his ultimate to buy a bunch of space here, and then just continues to push through. Kanavi backs up here, flashes the root, and then he goes back in, trusting that Guma has the damage, and Pays is just pushed away as Zeka, as you said, gets the win here on the top side on the Faker. Would have been dead no matter what. Faker there with the Jace that was also pushing mid. And then here they set up the aggro juggle pretty nicely. And even with the exhaust, it's just too much damage.
And T1 are going to be rewarded with a Dragon after everything is said and done. So that is going to be good news for them. But now Pays getting set up on one more time. Zeus towards his top side is very dangerous. And Delight, he goes in once again. Has the ultimate running, can tank up this tower for any amount of time that he wants. That is the kick to secure the kill onto Pays. Kanavi 3-0-1 on this Lee Sin.
It's a 3,000 gold lead, just like that. 2 dives in the bottom lane after a really poor team fight for T1, and HLE are starting to run away with it. You give this team an inch, they take a mile when it comes to that early tempo. And Guma, who spent the entire early game hiding under turret, weathering the storm against this Karma Ezreal, is now completely online. Finishes his role quest right before this play, so picks up that 300 gold. Is going to get the root here onto Pays, who has no summoners. Kanavi ultimately picks up the kill here. But this is a great moment here for HLE, where they're able to really solidify their position. Hubris picked up for Guma.
Wow.
As his starting first item here, hoping that he's going to snowball this game. We very rarely see that picked up. I mean, I can't remember the last time I did.
And honestly, I'm here for it. I don't think anything could be worse than the current normal build for the Jhin. So any sort of change is welcome, in my opinion. So we'll see whether that hubris is going to be rewarded or punished here in this game. 2.8k is the advantage, though, and so far, things are looking great. It is an Ocean Soul, so not the most pivotal of souls here in this game. And Pays does manage to get his Trinity Force online. Still looking for some shoes and that Mura mana to be really happy on the Ezreal. And T1, they really do just need to batten down the hatches and make sure that they can regain what control they can find. But this tower is just going to go down.
Yeah, it's just dead. Huge win here without Herald. Herald's not even spawned yet. And now, I mean, T1 are really struggling to get control anywhere on the map with the lead that HLE have. And when you look at these two comps, like you're saying, the Weather of the Storm, I think a lot of people are thinking, but Cassiopeia scales too. Well, we're talking about just 5v5s. That's where T1 is going to be good in fair fights. But if the gold elite is 4,000 when we get to those quote-unquote fair fights, it's not really fair, is it?
No.
As T1, we're hoping to just front to back here. As here comes Faker looking for a play on the Zeka. Nice sidestep.
Yeah, good zoning orb there as well, as Zeka is forced into some alcove gaming. A teleport in from the Jace as there's the wind becomes lightning, the shockwave, and Zeka will be going down. And even though Zeus did teleport in, it's not going to be enough in order to save their mid laner. So there's one back here for T1, but not too much more can be gleaned from this.
Yeah, 3 ults committed to the play as well as a flash from Owner, so pretty expensive. Well, they're also able to get the TP from Zeus there right before this Rift Herald spawn, so now they have the numbers advantage here. Guma can make a large impact here even without joining the fight, though, and Doran is pretty low, so this is a fairly tough secure here for T1, but they do have a huge advantage.
Yeah, 5 versus 4. You're not going to take that as HLE. So Shelly now going to be employed No
Guma
deadly
goes
flourish
for the
for the
try.
steal. Yeah, I mean, honestly, he's Gumayushi. He's, I think he's supposed to do that. Not going to be successful this time around. That is a massive grenade. My goodness. I heard it was dancing. That looks like it's doing something a little bit more dangerous
Stomping.
than dancing.
Maybe. As we're going to watch this play again, they get the speed up here with the heal to get Faker to close the gap so Zeka can't retreat to the right side here. He goes for the Alcove Gaming to get to buy time for the TP to come over and try to save him, but Owner just does too much damage. Commits the Crescent Guard even here just to make sure they get the true shot through. It doesn't actually land, but they wanted to make sure they get through everything in the kitchen sink at Zeka to kill him and secure Herald, and now they have it.
Oh, and now Zeus in a bit of trouble here as well as Carrier looking to snare him. Does find the shockwave there to Faker, and now just another round of spells, and Zeus will be dead. Nice little hammer boot back as there is the Q and the flash forward from Faker to make sure that they lock down the kill. T1 get yet another one on the other solo laner of HLE.
Now, no cross map here on the door, and he's just too tanky, and Kanavi wasn't here yet. Owner is also nearby with his Crescent Guard back available. They may be able to wear this turret down, but I think that is the best they can hope for. I think a dive is out of the question. Faker also got this turret incredibly low. Will be able to, with his next wave, take it out with no recourse. Guma walking into the jungle here.
Yeah, Carrier is going to find him. I do kind of like Guma's odds, though, as far as the 1v1 is concerned. Pei's not going to overcommit into this one as the Deadly Flourish does go wide, but Kanavi's making his way over. Q connects onto Pei's. Let's see whether he can get himself out of here as the curtains do get called. Carrier and Pei so incredibly low. They line up behind Owner, though, and he is able to tank it up and keep them alive.
I just love watching sequences of play like that where you can tell both Carrier and Guma, former teammates, look at each other and they're like, oh yeah, I win this. My teammates are coming.
Yeah,
they're both
exactly.
looking at each other saying, my new team is here. And everybody shows up, but ultimately HLE do win the bout. Nobody dies. But just both teams so quick to rotate over and save those who are in a pretty ambiguous fight there. Guma's ult is down now. Pei's gets his back up right before this dragon fight, so T1 in a somewhat advantageous position because of that. Kick also gone here for Kanavi, and they lose Prio.
Yep, I feel like Owner just feels very strong right now. You can see he's playing well and truly on the front foot, has that level 2 on that Crescent Guard as well, and has it back up and available once again. Everyone with their ultimates. No kick, though, for HLE, and no curtain call for Gumayushi. Slight advantage here, you could say, for T1, even though they are still 2,000 gold behind, as Kanavi getting whittled down. True Shot Barrage flies through, and HLE, they do have some poke options, but T1 are winning the poke war right now. Delight and Kanavi both sitting at 50% health as Shelly is going to get employed, and it's Doran that decides to drive her in. There's the shockwave, connects onto Guma, Shelly knocks him up, and down goes the 80 carry. And can they actually get enough of a siege onto this turret, or can they just fall back and take double dragon?
I think they're going to look for the second dragon of the game here, and Guma just unfortunately not able to flash on the play there. They were waiting, I mean, the whole time before they look for that shockwave play, they're just constantly moving the ball forward, so it's hard for HLE to close the gap. And without kick for Kanavi, there's no sort of flash or flank angle he can employ to try to get past the phalanx of this front line for T1. And this is the scaling. This was the sit back and wait for 5v5s we were talking about. If you get set up with Prio, then you could just poke your way to a victory. And Guma just walks way too far forward here. It doesn't make sense, frankly. He gets caught by the shockwave there. The wind becomes lightning. And then finally, after shockwave, the Herald, which crashes through him, and down he goes. And that's a free dragon for T1 in tow, their second of the game.
And I think HLE, they really do need to hard commit way earlier than that, right? And start using all of this displacement that they have available to themselves. Headbutt, massive. You've even got the hammer on Zeus as well to move people around. They can get picks pretty comfortably utilizing that. The kick being available would obviously be a huge benefit to them, but I think HLE just need to be proactive with the way that they play. And we know that's exactly how this team wants to play things out, but we needed to see it a little bit more there, because otherwise, Pei's just throws Mystic shots, and there just doesn't seem to be much of a recourse.
Honestly, I kind of feel like HLE, after that skirmish where Kanavi lost his kick and with the setup T1 had, they really just were up a creek without a paddle. There wasn't much they could do there, and they kind of tried to do it anyways slowly and lost a bunch of health, and then Guma dies as here's proactivity.
All right. They do manage to at least snare the cow, but Carrier just puts his flash on cooldown without too much of a response. Zeka not going to be able to break that crystalline overgrowth. In goes HLE. Kanavi looking for a bit of an angle as they get on top of Owner. There's a good knock-up onto the cow, but the Unbreakable Will is going to be there. And Kanavi does at least get on top of him. Doesn't actually
Doran
use
flank, though.
The kick. And now Doran, looking to make his way in Owner is completely out of this fight, though. This is a real difficult one, as now Doran doesn't get the Pathmaker forward. Does have an orb now to try and keep him alive. Flashes in. There's the Shockwave. Just using it to deliver, and the Petrifying Gaze is fantastic, just not quite enough. Kanavi goes in, though, and kills 3 with a Tempest. My God! The value from this Lee Sin in that moment, absolutely gigantic. And HLE taking an outlook for a Baron.
Yeah, that was such a close fight. Doran's TP, when I saw it initially, I was a little bit confused by it because he went all the way to that control ward just below the top lane. And I was like, well, it's going to take him a while to get in. It certainly did, but when he did show up, he just didn't really get that much done. Eventually, the Shockwave was employed, but the answering ultimate from Zeka did so much damage there. And then basically, Kanavi just walks in, slams the ground, and picks up a triple. As you look at where Doran TPs to at the beginning of this fight, he's way, 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 way far away. Like, it's a good angle to be unseen because it's control vision in a brush. But they're losing so much control. They lose the Crescent Guard. Kanavi gets low, but how do you actually fight this out now as T1? They're hoping, waiting for that Doran flank. When he gets here, he doesn't hit Guma. That was the target he was looking for. He gets pushed away here, and eventually he's able to set up for this Shockwave. But there's not enough damage, and then watch Zeka set up for this.
Man.
Guma hits the follow-up, and then Kanavi goes in and just takes them all out.
That was crazy amounts of damage. Let's see it one more time as he elects to hop into the Shockwave there momentarily.
Crazy.
That was absurd.
How calm he is in this moment as well.
And now they have the Baron up and available, only Zeka without it because he died in that last fight. And this is a huge lead now, only to be extended. It is an early Baron, so it may not necessarily get them that much value, but certainly good signs for the future. And I want to go back to the discussion we were having, right? That's the type of fight that HLE need in order for things to go well, right? The chaos that you can play around, the ability to just turn on a dime in any of these moments. And they find it there.
If Doran's flank was successful and he was able to catch Guma and they could burst Guma down, I feel like it could have worked, right? The way that T1 wanted to play that, but because it did not, sure they got the Shockwave, but speaking of, oof.
A bit of a hula hoop there for Faker, unfortunately. Hula hoop worn by no one.
Bush was wearing the hula hoop, I guess.
Yeah, there we go.
Ocean Soul Bush.
He will have that one up and available once again relatively soon. Has a couple of items already completed. Speaking of a couple of items, there's the upgrade for the Muramana Pays.
I mean,
and immediately the Manamune.
Is such a strong Jhin. Like, the fact that you're looking at a 1,000 gold lead here after the triple and 6 kills on the Lee Sin is something that if it was just him, you'd be like, but it's a Lee Sin? I don't know if that matters. It kind of matters in this game with this draft, but also there are 2 other problems. The extremely fed Jace, and here comes the light.
Oh dear, yeah, Faker is in a lot of trouble. No Shockwave, no chance, and now Ona has to use the Crescent Guard to avoid dying to the Curtain Call. Gumayushi will be able to get rid of this inner turret now. True Shot Barrage does a little bit of damage, but Zeus is getting rid of inner turrets elsewhere on the map as well. 30 seconds until Faker is even back up and available. And T1 need to try and keep their base standing. Kanavi and Delight, the kill squad, moving over towards this mid lane, and Kerry is going to get caught out, obliterated with all this damage. And in goes Zeus, dives on top of Doran. Once again doing a lot of damage here as well. The poison still ticking down and Pays. You're not going to be able to defend this one, buddy. HLE going to be able to take the inhibitor. And this snowball is well and truly a-rolling.
Yeah, I don't know if there's much coming back in this one here for T1 now. True Shot Barrage is about to be up, but even if he hit all 5 of them, I think they'd still just laugh and then do Dragon. It is up right now and will be the second. We'll put us at 2-2. Moving past that fight. Looks like Kanavi backed early, grabs his GA, so he's not on this one just yet, so it won't go over instantly. But look at how much control they have. I mean, HLE want to end the game right now. They're almost able to. End up just bursting down this Orianna. And then Keria, he's got his flashback here, but he's just moving really far forward, trying to impact this play. He wants to defend. See, the True Shot Barrage is pretty weak, and he goes in on the Zeus. And watch the follow-up here. He gets rooted by Guma. That's it. Yep. Done. He has, just nothing he can do there. He's super squishy. And T1 are really falling apart at the seams here. And this is what Hanwha does. This is what Hanwha has done all year. Is you look at a draft, you look at the situation, and you're like, I don't know if this really works. Does this even really make sense? and Hanwha Life Esports just fight their way to make it make sense every time. They are the team that will scrap every time, will outplay you, run circles around you in those early team fights, pick up a huge lead, and say, who cares about your scaling? Who cares about your robust front line, your Ezreal poke? It's not going to matter. We're just going to run you down. We're going to be so far ahead. It doesn't matter what we're playing.
Yeah, and it looks fantastic when they do it as well. I'll tell you what, though, I'm very impressed by Gumayusi and Delight and how they played out the lane. Obviously, they got Kanavi to come down a couple of times, but this was one of these games where it could have just fallen apart very early if Paze and Carrier kind of took over, and they've been known to do so. As Kanavi gets pulled back by a Shockwave, the kick to get Owner away, though, that is going to disengage the play.
Pretty good trade here.
Yeah, Delight's teleported in.
As they got the flash out of Kanavi, they got the kick out just for the Orianna Shockwave. See if they can turn into a follow-up here, as the mid lane is starting to knock on the door here for T1, so there's a bit of a timer on how much they can actually try to be aggressive here.
Yeah, 45 seconds until the Baron. That's why HLE are lurking around this area of the map. T1 looking like they still have a bit of fight left in them, but this game is going to be so difficult to come back from.
And they still have a really good team fight comp, but the fact that Kanavi is going to have his kick back up here, has GA, so you have to kill him twice. That's a problem in itself. Trying to catch Guma, they almost got him with that crazy Doran flank, but he's just so long range that he doesn't care. As they're looking for Zeus.
Yeah, speaking of Doran flanks, there's another Shockwave to connect onto Zeus, and he is just dead. And Doran had made his way in, but wasn't even required in that play.
And because he TP'd to try to escape and gets Shockwaved, he doesn't have TP to rejoin, so this Baron attempt here is just dead in the water now for HLE. They're not going to be able to start this one up.
Oh dear, unless Faker is taken down. There's Miasma going, and Zeka is just going to chase him down. Great kick, and the immediate punish as Faker is taken out just after Zeus. So a 4v4, it just doesn't feel even now.
Yeah, that was wild.
Oh, another Q going to connect here from Kanavi as Carrier speeds himself up, doesn't find that Sonic Wave, is now Paze looking for some damage, but honestly, this Ezreal has been pretty muted in this mid to late game so far.
I mean,
Needs to be able to find more damage.
Faker dying there just took all the wind out of the sails.
Flash of a pole from Delight. Crescent Dart is fantastic though to break this one off, but Faze is still just dead. No options there at all, and Owner is just going to get turned into mincemeat. Doran trying to pick a target, but Zeka is just going to run circles around this Cassante. Zeus turns up, brings the hammer down, and I think, ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of the game.
It is. In a sub 30-minute game, HLE are going to take a dominant Game 1 here. There was a bit of a save on the play from Doran there, but Faker just walks into a jungle with no vision and gets blown up, and the game is completely over now.
Yeah, Carrier taking a lot of damage. Gumayusi doesn't find the Deadly Flourish, but he will find the Nexus turrets, and he will save Jhin from a 12-in-a-row loss streak. It stops at 11, ladies and gentlemen, as HLE do take Game 1.
If there's any player in the LCK to draft Jhin with an Alistar beside him, playing into Ezreal Karma, and walk out of the lane, making a huge impact in team fights, it's that man right there, center of the screen, Gumayusi. He is the guy. He is the Jhin you can trust. And even though Atlas is a big Jhin hater, I think watching that,
you gotta respect it. You gotta respect it.
I think you're not even gonna go back on hating Jhin. You're just like, well, it's Guma. It's not fair.
Yeah, no. I'm actually, I'm completely still fine with not liking the Jhin. It's just it's Gumayusi. It's the magic.
This comp just never really got to a point where it could stabilize here for T1. They had a pretty okay early mid. They were able to put a dent in the gold lead there for HLE with that really cool team fight. Doran's flank, though, was a failure, and then HLE had so much control over the map from then on. They had to just look for desperate plays over and over again, and it just didn't matter. But I think how we saw the early game go was about what we expected. Doran played well into the Jace. We saw Karma Ezreal push through, but it was just too much in the early skirmishes where HLE are so powerful.
And Kanavi probably played one of his best games of the year as well. We'll see whether that continues as we go to a short break. We will have the space immediately afterwards, and then game number 2. And we might find out who picks up second place here in the LCK Legend Group.
카시아 지우면서 하자 같이.
파란 필요 없고. 내가 먹을게 이거.
아, 너
맞아, 안 좋아, 이거.
GW 있어?
봐봐.
네, 봐줘. 이제.
좋아.
이거 싸우고 가야 돼. 싸우고.
끝낼까.
딴테 맞을 사람.
한테.
딴테. 위에 카시 와줘. 카시 와줘. 다시 봐줘.
왔어. 맞아. 레이스 잡아라. 내가 가자 우리. 한번 해보자.
알리사 쉣.
나이스.
산테 형 너무 세다.
우리 친친 우리은행
Red Bull gives you wings. 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
player. If I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Jijijiglaw Park here in the space, Digon alongside Hooney and Wadid, as we have today 5 positions up for grabs, 3 in the Rise group later on, and the ones that you're watching right now, it's T1 and Hanwha Life Esports, as Hanwha Life Esports take game number 1 as they battle for second place and that all-important playoff round 2-5.
Well, I think this game is probably the first game that pays underperformed. I think that's because of how HLE played their early game. I think their punishment from their Alista and the Lee Sin was really good in the early game on the bot side.
Yeah, it is. Overall, it was both team actually shows like the strength side and weak side as well. So I think it's gonna be between who actually make more mistakes for the next game series left.
Yeah, well, let's dive into it. I like the point that you made. It felt like there was a concerted effort here in Hanwha Life Esports' plan to focus on that bottom side of the map, not let Pays get going. And this is how it happened here in our first highlight around the Drake, where I think this was just reactionary by T1, but they get punished.
Yeah, I feel like their goal is to just be okay from the engage. I think when they're playing Azure Karma, you don't really look for all-in fights, right? I think at this point, they're already happy with them getting the Alista Flash. Now they have no engage tool on the bot side. That means they can have the Parma push on the bot side with the Azure Karma. But the issue is they still look for the fight after that.
Yeah, you guys have to understand, like HLE is the one actually super desperate for the fighting. Right now, if you see the Zeka where it is, like he actually decided to drop all the mid wave and try to join the fight. And actually the Karma Israel, you wanna be in lane as much as you can instead of actual fighting, because you're playing against Jin Alistar, who really wants to fight off with the skirmishes. And or the Jinzao actually decide to go in instead, they can just dance and wait for just them to leave and then lose the just bleeding.
Yeah, again, we heard the casters talk about it earlier, keeping Delight within the lane, and they were doing exactly that until that fight kind of came out of a reaction of like, oh, I flashed the Alistar, can we punish here? Instead, they are the ones that get punished. So now T1 behind, Hanwha Life Esports take a good fight, and you'd think it would be easier to find the next fight, but that wasn't the case here with Did, as like in the mid lane, both teams jostling for position, and Hanwha Life are the ones that get punished.
Yeah, look at how T1 positions themselves with the vision control. I think they played really well around their advantage on the vision control. It's really hard for HLE to face check without any single control in the brush. So here, Faker pokes out the Alista, and Pays keeps hitting the skill shots on the target. So I think HLE could have just pulled the trigger earlier, but they didn't. So they just got chunked, and now T1 is looking for another play because they got header.
Yeah, this is like perfect example. Like it's completely different between the highlight one, right? They're not the one actually going inside. They just wait for Israel and Oriana to just get the zone control, and that's how you get objective. That's how you want to be starting the fight every single time if it's possible.
And I really like the T1's detail right there as well. Even though the Drake is up, the fact that they had the header, they don't need to rush for the Drake. They can just push them out and use the header advantage and then push the mid turret, and that's why they got the lucky shockwave on the Gumayushi as well. So I feel like T1 played really well on their Tinka.
Yeah, and this is one of the few times where Hanwha Life Esports gets the early lead, and normally when they do that, they shoot up and there's no way back. T1 find a fight that equal it out, until this very big play from two of the catalysts from Hanwha Life Esports in both Zeka and Kanavi connecting.
It started kind of weird. Alista used the ultimate already, and then like Kanavi is low HP. So I thought T1 is gonna make a good window for the team fight here with the Doran TP here.
And the flank, the angle was good, but I think the HLE reacted really, really well. And also the shockwave actually landed really well, but at the same time, the counter engaged from the Zeka, it did so much. And you see the Kanavi, this is like mayhem. This is unfair. He's the only one playing with the augment. Drop kick. It's so unfair. Man.
Yeah, it's just crazy, right? I think at the beginning, they played really well with the shockwave. I think Dora flashed in the right timing. But the counter punch with the Zeka flash, you could literally see it. The shockwave hits, but Zeka goes in to deny the damage. And here is where he goes in and lands a drop kick and gets the triple kill. I think that all kind of like reactive play from HLE is like just on point, right? I think you still believe in yourself that you can win the team fight, and then you go in. That's the instinct play, and that's why I like Kanavi like on Lee Sin, right?
And that is why we love this matchup. Hanwha Life Esports and T1 always delivers. Hanwha Life taking first blood here in Game 1. Let's see how it all shapes up in Game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And man, I've never seen it so beautifully illustrated. It wasn't recent, but it was relatively recent. The buff to Lee Sin, where the corpse still does the damage.
We had like one example, I want to say in round 3, where something like that happened, where somebody was killed because the corpse actually just sniped them. I think it was a Rise group game, but okay.
Well, we'll see whether that is going to be what Doran's able to do after they equalize the series, or whether they're going to be going home early. Well,
I would actually pay money to have that. Please sell them.
Well, we might be able to have a chat after this game. We'll just have to find out. They might be very happy because T1 might be able to equalize this series, and we might be able to catch them on an up note.
So
that could allow us to buy it.
Right now, if you're Hanwha Life, you're a little bit less interested in that 500 game for Zeus.
Yeah, no, let's save it for playoffs, you know? Yeah. That's probably what they're thinking.
Let's see what this draft looks like here, because a lot of comfort for Hanwha Life Esports scattered around 5 players. The comp we were concerned about, but it just didn't matter, as they had way too much prio in mid, and the desk broke everything else down. So let's redraft here. Moving to game 2, clean the slate, and see what HLE will give over to T1, who now have first pick in game 2. The Poppy, the Camille, the Bard, and Dekaria, of course, going to be banned. They even banned the Vi themselves here against T1.
Yeah, the Nocturne needs to be banned away as well, and Rise is the priority. With Ariana Casio already taken, the Rise stocks go through the roof, and I'm expecting that one to possibly even just be a first pick here for T1.
I'm kind of feeling like, what's Faker playing with Pantheon? Because I think when the Rise goes over, Owner has to pick up the Pantheon as a response. They could ban the Rise now, I suppose, or even ban the Pantheon. Let's see what they decide to do. Banning the Jarvan.
All right.
Which is a wise call into Kanavi.
And will it be a Rise ban or a Nocturne ban? That is the question. Nocturne is going to be the choice.
So it's probably a Rise pick, like you were saying, for T1 here.
I would assume so.
And then see what they want to play into that. Like, is it... Okay, Guma, they're not going to let him have the Lucian, even though it's first pick here. I don't think Delight's going to pick Milio away, although...
They're hovering it.
Although...
And so Milio can work with some other things, kind of. But not really. It's not exactly the best when it's not paired alongside the Lucian.
Yeah,
you can give the Caitlyn gigantic range.
Yeah,
that
we've
can be
seen
kind of funny.
Aphelios be played. We all know Guma's good at that. Ooh.
That's a call.
Ogma could be fun.
Not what I was expecting them to lock in, but that's a Lulu.
It's going to be a Lulu Yunara lane.
A Lunara again?
Yeah.
Yeah,
or
Yumiushi has a pretty cool new skin on this champion. If he does decide to lock in the Yunara, it would not be a huge surprise.
What are they cooking? Are they just looking for a jungle pick here instead because they have priority on that and they will be able to get the 80 carry pick on
this is
anyways?
more fun.
Ogma Lulu is always warps games where you either get online with the Kog'Maw or you don't, and the rest of the draft doesn't always matter in terms of where the leads are. If your top lane is winning, but your Kog'Maw's behind, doesn't always end up being a game you can play. They do give over the Milio, which was obvious after the Lulu was locked in that was going to be going over to Keria.
Yep.
And they can go for a Ryze pick here, or they could even go for an early game jungler here who can help and empower this Lucian lane.
I wouldn't mind the Pantheon, but the Ryze value is extraordinarily high. They are just going to take that one.
Syndra, a consideration here for Zeka. Faker did not have a great laning phase in Game 1 and lost a lot of prio, which is part of why that early dragon fight, fight around the dragon, wasn't a dragon fight per se, went so poorly for T1. Twisted Fate is going to instead be looked at here. There's a lot of options for Zeka. He doesn't have to play, he doesn't even have to pick mid right now.
Yeah, and I mean, he's playing against walking Mikhails, so I don't know whether that's necessarily what he wants to do. The Syndra does come in instead. Seen this as an answer to the Ryze quite a few times, but it's been up or down whether it's actually going to work. We'll see whether it does this time around. A lot of keep away available here for HLE. And we have seen the Kog'Maw Lulu played by their opposition. It was T1. They did bring it out first. And since then, we've had some pretty phenomenal Kog'Maw Lulu switch around drafts, right? Where you flex Shen into the top lane, all this sorts of stuff, and you allow yourselves to play like a Juggernaut style composition. This is a very face-up Kog'Maw though. So T1 know exactly what to do with this information. We'll see what that decision is going to be, as the Olaf is going to be taken away, and we'll see what T1 want to be removing as well. Maybe a Shen ban.
Yeah, I was going to say Shen is probably what Wadid is yelling loudly to the high heavens right now on the space. I think they'll probably consider that ban in this final spot they have. They banned the Nefiri first because Nefiri Lulu is a pretty scary combo. The Nocturne obviously removed, the Vi is removed, but Nefiri is kind of the next best thing here.
What about Shyvana Lulu though?
I don't think they're going to pick that. There's no way.
There's no way?
There's no way.
I thought that there was no way all the other times he picked it.
We'll
and
see.
He did.
It's been hovered a lot, but we're not seeing it come out that much anymore. See if that Shen gets banned here. It feels like otherwise there's so many different things you could look at in this draft. There's so many things you could consider. Pantheon is still available actually here.
Jax.
Ban the Jax, which also pairs well with the Lulu. Is he just going to play Shen? Probably not blind here. They'll take the Pantheon away from Owner first.
I like this a lot. And Pantheon is sort of the last tier 1 jungler that we do have left up and available. I think that Owner could get on something like a Wukong. There is the option of going towards a Trundle perhaps.
Is it?
But I don't like Trundle in this draft.
Maokai for Owner to try to set up the team fights, try to keep HLE Esports at arm's length. I don't like the Maokai that much for this draft, but it is a strong pick that I'd prefer to the Trundle, for example, given what we see here. Or does he have something else in mind entirely?
What about Kha'Zix?
Kha'Zix is good for blowing up these squishy targets, to be honest, and has an okay matchup into Pantheon. Will need some help. This does not help your Lucian Milio lane very much.
It is kind of the next thing on the tier list, and that is a Gwen. Okay, no idea. Likely the Gwen is going into the top lane, has been buffed a little bit, but could theoretically be going into the jungle as well.
I don't really like either position for the Gwen here, but I think it is definitely going to be played by Doran in this game. But they can just play Gnar into it. They have such a good comp here. They also still play Shen. It's a little tougher now with the Gwen there on the other side, but HLE have such good power in the early game. Like, this is kind of the reverse, where they have some really strong lanes to play through. Yes, the Lucian Milio can win against the Kog'Maw Lulu, but it's not easy. Will require a lot of attention, and there's a Pantheon versus a Wukong, so we know which 3v3 we prefer. Mentioned the Kennen on his way to potentially getting 500 games tonight. It's his 5th most played here in the LCK, and he will pull it out. It's a classic counter pick here from Zeus specifically into the Gwen. Not a lot of other players pick this one up, but he does. And now they have extra both engage and flank power, but peel. It's more peel for the Kog'Maw in the late game.
Yeah, this Kennen can become a big problem. They do have things to deal with it, right? You can hold him at arm's length with things like a Rune Prison. The Cyclone's going to be there to make it a little bit more frustrating to get yourself in, allows FaZe to do more damage. But I'm with you, Wolf. I actually feel like HLE Esports' draft is looking very, very nice.
I'm concerned about mid and jungle. You know,
Yeah.
I've seen already in game one, you know, Faker get pushed in on the Orianna, got crushed in the lane. It's a tough matchup, but it looks like he just really didn't know how to get out of lane and affect those bottom side plays. His team was playing like he had prio, but he didn't. Now he's playing into a Syndra here. And the Wukong's early game to try to empower that Lucian Milio just feels very weak. And the Pantheon is the exact opposite.
I think that Kanavi, if he continues the way that he's been playing already, this is going to be such a difficult game for T1 to play because he can start that pressure, as you mentioned, so early in this game. Wukong needs to get to that level 6 as quickly as possible. Let's see how well T1 can play the defense or whether HLE can just shut him down. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift for game number 1. Zeka spotting out the fact that there is a ward placed in that mid brush and will therefore immediately head back towards the top side. Already an early ward goes down from Faker, so he will have full information as to the whereabouts of this Syndra as he makes his way back to lane. And all quiet on Summoner's Rift for the moment. The vision that has gone down, though, going to be giving a lot of information over to both teams about where these junglers are going to be, assuming Owner is going to head towards his Raptors relatively soon.
Doran has opted for teleport and exhaust. You often forego the teleport in modern League of Legends because of the role quest, but he wants to have that shield, wants to be able to have that empowered TP, so he does opt for this, but it means he will not have flash. And that can be very scary, especially when you're dealing with all of the CC and setup that HLE have. Otherwise, I think T1 are going to have to play through sides as Keria loses half of his health bar in this matchup they opted into.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting how this lane is going to go. It's all about the W windows, obviously, for the Kog'Maw. But T1, I think, will have more flexibility when it comes to their ability to do damage, especially after they hit level 3. So the early stages can be a little bit difficult, a little bit tricky for the Lucian, but once you get access to more buttons, things can be very, very frightening, especially with the increased range the FaZe can pick up from the Milio.
Guma happy to just get that shield from Delight and continue to trade. Doesn't even take barrier in this matchup, has the exhaust, which will be very useful for him in team fights later on as well into this Gwen. So just a really cool tech from him. They're controlling this lane, and that's already, you know, I said the matchup can go both ways, but they are just smashing it right now. They have full control, and you can see it's Guma's first pick of this Kog'Maw here this season, but we've seen him play it in the past to great effect.
Oh, Faker taking a lot of damage here. Zeka just needs one more orb. There's the ghost, and Faker, he ran back to the wave that terrified probably everyone. Does get the level up and will survive, but that is a lot of summoners now blown, but nothing on Zeka's side. Now Gumushi taking a lot as FaZe dashes in. Double tap not going to be enough to kill him though, and the exhaust will be able to save the life of this Kog'Maw. Now Kanavi's moving down, but this time Owner is there in position to deny the attempted gank. I mean, Guma does need to be very careful underneath this turret. Should be able to go back home.
Need a little bit more information about what happened to Guma's health bar to fully understand why this happened, but we kind of jumped in very late because of what was happening in the mid lane there. And he gets pushed out after we were singing his praises just moments before.
Oh, Delight has to flash.
Oof.
That pays not window shopping.
No, that will hurt a lot. I'm surprised Zeka didn't flash for the kill on the Faker as well, but the level up came through and he was like, I'm not 100% sure I'm going to secure this. He's also placed his Q really aggressively there, expecting potentially a flash or earlier ghost from Faker there. So Faker doesn't have sums, but he does survive. And so that's a good thing. As we were talking about how this matchup can be tough, and he almost got soloed.
Wow. Doran is also surviving here in this top lane as well. Zeus goes back, grabs some Boots of Lucidity, and he is very far ahead as far as farm is concerned, but Doran's alive. And that we can put into the pros column. This can be an incredibly difficult matchup early on. Kennen is pretty good at dealing with melee champions. There towards top side. Snip, snip. But Doran is just going to finish off the wave and look for a bit of a reset, perhaps. And there it is.
Kennen recently buffed as well on this patch. So just a good choice in general here for Zeus, but like it feels like Chekhov's gun, or Chekhov's Kennen in this case, with us talking about earlier in his 500 wins.
Yep.
He does pull this out here in a rare matchup because Gwen also changed and trying to see her in more play. At least that's the idea in this patch, but hasn't really been seen that much in the LCK thus far. Still very niche and has a lot of hard counters, so very difficult champion to blind. Gnar, one of the ones we saw in the past. Jace, which wasn't available because of Fearless. And he still finds himself into this Kennen. 15 CS down early, like you said. Very tough to play out.
Yeah. Gwen is often one of these response picks rather than the thing that you're actually going to go for, is Faker finding a decent exchange onto Zeka, but Kanavi just flashes on top of him. There's the unleashed power, but Faker makes it out! Just barely surviving, and obviously still not great news, but still no first blood to go over to HLE.
Yeah, it's twice he survives. Both times he will take a huge disadvantage because of it. Losing his ultimate here, much less impactful than losing both summers, but both of those summers are still down for a little bit longer. He doesn't have teleport, and so he's going to lose a large part of this wave here, and barely, just by the skin of his teeth, survives on the play. Kanavi going straight back down to the bottom lane here. If Paze and Keria try to pressure further, they will not enjoy what happens next.
Yeah, this time Owner is here as well, so he's going to move on up, gets control ward down. Kanavi already here as Gumushi in a bit of trouble. Great polymorph onto Paze to stop that play as Owner goes in. Only level 5, but Goomer is still taking a lot of damage. Paze, can you get the autos across? Oh, he gets the piercing light for the kill! And the Acathian surprise is not going to be able to do it here as somehow Owner survives for such a long time, picks up the double for Paze, and now Doran is going for an all-in on this top side. That needlework not quite connecting though, as now Zeka moving towards his bottom lane. Oh, the dash out of the way, Paze turns it into another kill! But still, Zeka is going to be able to find a lot of value here. The fire kick from Carrier might have been enough, and Zeka not going to be able to close the gap on the Melio.
Follows him all the way down here as well. Crazy stuff in this early play. Owner played that bottom side gank so confidently, I guess is the best way to say it. He had his Warriors Trickster there. He's going to go all the way back to this one here. From Faker's perspective, for the Realm Orb. No worries. Last bit of damage comes through from the ultimate is not enough to take him out, but watch Owner in this play. As he wants to come over here with this pressure that they're putting on, they wait out the polymorph, and he flashes past Kanavi here to get on top of Guma. Does just enough damage here as Guma looks to turn back and offer that damage. Paze says, no, you're pushing onto that Wukong. You forgot about the Lucian. You forgot about my piercing light.
That was through and then the caster minion.
And then he goes back in here, Owner, again to set up Paze for a second kill. And then when Zeka flashes, he sidesteps it and picks up a third.
That was absolutely insane. The fact that Carrier also lives is just icing on the cake here for T1. But Faker now looking for an angle towards Zeka. There's the Rune Prison for the slow. Not going to snare him here as Owner is just going to move towards his bottom lane. Take away some Raptors.
This game is still very close, and the only lead here for T1 is on the Lucian, but sometimes that's enough when it's Paze who's piloting it. We talked about, well, I really specifically mentioned several times, I don't think we'll ever see Lucian go through draft. And then he did.
I don't think it should.
And it's potentially a problem here. There are still a lot of issues here. The top side isn't fixed for T1 just yet, although those Merc Treads are going to help a lot. Faker was able to impact that bottom side play as Paze is going in again.
Yeah, looking for another angle. There is the polymorph as the culling is going to be the response. As soon as that ability goes on cooldown, you can feel free to press R. And that's exactly what Paze does. But Kuma has been farming very well. 73 CS to the 70 of Paze. And so T1 still do need to be careful of this Kog'Maw and what he's going to be capable of.
No mana here for Paze. Will decide to back off of this play. Used everything to try to get a larger advantage there. It doesn't really amount to too much. Guma actually takes a farm lead after catching that wave. No exhaust here for Doran. And Zeus does have Ignite and his ult, so very scary moment.
Yeah, there is the Ignite immediately as Pantheon turns up as well. Stun onto Doran, and Gwen is not immune, ladies and gentlemen.
And Faker has Realm Orb, but it's just not the same sort of impact. He can't save this play. There's no way he could react They're the ones who are pushing the tempo. They're the ones who are leading the charge on that top side play, and the observers knew it, we knew it. Doran just couldn't realize that the engage range of that Pantheon was long enough to where he couldn't be anywhere near that cannon. Zeus didn't even have to flash for the play.
And now, T1, they do get themselves the Dragon in the cross map. And Doran does have teleport to bring him back towards his top lane, but this cannon is going to become a massive problem here in this game.
And it's the AP variant. You know, it's very, very high damage when we get to the mid game. As Owner is once again trying to set up for a dive.
Oh dear, teleport is going to come through from Zeka to bring him towards his bottom lane. And so that will mean an end to that play. No dive to come on through. But getting that teleport out of Zeka, moving him out of this mid lane, is still going to be good here for T1.
Yeah, I mean, they are able to force the TP. Faker stays. You could see Faker was considering a Realm Warp to follow on the play, but he realizes, I'm Rise, they've got Scatter. This is probably just too risky with the Wukong trying to Cyclone and all that. Zeus comes in here and is able to get Doran with the tip of his ultimate. Why? Because Doran doesn't have Flash. He doesn't have to flash to follow or anything like that. Doesn't have to expend any summoners. It's the Kanavi follow-up there with the stun and the ignite that he ticked at the very beginning of that play. That's enough damage to take Doran out without expending any summoners. Kanavi and Zeus walk away from that kill there with both up. So yes, Faker got a little bit of reprieve in the mid lane with that TP coming through from Zeka, but he hasn't picked up an advantage yet. This cannon is still a problem. We have to wonder, will this Lucian, with all the peel tools here, and the wild growth available, is this lead enough to get T1 into a third game?
Well, that is the whole point of this composition from T1, is allow Pays to just put the team on his back, carry this one through. And it's not quite the mid-game just yet, but he is still behind a few creeps here in this lane. Does hit that first item spike first because of all those kills. As Doran not able to find the snip onto Zeus, and he's just peppering him with all this damage. It looks like it is going to be a dash cannon first here for Zeus. And that means that the lack of flash is going to be even more pronounced from Doran.
Yeah, Owner wanted to look for a flash cyclone there, but he had to be so far away because of the vision in the river to look for it. And Zeus just kind of slowly pushes up, scouts him out. So he just ended up wasting a little bit of time there, but nothing too crazy.
Yep. He's still dashing forward as Gumiushi presses W. It's going to be a lot of damage onto Keria. And there is a Pantheon waiting. Polymorph and the exhaust now down onto Pays. Guma in trouble, but Owner is here at exactly the right time. Finds a Cyclone onto Kanavi. Gets the Aegis out and now teleporting from Zeus. He's looking for an angle and tries to get on top of Pays. He finds him. Picks up the double with the help of the living artillery. Scatter the Weed comes down. Owner is dead. Zeus to stay alive, and Faker tries to grieve for the play, and it's just more food for the Home Alive Esports war machine.
Now, with the exception of that last play there from Faker, I'm watching that play looking like those Hanwha fans in the picture. That was sick. 1,500 kills for Zeus. And he might not be getting his 500th game if this game continues anything like what we have seen already. Guma picks up his Rage Blade off the back here, and all T1 get is a plate for Doran on the cross. As this is a flanking Pantheon, and they're still so confident with this Wukong here. They can force this play. Guma goes low, but he's not even really the main factor in this play. And they're like, no, we win this, we've got the advantage. Then they get outplayed massively here. Watch this wild growth setup, and then Kennen shows up. He has TP advantage. Doran can't follow. He's got massive damage here, even without his first item. And then the peel from Zeka to get him out, and then Faker triples down and dies as well.
Man, that was so beautiful from Zeus. Goes in, makes the big play, and then baits them till the very end to make sure that everyone dies.
They're all on the same page. The wild growth onto Kanavi to buy that space so Zeus can get in on the TP flank. It's just a well-oiled tank here. HLE rolling over T1.
Gold now, Wolf, at 13 minutes.
And that lead for Pays is still there, but it's so much smaller than it was.
And Gumiushi just needs a couple of items in this this Cogmore is well and truly online. Rage Blade going to be the first one that is now completed. And I don't know where it starts to feel better for T1, because it's a very different composition to what we saw last time. As now Faker is in trouble. The Unleashed Power comes in. Scatter the Weak. Should be enough space for Kanavi to come on over and get the stun. And Faker was running the wrong direction anyway, so it's another freebie here for HLE.
They didn't ban the Pantheon. They let it through. And I think they are regretting that choice now.
Kanavi's just having such an incredibly good day
Just
here today.
year, month, whatever this period you want to choose.
yeah.
He's pretty insane.
3-1 and 5, so 100% kill contribution here as well. And now we're looking for Dragon number 2. T1 could make it double Dragon. And they're looking for Zeka, actually. He is going to be able to teleport away, though. I don't think that, not going to be able to see him. And actually teleported about 2.5 meters. That's
all he needed
enough
to
to
do.
get into safety.
But it's not going to waste any time, and he can still compete for Prio on this Dragon. They're pushing mid. There's no answer. T1 are losing everywhere right now.
Yeah, Faker is now back in that mid lane, though. So it might be an honest fight, but Owner is already on this Drake. Pays is going to move on over, and Carrier is there for the support. Zeka shows up, and you can see Zeus roaming from that top side. No teleport available. Doran does have his, and now that is going to be used to bring him towards this fight. For a little bit of time, it might be a 4v5, but Zeus is getting here very, very quickly. That is going to be the secure for T1, but the scatter from Zeka is so good. Owner trying to get himself out with that Warrior Trickster, and now Faker in a lot of trouble. The Slicing Maelstrom comes in, and the Polymorph is there as well. Carrier might be able to keep him alive. Scatter doesn't actually get the stun, and the GOAT will live.
I mean, Zeka was so close to his ultimate throughout that fight. Just a few seconds away there of killing Faker, and they're so fortunate he didn't have it, or this could have been a very costly Dragon take. I would say it was not costless, but at least they were able to escape with their lives here. As Faker's looking for a flank play here as this has happened. They want to close the door here and push in with Doran, but HLE's disengage is so clean. And now Faker's isolated. Zeus gets on top of him here, doesn't have flash, but still is able to do so much damage. Watch this scatter as well here, but Faker is able to walk it off. There's no ult for that Syndra, so he does escape with his life. They have double Dragon. It's a very late one into Mountain Soul, so there's a world where if they could stack those up, maybe it could give them a little bit of extra longevity in this game, but right now I just don't see it, especially with HLE walking out of that fight and now moving directly to Herald Prio, which will open up the map further. There's only one plate left on that mid turret.
Yeah, it's likely they can get over and siege that one out, especially with the Bioarcane Barrage here from the Kog'Maw. Extending that range. Zeus just goes in, looking for another angle, and there is no ulti for Carrier. He's dead, so's Pays, and yeah, that turret's gonna die.
Zeus is just like, I have flash up. You can't be anywhere that isn't underneath the turret, and even that's not safe.
Oh, good mist to be put down here by Doran. Zeka not quite able to kill him, but still
getting
take a lot of
closer.
damage.
And I mean, they're just dropping the Herald to kill him. Kanavi's gonna have his stun ready.
Oh no, Doran could just be dead here.
I think he is.
Straight up, the Aegis comes down. Q is going to miss. He should have another one of those though, and he just doesn't have flash, so there's just no way out. And Gwen is dead, and now Zeus is going to get closed in on here as well. The flash forward, Faker tanking up the turret, and that will allow Owner to get out of there safely, so there is at least one kill back. But it's 11-4.
Yeah, and look at the top lane here. Zeka, with that kill onto Doran, is pushing this super hard, taking more plates out. We'll get the back here, but look at this flash play.
볼 수 있는데 지금.
He's looking for it. And look at the, like, they have everything. They have the Wild Growth, they have the Kog'Maw position. The Pantheon ultimate feels like it's totally unnecessary. Like, there's so many reasons why they're so dead. And he doesn't have it for this play, so Doran's like, maybe I'll be okay. No, he's not. He's not okay. He has to leave the turret, and he's going to lose his life anyways. Leaves just too late.
And also, Kanavi remains on 100%, so he is 11 out of 11 this game. Being able to drop into the mid lane and then immediately go top, get that kill onto Doran. Efficient use of jungle at times so far for Kanavi here in this game.
Faker has the turret aggro here, so he can just kind of walk it off, and there's no way to hold Owner there under turret.
All right, Kanavi going to look for another one here, as at least Carrier is there for the disengage. Gumayusi moves over with that Void Ooze. But it looks like T1 are going to be able to successfully make their way out. But this game is just all HLE. It's going to be so hard for T1 to make any sort of move back in. The gold lead is only extended.
Look at Faker's items right now, or the lack thereof. It's 2 stacks of Rod. Doesn't have his second item yet. Is a level behind right now, so he's really going to need that Rod of Aegis to complete, but it'll take 8 minutes before it does. Thinking about Actualizer and late game scaling, that is just off the cards, and
oh dear,
just die here.
Yeah, this is the problematic part. Scatter is not going to connect. Living Artillery does, but he is still able to walk it off.
He's off the map, and this is a huge push. Like, they don't have a side laning Gwen because Doran is 0 and 2. and is unfortunately not able to move when Pantheon's ult's up. So he can clear waves, but then he has to just back repeatedly. He's not actually threatening any turrets. He's not able to do anything. Maybe in 10 minutes, if he's big enough, he can actually do damage to turrets so quickly that he can make those risky calls. But Kanavi's ult is up, you can't be anywhere. When Zeus' flash is up, you can't be anywhere, as we've already learned. He went Storm Surge. He is huge. He has the dash cannon for extra gap close.
Yeah.
He has the highest damage in the game.
Zeus is a very big boy. Kanavi has the most gold in the game, which is pretty impressive. Gumayushi pretty close behind him there as well with that quest that he has. Feels like cheating just a little bit here, but the Kog'Maw being this relevant is just terrifying as well. Navori now online, doesn't have to worry about these cooldowns, and that is exactly what Kog'Maws most of the time worry about. Zeus now looking for an angle here as once again Kanavi shows up, Faker's dead. There's just nothing he can do about it. Where is the counterplay? I don't know. As Paze goes in and then goes out via the Death Chamber. As Keria, he might be in trouble as well as the orbs just do so much damage from Zeka. Another one connects, but there is the fire kick from Keria to at least get some level of respite.
It's a Baron on spawn against T1.
God.
T1 looking for Hail Mary plays everywhere. They force the Wukong gank topside. Bam, gets shut down, fails. They try to make the play in the mid lane with the Lucian. Gets shut down, fails, and then they just find themselves against the wall here. Backs against the wall. Baron up on spawn. 8,000 gold lead at 20 is about as high as a gold lead can get at this level in the Legend group. This is one of the most dominant games we've seen as people are dying as we go into replays.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. So I don't know whether they actually did get the kill there. As yeah, it was just unleash power onto the monkey. This was Kanavi destroying Faker. Not a lot of options there.
I mean, they tried to set up a gank
and the
with Owner.
Cyclone actually was used.
Yeah, and so he doesn't have it defensively in a moment. But look at this. Zeka just says no. Zeka is like a peel artist in this game on this Syndra. I mean, like, if we roll the clock back 4 years ago when Zeka won a world championship, we could never say he was good at Syndra, but in 2026, man, he's out of control.
He's looking pretty ridiculous at the moment as Faker is going to get the power unleashed upon him. And thank you for demonstrating exactly what we were talking about there,
The rare caster blessing, I guess.
Yeah, I was somehow expecting Faker to just turn that and then solo kill him somehow because caster curses are so powerful and very real, but not this time. This time HLE, it feels like they're just a little bit too far ahead as Gumayushi is just attack moving towards T1. Owner almost just dead from a few of these shots from this B Kog'Maw. And the inhibitor turret will go down. Inner in the top lane is also being softened up by Zeka as well, who deals with that one as we are talking about this. And T1, there are no options left.
Push in the top lane now. Baron buff minions still here for a minute and a half. They need so much more time than what they've got.
All right, Hail Mary play. Faker dives on in and takes the Death Realm exit. Paze is in trouble here as well, slicing Maelstrom. Paze actually survives for quite some time. And there is the Cyclone to interrupt at the same time as Zeus is going to fall. Doran's also dead. It is still a 1-5, but the fire kick onto Kanavi is so good. Paze still trying to dance around this fight, but he will eventually go down. Kanavi gets another one. That's one going over to Zeka, and it was a valiant attempt, but it's still going to be the ace. And HLE will close out this series in 2-0 fashion. Utter dominance on the eve of the playoffs.
Showing that they are by far the deserving team here of round 2. Crushing 2-0 T1. I think it was pretty mixed in terms of predictions, about 50-50 on our side, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think people are reassessing the power levels of this squad right now. The draft in game 1 was fairly rocky, but they made it look like it was an easy call. Like, their draft was way better with how they played those early skirmishes. And in game 2, they had a stronger draft, and they just pushed T1 over like they were made of paper. And I mean, look, Zeus gets to play. He doesn't get 500 wins, but he gets to play. The cannon in the top side runs over Doran, makes a huge impact on the bottom lane as well with an early TP.
And this man on your screen,
was huge in this series.
Yeah, Kanavi was an absolute monster in this entire series. I think his Lee Sin, understandably so, absolutely impeccable. But the way that he controlled the early game in game number 2 just gave T1 zero options. And this was with Owner actually paying a lot of attention to his bottom lane. trying his very best to extend that lead that FaZe and Keria were supposed to have with this lane matchup. And it just did not happen.
I mean, when you look
oh wow, we got lassoed by Delight. That was very cool.
When you looked at that one play from Owner bottom side where he was able to really look for the outplay, had the really cool Warriors Trickster after the flash there, got his way in there, set up for the triple for FaZe. That was a moment where you're like, okay, maybe there's an in this game, but even that wasn't enough because Zeus was so ahead. He just came down and said, nah, I think I'll just kill this Lucian. And Zeka also on the Syndra, my man, was popping. This was the moment I was talking about. This was the only time Owner had a big impact in this game, is in this 3v3 here. It's for the outplay. FaZe comes in, gets that first kill, and HLE Esports really want to stick around here. Owner sacrifices himself to give FaZe that extra bit of burst here, gets the second, and we'll skip the third, I suppose. But man, Zeus, he and Kanavi were running the top side, and then he took that lead and pushed it bottom. Look at this TP play here. This is where the game really ended.
And this is what we were talking about before we got into this series as well, is just how terrifying HLE can be with these pocket picks that they have. I wasn't expecting them to bring them out immediately after that conversation, but it's great to know that Zeus is still here, the best Kennen in the world, and it is not even close.
I think the only way you could vote for anybody who isn't Kanavi, which I think it'll probably be unanimous, is if you vote for Zeka, because in Game 1, his lane advantage over Faker gave them the prior to win those early fights, and in Game 2, his peel and his burst and his lead over Faker was just, it was hard to ignore, frankly.
Not to mention Zeus playing his Kennen again, so I can imagine that you could be a bit enamored by that.
Look at this. I mean, they just kill Faker. Zeus sacrifices himself to push it back. Now, from FaZe, this was a damn good try on the final defense. He actually plays this so well. Knows the Pantheon ult is coming. They have to react to this. Keria gets the kick. Owner's peeling for him. And they're like, maybe we can buy a second lease on life. No.
Just not quite enough. And HLE far enough ahead in order to get themselves the win here. And you can see Zeus very relieved after this clean win in this series. And I really was expecting this to be a bit more of a bloodbath, a bit more back and forth between T1 and HLE. And HLE have just decided that, yeah, I mean, we might be qualified for Worlds already, but we do not care. We want to win the LCK as well and give ourselves the biggest chance possible of taking home that Worlds trophy.
FaZe, he was played through. He had a lot of money early, but it just didn't matter. They get bowled over here. Look at Guma. He wasn't important, not because he played badly, but because they were so ahead.
And also, you can't be important when everybody else is being so important. Kanavi's going to pick up a very, very understandable player of the match here, only dying once, which is absolutely ridiculous. 18, 1, and 12. Not a bad scoreline, you could say, for the gentleman from the jungle. And I think if there's anyone that you want to be picking up POMs heading towards playoffs, it's Kanavi, 100%.
Delight looking really good today, too. He's looking like he's bounced back in a big way, so much more comfortable. We are, of course, going to have both teams full interviews since this is the last regular season game. And HLE Esports will be taking the interview after a win, moving into round 2. And for T1, they might have some words about how they want to improve moving into that first round of playoffs where they now find themselves.
Yeah, exactly right. Might be talking about who they're going to be choosing as well, like some options as far as the teams that could be coming up to face off against them now that they do have to play an extra round of those playoffs. So as far as the play-ins qualifications and then the opposition that is going to be the decision there.
Prep that has to go into that because it could be like B&K you're suddenly worried about, you know, and you got to watch every little piece and see who you want to get, so it is very challenging.
Yeah, a lot of extra tape that you do definitely have to sift through to make sure that you are making the right decisions. And coming up after this series, we are not done yet. We still do have to work out exactly where our Rise Group teams are going to be going as well to talk about those play-ins. But before that, it will be the full team interview with HLE Esports, who do have that bye directly into the second round of the playoffs. And then T1 to explain exactly what their plan is going to be, their thought process moving towards the playoffs themselves. Because we know this team ramps up and gets better over time, but can you get better quickly enough in order to get yourselves back once again to win yet another Worlds trophy?
Especially when it's, you know, you got two different issues today. You got in Game 1 a bit of a hands issue and a bit of a decision-making issue, and then in Game 2 it's like, you know, the game plan just didn't work out. It was too thin, the win conditions.
All right, now it is time for the interview, though. We haven't been standing alongside HLE, so let's throw it over to Dia for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the full team interview translation, joined by Hana Life Esports, who just got to qualify for playoffs round 2. We have Zeus, Karabi, Zeka, Gumayushi, and Delight. Congratulations! First of all, let's have a chat with Zeus. With playoffs round 2 on the line, you came out on top. So how does it feel to finish second in the regular season? Although we were aiming for first place, I mean, slightly regretful that we actually had to fight for second. I just knew that it would be really fun today, though, especially that given that our opponent was T1 and right before playoffs. I mean, you know, I feel like we went through a tough matchup today, and I had a lot of fun today. And Zeus, as a top laner, you are the third player to hit 1500 kill, and you are actually approaching 500 games in the playoffs. So, what other milestones do you want to reach? Yeah, before today's match, I saw Keen and Doran. And I noticed that, you know, I want to be able to play in this scene for a long time until I hit first place in those standings. And what is your mindset for the playoffs? During the regular season, obviously, it wasn't always smooth. But towards the end, I feel like we definitely woke up and were able to improve our forms. And in the playoffs, I don't know who we're going to meet first, but I expect it to be difficult and quite challenging. But that's why I'm looking forward to it even more. And next we have Kanavi. You joined Hana Life Esports this year and finished your first LCK regular season. What kind of goals did you have in the LCK, and how much of that have you achieved so far? Now, I used to be in the LPL, and I got to play in the LCK this time. And in the LCK, my goal was to get first place, but I think I'm pretty happy about getting second. And Kanavi, I'm sure you were very happy with your performance today. How did you feel? I mean, everything went really well from early to mid-game to late game, actually. So, I mean, I'm actually quite content with my own performance. And what would you like to say to your teammates to kind of hype it up? I mean, I think everyone played today's match so well, and the regular season was quite long. I just want to say thank you so much for being such great and amazing teammates. Let's give it our all for the playoffs and Worlds. And Zeka, his second place was on the line today. What kind of preparation process did it take for you to take such a convincing victory? I mean, we were actually competing for these standings, and if we were to lose today, that means that we wouldn't have as big of a break. So I actually quite motivated to win today's match. And Zeka, you're also reaching a lot of great milestones. And it looks like you are taking it step by step. How do you look back to this season? Well, it feels like it was just that hair of a difference for us to miss first place. But for the playoffs, I want to make sure that we're able to win and come out on top as the first. Yeah, MSI. With the MSI Championship, I'm sure that you're looking for the LCK title. So what do you think will be the key point in the best of fives? I think in the current patch and the meta, there are a lot of various champions that are actually coming out. And meta seems to change every so often. So I want to make sure that, you know, the key point that we are able to download would be the meta read and also improvements on the champion pools.
And
next we have Gumayushi.
2위로 마무리하게 됐습니다. 먼저 소감 여쭤보고 싶은데요.
You were able to finish second place. So, how do you feel? I feel like if we were to play round 3 a bit better, we would have been able to actually get first place. So, yeah, it's a little regretful, but I feel like now is the most important part. So I think it's just that we'll just have to try even harder from now. And how do you look back to this season with your teammates? I mean, I think, you know, I think we were able to all eat good food and work out together. I hope that we're able to continue being healthy and happy with each other. And what are you looking forward to in the playoff stage? I just feel like our team is a lot stronger on bigger stages and we have such a high ceiling. So there's so much to show during the playoffs. I want to make sure that we can reach that ceiling.
네, 마지막으로 딜라이트 선수와 이야기 나눠보겠습니다.
And lastly, let's have a chat with Delight.
멤버와 함께한 2026 시즌이었습니다.
It was a 2026 season with new members.
달려왔는데요. 소감 어떠신가요?
Well, it was a marathon with your teammates, so how do you feel? We got a new jungler and AD carry. You know, on big stages, they used to be my opponents, quite formidable opponents, and being able to have them as my teammates, it feels so reliable. And now, after defeating T1, you are going straight into playoffs round 2. So, how are you going to prepare? I feel like our form just continues to improve. There's a lot of time to prepare, so I hope that we are well prepared in order to continue winning. And for the best of 5s in the playoffs, what is your mindset? I just really want to improve myself so that I can be happy with my own performance and hopefully get to win all the way up until we can lift the trophy. And going back to the captain, Kanabi, what is your message to your fans? You know, our fans while watching our round 3, I'm sure you were a lot of you guys were concerned, but I felt like we were able to sort of improve our performance in round 4, and that's how we were able to finish second. So I hope that we can prepare well up for the playoffs so that we can win it all. Thank you so much as always. Let's give it up for Hana Life Esports. Thank you for the interview.
자, 그리고 오늘 경기는
Next up,
아쉽게 패배했지만
although it was a disappointing loss for them, we're going to have the full team interview with T1 who put in their best until the very end. Make sure to give your energy to all the T1 players.
아쉬운 패배가 있었지만 그래도 끝까지 함께 열심히 노력해준 선수분들 전원을 모셔보도록
Although
하겠습니다.
it was a defeat, we have the full team who put in their best until the very end.
네, 선수분들이 나오실 때 여러분 따뜻한 박수 한번 보내주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 네, 여러분 따뜻한 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give it up
전원과 인터뷰
for
나눠보겠습니다.
T1.
탑 도란 정글 오너 미드
Top
페이커,
Doran,
바텀 페이즈,
jungle
서포터,
owner, mid
캐리어
faker,
선수 모셔보겠습니다.
bot,
여러분
pace,
고생한
and
선수분들께도
support
따뜻한
carrier.
박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give them a round of applause.
네, 먼저 도란 선수께 여쭤보겠습니다.
First,
오늘
Doran.
패배하셨지만 정규 시즌 최종 3위에
A regretful loss, but you finished third in the regular season and you will be off to playoffs. How do you feel? You know, it was our last match and I really wanted to decorate it with a win, but it felt like we lost quite helplessly. So I feel like we'll definitely have to try even harder to prepare for the rest of the matches.
그리고 만족스러웠던 점이 있다면 어떤 부분들이 있을까요?
Which moment leaves a lot to be desired, and also which part of the season were you happy about? I feel like maybe just today's match, because a lot of moments in today's match I wasn't very happy with. So I feel like there's a lot of regrets that we're leaving today.
네, 이어서 오너 선수와 이야기 나눠보겠습니다.
And next we have Owner.
정규 시즌 3위로 마무리하게 됐습니다. 돌아보면 좀 어떤
Third in the regular season. How do you look back to this season? In rounds 1 to 2, I felt like we did really well, and towards the very end, it felt like we had made a lot of mistakes, which means that we weren't able to showcase good plays. So I feel pretty disappointed, and those are just moments that we have to fix up. So what do you think you'll have to improve for the playoffs? I think all the mistakes and all those areas that we're lacking in, I want to make sure that we're actually able to fix it until the playoffs so that we are able to showcase a better performance.
네, 이어서 페이커 선수와 이야기 나눠보겠습니다. 페이커 선수, 올해 정규 시즌
And Faker.
유난히 순위 경쟁이 유독 좀 치열했습니다. 이번 정규 시즌을
The standings race this year was even more intense. So how would you rate this season? I feel like we had a lot of matches where we didn't play as we normally do. We didn't feel like ourselves, so I hope that I am able to sort of make it up to our fans, because I feel very sorry for not being able to showcase a good performance. And so what is your mindset going into the playoffs? I mean, I think I've definitely have to improve the team-wide performance, and we're just gonna have to give it our best every single match from now on. And next we have FaZe. You joined T1 this year, and you have performed so amazingly well in the team. So how do you look back? I just feel like there are a lot of matches that we ended up dropping that we could have won. There are a lot more room for improvement. And what kind of performance do you want to show in the playoffs? Any personal goals? When it comes to the playoffs, I just want to play even better. And we'll just have to continue winning in order to climb up. And we just have to prepare well in order to achieve that.
네, 이어서 캐리아 선수와 이야기
And next,
나눠보겠습니다.
we have Keria.
선수 그 어느 때보다 치열했던 시즌이었던 것 같습니다.
Keria, this was by far the most competitive season. So, how was this regular season for you? In this regular season, I think everything that we have shown so far is quite lacking.
팬분들 덕분에 이번 정규 시즌도 힘을 내서 달리셨을 것 같습니다. 플레이오프에서도 변함없는 응원 보내주실 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
And what about any message to your fans who will continue supporting you in the playoffs? I just really wanted to end on a good note after winning today. You know, going into playoffs as second place, but I'm just really sorry that we're not able to achieve that. But for the playoffs, for next week, I want to make sure that we're well prepared so that we can climb as far as we can. And lastly, going back to Faker, T1's captain, any word for your fans? We're going to do our best to prepare in the remaining time and make sure to showcase a great performance for you guys. And lastly, please give it up for T1 players, and that is all from T1, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dira Yaya. Everyone give it up for Deer. That's not lastly, that's alwaysly, as it is a 2-0 victory for Hanwha Life Esports. They kept it entertaining, but I would say comfortable, like close but comfortable. I feel like it wasn't really in doubt in both these matches. Very, very fast here, gentlemen.
It was really quick, but at the same time, it was a lot more coordinated compared to last few games. I think HLE was struggling a lot in terms of their lane matchup. I think mostly on the bot side, they struggle to find what support player they want to play with. But now with Delighting, we could see him landing insane engages on his Alista once again. And I think overall, they had such a great game. And I think it looks really great coming into these playoffs.
Yeah, I think HLE shows phenomenal performances today. Especially, I think they, like T1, that we call like T1 Circus. Surely there's a positively way and a negative way, but I think today they actually used really well that they were trying to circus and it turns. It could have been really good for T1, but I think the HLE pulled off like really nice the coordination as a team. I feel like it was like way more, synced up as a team, and it was a more connected. And I think the communication was a higher level for sure compared to like last week or 2 weeks ago, as what Wadi mentioned. I think that was a really, really good development.
Also the drafts as well, showing some Kennen here as the counter to the Gwen. Down on the bottom side of the map, willingness to play Kog'Maw. Hanwha Life cooking as they get the playoff bye. Let's take a look at the POM votes though. We start with 11 out of 13. Chijijik and Media. I think both those guys had great games.
All right, I think I respect the Zeka vote though. I think Zeka has been really dominant. I think several days, he's been really good for like every single champion. I really like the Zeka vote as well. But there's three things that you don't stop at red lights: police cars, fire trucks, and the Kana vehicle.
Pretty good.
Cooked from the man who brought Giddy online. Here's the Kana vehicle.
Got better. Getting better. Kana vehicle.
Oh,
Is it playing Mayhem or the Reef? Bro, this guy's just running, Dropkick Lee, and Titan's result pathing. I was gonna shout out just Lee, the dropkick the moment, but I think the second game, it was even more it was like crazier. Like he was not dying, he was doing so much damage.
Yeah.
He was basically everywhere, pressing ulti, using flash, so like everywhere. It was so impactful.
Yeah, normally when you are that impressive in the game one, you normally like you can't really pull off like another one in the game two, right? But this guy, I'm just like so like shocked that Kanavi's tempo is just on another planet, because whenever I see his jungle pathing or like ganking tempo, it's like he's just everywhere, right? He's ganking top, ganking bot lane, and getting the objectives at the same time, and like, yeah.
Here's Wolf's LCK is my territory now. It belongs to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly what you were saying. He is everywhere.
He's everywhere.
Inevitable. Friends at home, I want you to rate my Desker's comments out of 10. What out of 10? The Kana vehicle and Hooney's obsession with ARAM Mayhem augments. Let us know out of 10 what you think. Cloud Templar saying 2026 was the season that properly imprinted the player Kanavi. Thank you for your effort. Thank you for your effort for all the comments here, Cloud Templar. As we take a look at the next couple, I want to buy every second of Kanavi's time.
You can't afford that. I don't think you can afford that.
What is that photo?
I don't know.
Why? There's so many questions. When the God of War and the God of Thunder meets, he is undefeatable. I guess Kanavi is the God of War.
Yes.
Because Zeus is
God of Thunder.
God of Thunder.
Okay, Umpty. Thank you.
Like, who is God of War? Do you know?
Ares.
Isn't it?
Ares, isn't it? Pantheon.
Is it Thanatos?
Thanatos.
I don't know. I don't know the.
You don't know
Pretty
the
sure
god.
it's
You don't know
Ares.
the god.
No.
Pretty sure it's
I have
Ares.
no idea.
Pretty sure it's Ares.
But anyways,
Ares.
We're doing more Greek? Your performance today was immortal like Achilles? Was Achilles immortal? He was not. That's why it's the heel. Tony, you are our history guy. We can't be getting this stuff incorrect.
Yeah, he's sharing the wrong information.
Okay, so 1, it is Ares. 2, a lot of your scores are like 6 out of 7, and Hooney got 8 out of 10. I think 6 out of 7 is more than 8 out of 10.
Oh, that's true. Wait, you said 6 out of 7?
Yeah, 6 out of 7.
What's who rated out of 7? Oh, I see.
Let's take a look at the standings now that we've ruined the comments, as it is now written in permanent ink. It is Hanwha Life Esports, the second seed. They will get that playoff round 2 bye, which means T1 will be the third seed and deciding who their matchup will be against from the play-ins. Will it be KT making out of play-ins, or will it be one of our Rise Group teams making out of play-ins? T1 will get the choice to do so as the third seed.
Yeah, it's really exciting play-ins and playoffs coming in hot. But at the same time, like, I'm just wondering if they can bounce back after this performance, right? I think T1 looks really inconsistent. I think they're really shaky. And I'm wondering if they can pull off the T1 miracle once again, because they always does that, you know? Like, whenever we think that T1 is doomed, oh my god, T1 is so cooked, they always bring some kind of like weird spirit into themselves, and like they always come back, right?
Yeah, bounce back is my favorite word, of course, just in case you guys missed yesterday. But anyway, I mean, it's gotta be really rough to choose the opponents too, since like actually HLE took down the T1. For the future, for the playoff, like you will have to choose the opponent, and it's so packed, it's so competitive. So like I think it's gonna be really tough situation. We will have to see like the rest of the.
We need to see the planes first.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, to do that, we got to get through our final opportunity for seeding for the play-ins for our 3 teams. It's BNK Fearex, Nongshim, and Brion, all waiting at that final spot, and it depends on this matchup. If you're a Hanjin Brion fan, you want a Nongshim win. If you're not a Hanjin Brion fan, you don't want a Nongshim win, unless you're a fan of Nongshim where you just want a Nongshim win. We also have Mic Check up for you next. The final match of the LCK regular season after this break. See you in a little bit.
Free skies align, I'm drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 그래 기억처럼 영원할 수 있게 늙은 달력 사이 접어둔 우리의 밤 가만히 보긴 손 It remembers the night 계절을 돌아서 똑같은 자리에 서로를 보는 순간 We don't look back 떨리는 손을 잡아 그 손이 밤을 기억하니까 All the nights let us hear 이제 눈을 떠 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모든 빛이 바라기 전에 오늘의 너를 남겨 저 지평선 너무 더 멀리 닿게 우리의 이 순간에 Live your life 새벽을 닮은 빛 창가에 머물러 아무도 모른 맘 So shining quietly 끝이 있는 거라도 그래서 아름다워 두 눈에 담아둬 Before it disappears 빠르게 뛰는 맘 그 박자를 따라가 All the nights let us hear 아직 빛나고 있어 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모든 빛이 바라기 전에 오늘의 너를 남겨 저 지평선 너무 더 멀리 닿게 우리의 이 순간에 Leave your mark 내일이 달라져도 Tonight is ours 불빛이 잠든 뒤 온기는 남아 화면 밖에 우리 More than just a night 이 밤이 우릴 잊어도 나는 널 기억해 마치 영원처럼 기억될 수 있게 모든 빛이 바란 뒤에도 오늘의 우리 남겨 저 지평선 넘어 끝없이 넓게 마지막 이 순간에 Leave your mark 빛이 잠들면 We will remain 영원처럼 기억해 Leave your mark
경기에 나서는 농심과 DN입니다. 늦바람 태풍이 불어서 지금 DN스포츠가 모두를 제물로 가져가고 있는데 과연 농심이 이 DN스포츠를 끓여버릴 수 있을지 이 대결 되게 긴장됩니다.
50 무조건 캠프 먹어야 되거든 이거 윗바이게 싸움을 생각하고 가보자 한번 윗게 20초인데 싸움 못하나? 탑은 싸움 좋아 야 요리 쪽 떴죠 요리 떴죠 요리 나만 천수 봐요 럼블도 온다 얘네 안 피한다 야 보자 싸움 보자 나 6팔이야 천천히 알리부터 할게 알리도 100 점버리 불타서 나 2, 6초 천천히 보자 나도 뺄게 한번 빠지자 나도 빼야 돼 더 문제요 일단 이거 탑은 결국 이제 한번 다이브 당해야 될 것 같아 탑 다이브 올려줄 수 있긴 한데 다이브는 안 돼요 갱 봐야 됐대 와도 없어 지금 이거 지울 때 볼게 오케이 프리스 락카입니다 라피를 탑 괜찮아 나 탱은 돼 어때? 해봐 빼야 돼 야 살았다 거기 한번 봐줄게 50 뒤에 있으면 해 야 50 보인다 오케이 살짝 봐볼게 오케이 와봐 나 가는 중 빨면서 해볼래? 애매하지 잡았어 나 설거지 해볼게 50 온다 나 2-3초 먼저 갈게요 2초 자 해볼게 자야 노공 잡아라 와우 자야 뭐야 이거 나이스 야 우리 덕담 피터 왜 이렇게 잘해 야 나이스 까비 까비 쳤는데 전령 어때 사실? 야 바텀 할래? 보자
이거 우리만 간다.
나만 여기 본다. 바텀 본다.
야 나만 가. 근데 기다려. 다이
가자.
싸움 개 좋아. 이번 라인 다 해보자.
다 오긴 해 얘네. 천천히 바로
네 노공이다.
너무.
야 알리도 많이 봐. 일단 나 하는 중.
나 패려볼게.
럼블 로플.
타워팅 안 되고.
천천히.
야 보자.
시드라 노공이야 일단.
안 좋다.
나 용 맞춰서 미드에 전력 깔고 할게 이거. 내 턴 맞추면서 해줘. 지금 전력 깔게. 전력 깔게. 여참 다이브도 막아도 돼. 신드라 이제 무빙. W로 막아볼게 이거.
W 막자.
내가 살짝 돌아서 막아봐. 나이스. 천천히 와봐.
나피 안 볼래?
나필이 높을.
봐줄래? 맞아. 볼게. 앞라인부터 할게. 앞라인부터 안 빼봐. 앞라인부터 빠지면서.
빼라.
빼야 돼. 야, 좀 더 볼게. 좀 더 와. 옹 높을이야. 옹 높을.
와 이게 이렇게 됐네.
야, 롤드컵 준우승 바텀 듀오 가보자.
이거 드래곤사로 바로 볼 생각하자.
바로 가자.
야, 이거 용은 줘도 되니까 그냥 쌉으로 다 잡아먹을 생각하면 돼. 얘네가 선잘 잡고 하면은.
할 거야?
내가 잘 내려.
알아. 천천히 해보자. 일자 밀어줘야 돼. 밀어줘. 나 넘어가 볼게. 나 천천히 조심.
방에 일단 먹을래?
야, 이러면 일자 싸고 싶은데.
이거 알리 높은 노무 있다. 근데 우리 위치 다 보인다.
볼게. 봐봐. 형 5호부터.
나 버킹 할게.
앞에 뚫자 앞에 뚫자.
오고. 11은.
빼야 돼.
빼면서.
쟤공 이따 쓴 거야.
너무 세다. 잡아봐. 야, 펜타 줘. 펜타. 야, 이거 터뜨리고 가자. 펜타. 노프링이네. 괜찮아. 밀어서 하자.
밑게 괜찮았어? 밑게 좋아.
얘네 이번에 바이게 나온다. 밀어야 돼.
아칼렸고.
얘네 윗바이게 나온다 무빙. 나 얘 자리 잡을게 이쪽에. 다 묻혔다. 저 싸울 거야 우리. 갈렸다 얘네.
W로 뺄게 그냥.
싸울게. 잘 볼게. 보고 있다. 야 여기 텔 쳐먹자. 여기 텔 먹자.
아칼 죽었다.
빠져.
천천히 빼면서. 천천히. 앞라인. 나 이거 천천히
밑에 감자. 다이브 감자.
봐줘. 좋은데? 아트 빼지.
다 해보자.
잘 해봐야 돼.
가자 이러면.
자야 바꿔대자. 얘 노플.
살아야 돼.
야 피갈래.
이 없어.
나 좋았고. 어떻게 된 거냐?
자 싸움을 잘 못하면 어떡해.
뭐 끝나냐? 끝나지 끝은 안 날까? 아칼리랑 라칸이랑.
자 이제 유리해.
바로 보자.
우리 근데 치는 게 좋다 이거?
치고 나오면 그냥 방송 보자.
쳐도 돼. 야, 쳤다. 나가보자. 야, 알리부터.
이거 싸움 봐야 돼.
아칼리.
아칼리 밀게.
한번 초기하자 이거. 자
바로 먹어.
오케이.
야, 싸보자. 쌈 보면 돼. 야, 나 포지션 좋아. 천천히. 바로. 5부터.
좋다. 나와봐.
먹었다. 야, 신드라. 512 높을.
끝나진 않았대.
끝날만 할 것 같은데? 야, 그거 믿어봐. 끝내. 10년 감수의 따잉. 끝까지 타워. 나이스.
이해의 경기는 뭔가 이런 스토리가 있습니다. 5연승입니다. 5연승. 역전의 디에스포스가 간다.
우리 친친 우리은행
just scarred to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It is time for our final best of 3. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf, and we are ready to get into some Rise Group. And there are still stakes. We're still trying to figure out exactly who is going to land where.
Yeah, some people like their steaks medium, some people like the steaks well done. That's a little weird for me personally. But we have a really rare steak here. Ooh. Which is the last match of regular season actually having stakes.
This one's actually still mooing, I think.
Usually it's a little, it's a little decided. It's a little predetermined. It's a little bit like our second matchup yesterday. As you guys could see here, BNK and Nongshim fighting for that top spot. So if Nongshim win 2-0, the -12 they have will become a 10, and the negative 10 that BNK have will become a -12. And they'll be on the same standing. So if Nongshim win, they could change the tides of our play-in. So here are the odds, and here are the eventualities. With BNK winning and Nongshim winning, it also impacts Hanjin Brion.
Yeah, exactly. So if Nongshim wins, Bros are first. That's the most hilarious part about this whole situation. So looking forward to seeing exactly how this one's going to go. Because Nongshim aren't just playing for themselves, they're also playing for the Bros, which means I think some bro tax is in order. Even if they're not playing, they still require to forward that bro tax money over to Nongshim.
You also want to, this is a lot of donations coming through here. Whoa. Basically, is this the Korean version of bro tax? Maybe. What I was going to say is the way you want to play the first rounds, right, play-ins, and then go into playoffs if you can make it there, is having the best possible form the whole way through so you can avoid playing against the highest seed in round 1, which is T1 in this case, as they have the opportunity to pick you, and they will pick the one that looks the weakest. So you want to look strong, you want to be strong in general, but then also potentially avoid that tougher matchup. Is T1 the tougher matchup between them and D+ right now? It's a little up in the air, a little bit unknown. Like, we don't really know, actually, but just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued as to how the choosing process is going to go. I think it's going to be different from team to team. We'll see who is going to have, what choice made where. As Nongshim to take their seats, BNK Fearex on the other side will take theirs. And I think as far as power level right now, I would say that BNK Fearex are looking like the stronger team. The problem is, Nongshim on paper look incredible. And I still can't get it out of my mind that if these players all just play together to the height of their potential, they could honestly challenge for a top spot in the LCK playoff.
And early in the year, they did.
Yeah.
It's just been a lot of changes. It's been a volatile season. We've had one of the craziest years of LCK that we've ever had. And last year, we had the same format we have this year, where we have the extended year. There's no spring, there's no summer. But this year has just been filled with a lot more drama. A lot more competitive Legend Group, for example, that we had. Rise Group still keeping its flavor, but also being pretty competitive. We had 2 trades in the middle of the season that really shook things up. And the first of those is once again a matchup we're going to have here between Taeyun and Diablo.
I love how we finish the season on our first trade and the matchup between those two teams as well. We'll see who is going to be able to come up with the victory here, because Taeyun, I think, fit into this roster a whole lot better than Diablo did on the Nongshim side. There was a question in chat. Sharonora said, why are we giving out bro tags? They're not even playing. Well, if you're a Nongshim fan, you're a bro fan as well today, because bro will make first place in the Rise Group,
which is why that bro
victory for Nongshim
had that sign with all the big donations. I didn't get to see the subtleties of all of it, but basically donations, aka Korean bro tags. I'm just going with that narrative without actually looking at the sign.
But also your bro tags will be directly funding Nongshim and their exploits today. So just know that when you are putting bro tax in today, that is where it is going. And so please do, if you are a bro fan and feel bro inclined, to get that one in there. I do think that BNK Fearex are in a really good spot though, and I'm frightened about the jungle matchup more than anything else.
I think that individually, Nongshim have the stronger players. I think we all agree with that. But as a unit, that just hasn't come together. When you look at Scout versus Vikla, that feels to me like the most attackable lane for Nongshim. Just put Vikla down, punish him there. He's had really inconsistent form. He'll have a great game here or there. We'll say the words "you're a Vikla" here and there, and we won't be very serious about it, but we'll be kind of serious about it when he has that type of game.
I was serious about it that one time.
Sometimes he will just flash by accident.
Oh no!
So we don't know what we're gonna get. I would argue the other lane that, when you look at individual players, probably not the favorite in right now, as I hate to say it, is this one right here for Nongshim. Lehens does not making the impact that Kellen is right now. Kellen looking much stronger at this moment in time.
It's interesting though, because Nongshim are on the larger of the winning streaks between these two squads. Even though Nongshim failed to take down the DN Supers at the Kesper Cup final, they have been doing better here in the LCK, already winning their last matchup this week and looking to take down BNK Fearex in this one as well.
Oh man, next level 100 against the Nongshim Nuguri there at level 10.
Wow, I feel like
using Sandstorm?
You should train some of your other Pokemon, I think. Like, if you've got a level 100, like, come on, man. You've been sitting in Cinnabar Island for too long at this point. We all did it, though. I have to admit that my Charizard was far over-leveled, and then when I brought my Pidgeot in at 36, in the Elite Four, I just didn't quite cut it. Let's see what's going to happen here. See who is going to be at what level, because I feel like Raptor versus Sponge might be a little bit of that, as we are looking for Sponge to make a bit of a bounce back here, moving into this game number 1 of our final best of 3 of the year in the regular season. BNK Fearex versus Nongshim. Poppy and the Vi both taken away already as we jump into Champion Select.
Pantheon gone. Still leaving that Cassiopeia and Orianna up. That's kind of been a little... The way that this has been played in more modern times is you save those for last. And if you are the team that has the last ban, you're the one who has to make the choice. If they ban one, will you match it? Or is it going to be just a trade and leaving both up, which has been a little bit more common recently, but we have sometimes seen Orianna left, but Cassio banned. Cassio is winning the matchup right now in the lane, something that we just witnessed earlier with Faker playing the Orianna, something Cadril went on a tirade about on the stream earlier.
Yeah.
As the Orianna will be banned, and not the Casio, interestingly. So looking for that first pick Casio, forcing now Nongshim Red Force to likely ban it as well.
And this is the beautiful thing, and I'm really glad that you brought up the Cadril tirade, because I think it's somewhat warranted. Recency bias is a huge thing, and we all fall for the trap, as the Rise will be the first pick here for BNK FearX.
Without a Pantheon, though. So just a Rise in isolation. We'll see what the response is going to be. Yeah, that's the other thing that's up. There's a lot of strong picks you can go with. I mean, Nocturne Aurora is a really strong one. We don't see that too often these days anymore. Well, mostly because the Nocturne is basically permanently banned here in the LCK. They're going to go for the Ezreal lane on the bottom side instead. Bard is also available. So do they want to go for the Karma, or do they want to try to play Ezreal Bard?
They have to pick Nocturne, right? Isn't that... I thought it's illegal to not.
Well, then you're going to give up that strong support.
I mean, but they're not going to pick Bard and Karma, are they?
No.
So I guess
that'd be
probably
funny,
going to be okay. It would be very funny.
Scout mid Karma.
Yeah, we must deny it, as it's a Lee Sin instead.
I mean, Nocturne's early levels, a little bit difficult to pilot, but now it's Rise plus Nocturne double global if they lock it in here, as long as they can stabilize in the laning phase. Or you just go Caitlyn Bard, by the way, because you need to deal with this Ezreal lane, which could be a problem.
It's Jarman. Okay.
It is.
There's just no Nocturne. Not today.
We're just playing a completely different game here in the Rise group.
We certainly are. The Rumble is going to be picked up here for Clear as well. Really good to take that out and fearlessly ban it away from Kingen as well for the rest of the series. But now it gives Kingen the opportunity to answer it, and that is a Camille opportunity. Wow, if there's ever a time to ban Galio, it is right now, immediately, for BNK FearX.
I think they absolutely will, if this is locked in, which it looks like it will be. So probably for Kingen, tough matchup on the top side for the Rumble, especially if the Camille gets some jungle attention.
Yep.
But it could also be played by Lehens because Ezreal Camille is a powerful lane. But now it's really awkward to ban. Like, do you still ban the Karma? Are you worried about that? You know, that's a tricky question that BNK are going to have to find the answer to.
Looks like Nongshim are already playing into it as well. The Shen has been the best answer in the bottom lane to the Camille. And so making it look like that's where they want to be playing it.
It's funny, too, because I feel like you can absolutely play Ezreal Camille because you have so much engaged with the Camille already. Galio was pretty obvious, as you pointed out, so that one is now
It's also a
goner.
good ban, like, to stop Scout from playing it, but to also stop Kingen from playing it into the Rumble, which is kind of funny. So, like, doing double duty there is the Galio ban.
So this final ban is here. If it's a Leona ban, I'm like, all right, we're selling it really hard, aren't we?
Okay.
We'll see.
I mean, Leona plus Jarvan and the Rumble is a very, very powerful combo. So, understandably, they're going to be banning that one away anyway, but it's somewhat suspect. Okay.
The
Syndra
ban. Okay, so it's just keeping the focus on this Rise pick. They didn't go for the Nocturne. Neither team did. The Lee Sin was the opt-in here, so a few different picks you can go for. Depending on how they want to play this bottom lane, it could be the lock angle for Scout, but it's so tough into the Rise and the Jarvan, so I don't know if he's going to commit. But, I mean, they have great setup with the Camille. And it's Scout, so we always have to consider that possibility.
Yeah.
He also likes the Anivia.
He has been very... Like, he was the first one to make this matchup look unplayable for Rise. It has since not necessarily been as much.
So do you just go Caitlyn Bard because it's the easiest way to set up this bottom lane for success, regardless of whether the Camille is going to be here?
No. You play Kai'Sa Rakan.
Caitlyn Bard.
Okay. Caitlyn Bard will have
Caitlyn
it.
Bard. It wins against Camille.
I thought I could trust Taeyeon to play some Kai'Sa, but it's not happening.
It wins against Camille. It does pretty good against Karma.
Yeah,
So
I mean, this is obviously the better choice, Wolf, but wouldn't it have been fun?
It would have been. Well, I'm not gonna answer that question actually.
All right,
We have seen it before.
Where is Camille going?
I think she's going to the top lane, and I think they're gonna pick Karma. Otherwise, it's Nico, right? Oh man, trying to play Camille Ezreal into Caitlyn
But I
Bard
mean,
is a challenge.
But the thing is, you get to put the Camille in the Bard lane, right? And so once you hit level 6, you can stop Bard from escaping anything if you want to. So it could be a difficult one for Kellen after a bit. And we'll see whether Diablo and Lehens can avoid falling too far behind early.
I like the draft a lot more here for Nongshim Red Force in this one. I think they have so many comfort picks across the board here. You mentioned Scout being a master of the Anivia. Diablo's Ezreal was something we feared as far back as Challengers when he was on Live Sandbox's youth squad.
Yep.
You know, we look at BNK's draft. They have good setup for the Rumble. They have a little bit of global presence to play around with this Rise, but the bottom lane leaves a lot to be desired here for me. The bottom side is the part where they have the really strong point. We'll see if they can play through it. The Camille's the big question mark. You know, what can Lehens do on this? He's been struggling a lot recently.
It has been a tough time for Lehens. My goodness, that is so much popcorn. What is he going to do with all that popcorn?
It says free popcorn's the best.
Oh, wow.
He got it for free.
He got that amount for free? Chijijuk, thank you so much. That's absolutely incredible. Just a gigantic amount of popcorn. If he's listening to the English broadcast, I can see him right here, actually. Oh man, that looks so good. All right, let's go to the Rift game 1. Yeah, popcorn, that's great.
You think he'll get through it throughout the series? You think he'll eat the whole thing?
Based on the pace that he's on right now, it may not make it through game 1.
I mean, you know, when you have a big bucket of popcorn when you go to the theater, you often get through a relatively small. It depends on the movie, though. But if this goes 3 games, I mean, it's at least 3 hours, right?
I mean he's going to need another box, I think. That's what I'm assuming. I think the Rise group is going to deliver here today.
I'm curious to see, like, what if you watch Titanic, what size he got. He might be a little too young to have watched Titanic in theater like you and I did, but
I think, it might have, unless it was a re-release. They do that in Korea quite often.
Yeah, that's true.
What was that? There was one recently that was very confusing as a re-release, but I can't quite remember what it was.
The amount of times Star Wars, the original trilogy, and even the prequels have been re-released is pretty crazy, as we have a wonky engage.
Yeah, Lehens going in, but does find himself kind of alone. Diablo also down to about 50%, so Taeyeon and Callan having a very good time so far in this lane.
Well, we'll keep you guys updated on Popcorn Guy as the night goes on.
It's looking at about 3/4, maybe a little more so far still left in the box. Diablo and Lehens looking for that level 2. They will be able to get it. Taeyeon unfortunately missed experience on 1 minion. Actually 2 by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's going to hurt because they want to have that level 2 to really continue to pressure here.
Kind of crazy.
And it's actually,
oh no, it's probably just 1 just because Kellen got solo experience for one of them.
It's like, you know, the matchup here for Diablo Lehens is they just really feel like they have a long leash they can play with. They got the level 2 advantage. Lehens happy with how his first hookshot engage went, and so as a result, they're kind of chilling, which I really didn't expect this matchup was going to be played that way, because when we see it like in the Legend group with Camille plus anyone into the Bard Caitlyn, it's rough.
Yeah. Normally it should be going pretty well, but not to be the case for now. And I think it's all about level up timings and things like that, the way the lane state was situated. Minions at this level can definitely allocate a fair bit of damage themselves. That's a great Cosmic Binding, though, as Diablo going to get headshotted, perhaps? No, not quite. It does at least get hit by the full Peacemaker.
Couldn't get the trap up in time for the combo there, as this is going to be Diablo having to head home. Kellen wants to stop him.
Oh, if he had just randomly thrown a Q over there into the alcove, that would have been so bad.
That could have lost the game for Nongshim. Interesting stat, by the way. The craziest thing I think I've seen today: Lehens Camille, 0-1. He has played the champion 1 time. It's Lehens.
That's kind of crazy.
That is insane to me. He played it obviously a lot more in Kespa Cup, but that's unreal. That stat. Like, you would think he'd be. You know, it wouldn't necessarily be a positive win rate because Nongshim are 9-16, but I would have thought like 5 games at minimum.
Yeah. Just hasn't been the one playing it. Has been playing into it, I assume, more often than not. But now you can see, I mean, the bottom side of the map is going just fine. Diablo is only a couple of CS behind. Is actually going to make it back to the lane before Taeyeon. And so you can see here at 27 is just going to be equalized. Kingen versus Clear in this top lane. Going just fine from either side. I don't think you're really going to be writing home about much. Mid lane is exactly the same situation. And so we're going to be glued to the jungle, Wolf.
We are. And where these junglers do decide to put down that pressure, path top side right now. See if those level 6 timings for those top laners end up being really impactful. Ooh, that barrier, you heard the sound,
even notice.
But you didn't see the shield.
Damn.
Really well timed by Diablo. That's a good sign. If you don't actually see that shield, it means you did it at the right moment.
Lens is going to wall dive onto Kellen. They take the magical journey. They're just looking for Diablo. Cosmic Binding to slow him down, and they'll get the flash out of the Ezreal here as Lehens just walks past with full health. Yeah, Taemin and Kellen are just running this lane.
Yeah, it was a bit of a slow start, but they got there eventually. And unfortunately for Diablo, he's now down both summoners. And Lehens is left alone to try to deal with this thinned out wave. Get that farm.
Yeah, he is at least going to be able to get the experience here, but that is plate number 1 going over to the Caitlyn.
The other thing about picking this Camille, I mean, it was a flex, right? Like, I'm not that well versed, I'll be honest with you guys, about Camille versus Rumble these days. Both those champions have been changed a lot since the last time they were popular mainstays. Like, Rumble was permanently banned for a really long time, but the bottom lane being pushed in always means that Lehens can't roam on Camille. So, like, half of the reason why you pick Camille is to get out there and get it done. CV Max is here, by the way, today.
Hi, CV Max.
I saw him early in the hallway, said hello to me. He seems like he's in a good mood. Not sure why he's here, but maybe just scouting for playoffs.
Just seeing what's going on. Has a bit of time. As DK are going to be waiting in the playoffs. Not having to worry about the play-ins this time around. Must feel good, as they were kings of the Rise group in the last season. Now being able to find a little bit more success and therefore get to a little bit of avoiding the
cool to see
rounds.
A coach, you know, just taking a day off, though, even in the most intense part of the season where you're prepping for playoffs and, you know, just kind of enjoying Ballpark from a different view as we have a bit of a fight here. Sponge getting low.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage. Does have to flash, but Vikler is going to get on top of him. Raptor is moving forward, but he's the first to go down. It's Lehens that gets the kill. Taemin, though, able to immediately answer back, and now Vikler will be able to put down that Camille. Scout at full health, but doesn't have a whole lot of mana here. As in this mid lane, it looks like Vikler is still going to be just okay, and will be able to take out this wave.
Yeah, just going to be able to crush this wave. Scout's super low on mana, so even with a stun, it's a good stun, but it won't mean anything really. As it's a kill for a Rise, a kill for a Caitlyn, and on the other side, Camille is the one who gets the money. So initially here, Sponge takes so much damage and misses this Q as well, so Raptor goes in. He's like, well, you're not going to be able to do anything. You don't have any mobility. He has to go to his teammate, so he's used all of his mobility, gets rooted here by Vikler. Then he goes back in, trying to burst down this Jarvan, and he is successful, right? He gets all that extra Q damage, sacrifices himself to get that kill, but Lehens dies on the exit, and it's just a bit of a disaster. The Caitlyn getting this ahead this early is what you want if you're BNK, but not what you're necessarily able to normally accrue as an advantage like this one.
Yeah, especially in a skirmish like that. It's not really the time where the Caitlyn is the most powerful. She's normally about wave manipulation and controlling the bottom lane. And does now manage to get 1-0-1 on the scoreboard. So Taemin very happy with how this game's going.
No barrier for Diablo now. At least he's able to complete his back. But, I mean, look at the items. It's Berserker's Greaves and a Longsword, and now the Sheen is there. Was not there in that moment right before. But, you know, the disparity in terms of power level right now is quite high.
Yeah, what is Taemin actually able to purchase? A pickaxe as well on this back. That is a lot of power here for the Caitlyn.
Very strong. This Rise is going to be a little bit accelerated, but obviously comes online much later as a real damage threat, so that's not the end of the world. Scout will just clear wave still. It's not like his match was ruined by this Swifties pickup here or anything like that.
Yeah. He also manages to get Catalyst first, so I think that Scout is probably pretty happy with how this one's going. But Nongshim looking to start off some grubs, and an Ambessa with some grubs going to feel absolutely fantastic. So that is good news if they're able to lock that one down. It looks like there is going to be no contest as Raptor is hanging out towards that bottom side of the map. And look at this, Diablo doesn't know where the Jarvan is. They've got so much vision. Look at BNK's vision around that Dragon Pit. It is kind of absurd, and that's why the Ezreal is forced under this inner turret.
Yeah, you got your grubs. Now watch what a Caitlyn does without them to your turret. And
yeah,
it's pretty rough. Raptor is still here with Cataclysm. And so Kellen, by the way, also about to be able to turn this turret off. He is like 1 minion away from getting Tempered Fate, significantly faster than Lehen's having his ultimate. They're just trying to force a scrap here. They have so much control, and Sponge needs to be careful. No flash.
Gonna get knocked up here, and I don't know what his answer is going to be outside of that kick. So he does use it, gets rid of Raptor. Kellen not able to get a flash play or anything like that. Doesn't actually have the summoner spell available.
It's crazy. Kellen, if he got any experience from anywhere, he would have been able to set up a Tempered Fate to get a kill on that play. 1000% if he has it.
I think he might have got it from killing a ward just then, because he does now have Tempered Fate available.
I don't think those give XP anymore.
All right, so he might have got it from the mid lane or something like that. But it was a very small amount of experience.
Yeah, he needed like anything to die near him that actually gives XP, but Kellen has it now, and he's like, Diablo, you're pretty far up, and that's if I say so, that's not a turret actually for a few seconds.
All right, so first dragon goes over to BNK Furex. Second one is going to be an Infernal, and you know what that means. It's definitely a Cloud Soul.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
Casting with you, so.
It's got to be the Earth, Wind, and Fire. I've been denied my Earth, Wind, and Fires. I've been very confident about them, and they just haven't come through. It's been often just Chemtech instead, which is just very sad.
Last game of the season, it's going to pull through for you. The last series, it's not the last game.
I really appreciate the positive attitude. That's what we need to covet. That's what I'm into. That's all right. Scout just very comfortably clearing out waves over and over again. Does find a really nice stun. This is what he's been doing to our Rise players over and over again. It's just walling them off, getting guaranteed stuns, and always having the wave clear necessary. And it's good to see that he still has exactly that prepared for this game on the Anivia. Zwickler's going to have that back.
He'll go home one day. One day he'll go home. That might be right now, actually. But second time, Scout has annoyed him with a pesky stun.
Oh, Public Execution is just put on cooldown for fun.
Oh, if he got that catch there, would have been so massive because they have so many people here. They're still looking for
Tempered Fate. Yeah, in goes Sponge. Tempered Fate does come down, but I don't know whether that's necessarily helping. Immediate flash out from Clear. Great block from Kellen, but that's only going to give Sponge a Q target, and down will go the Bard. They'll just take whoever's in front and be happy with the kill.
Yeah, Kellen saves the Rumble. I don't know what it means because they still get a kill. They still have control over this turret. Now, Caitlyn is pushing the bottom turret here. It is a bit of a turret race, and with Kingen still having TP, he's going to defend this, so it looks like Yongshan will eventually get that first turret on the top side.
Yeah, they immediately have Kingen go into a trap, but that's going to be fine.
Like I said, it was a little bit healthier than I thought. Still has 2 plates left, and they do disperse. So I spoke a bit soon on that one. Still a lead in terms of plates here for B&K. Clear doesn't have an equalizer, and there's so many people up here. Kellen wants to use the Tempered Fate to save the day, but he's just not able to do it, as Clear just can't escape while he's in there. Len's just waiting for his opportunity to look for an ult. Kellen blocks, and then just finds himself dead. As a result, there's no way Raptor can turn this play. There are so many members up there on the top side. They're all up there.
And it has to be said, turning off your own turret is generally not a good idea.
Yeah.
But it was difficult to hit that Tempered Fate onto just Clear without accidentally hitting the turret as well. So a little bit unfortunate for the Bard. Probably wanted to have Clear in a different spot if we wanted to lock that one down. But coordinating that is just real hard.
There's just so many members there that, like, if you try to catch the whole team, you can't catch the whole team. And so the turret is large. It was quite a complex situation to play out. But Kellen, at least he pressed R. He did try to do it.
All right, Kingen back towards his top side now.
This is Taeyun saying, you know, I'm just going to get plates somewhere else. He's level 9 right now. He is very big in this game. And he's collecting. He's getting all the money, and he's hoping to get some takedowns to actually collect with his collector. But right now, still collecting plates on the push, forcing a reaction here. Now, in the bottom lane, Diablo has some free farm over into this Rumble, and actually has a jungler set up. They might try to kill Clear again. Got away last time with the sacrifice of Kellen. They're not going to commit this time around, though.
Yeah, doesn't have flash, but does have a turret, so he'll be okay.
Equalizer, too.
As Zwickler is finding this lane more and more annoying by the looks of things. That stun is going to miss, but the Glacial Storm. Scout just pulls the minions into it. And yeah, laning into the Anivia, ladies and gentlemen. It's just not that interactive at this stage of the game. As Kingen grabs another plate.
It's going to proc an Overgrowth. And they're grouping on the other side of the map right now. Kellen with his ult back up, looking to try to potentially get this turret off of this wave. Not this one, but the one that's on their team that's coming down. And when this huge crash with the cannon minion, I think they will get it. What did Nongshim do? Do they cross map onto the Rumble again, or they try to muster up a defense? Like, I think this turret is just go on. I think it's just done.
And now Sponge is looking for a red buff, and it looks like Raptor wants to disallow that from happening as well. And that will lose patience. That's a Realm Warp. And it's not actually going to be taken, but it still will be BNK FearX grabbing back control of this Brambleback.
Yeah, even going to get it without the smite after having full control there. Sponge wants to look for a punish here onto Vikla, but he's not able to get into Q range. Doesn't have flash. They don't want to ward hop. Now going in.
Yeah, Lahen's going to find an angle, but the double knockup from Raptor is absolutely fantastic. He's put into the ultimatum, though, but look at Vikla's damage. Kind of absurd. Still they're going to lose Raptor, but Vikla now just doing whatever he wants in this battle. Nice stun from Scout, though. Have they found the turn? The answer is not quite in the nick of time, but still, Scout is able to find that kill, and now he's on the board.
Scout saving the day there with a 6 stun. That's why he picks this into the Rise. It's not just for lane. He's doing it in the team fight there as well. A little skirmish in this early game. Gets a little bit messy. So look at Lahen's engage here, gets turned on, but then he's able to Hextech ultimate a Raptor, just gets stunned here. But look at all the damage that's coming out from Kellen and Vikla at the same time. Sponge just gets pushed down. Vikla splashes onto him here, and as he tries to chase Lahen, watch this. Scout gets the double stun, and they're both in his ultimate, so taking so much damage. Vikla is barely able to get one last Q off there to get the kill. Otherwise, this would have been even worse.
I actually kind of think that if Lahen's had have just wall dove straight back into him, it might have even been worse.
Yes. I agree.
Would have been crazy. All right, Raptor is going to have to flag and drag to get himself out of here. Sponge still looking for the angle. He finds that Q, but doesn't actually go back in on it. Oh my lord. Okay, BNK FearX is going to be pushed away from this dragon.
Yeah.
Drakes look to be evened out here. Nongshim staying in this one.
Scout having a day out. Now, it's crazy to me that bottom turret's still alive. I don't think that should be the case, but it is still up. And they're still in a playthrough as they're going to ult Lahen's, but no one's here. They could have just ulted the dragon, but also their jungler. I don't know. Okay.
All right. Oh my god! I knew it.
He knew it.
And by I knew it, I mean I'm really glad that it happened. That's what I really mean.
Had a large,
thank you very much.
Large chance of success.
Yep. We're going to groove tonight. I think it's about 25%.
It is actually 25%. That's pretty high for someone just making statements like that.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. All right, Lahen's now looking for this top lane and decides instead that he'll save that adventure for another day.
Taeyun had the push on the bottom lane and decided to drop it to help contest with the Brambleback. And I guess he was trying to leave it up to also deny farm from Diablo, but instead he's just gave Diablo a little bit longer to have a safe haven to farm into, and then now that turret is still up and they didn't get the money from it, and they're at risk of losing first brick themselves now. I don't want to over-index on this any further, but it is crazy to me that turret is still alive. We're going to see a TP flank here from King in.
Yeah, Lahen's actually immediately starting off this fight. Puts Raptor in the Hextech ultimatum. True Shot Barrage not exactly doing the most here as Public Execution going to miss from King in, and he gives away his position. The rest of BNK just reform the Phalanx, but Scout doing a lot of work. Sponge going to be put in the Cataclysm, but just kicks Raptor out of it. And the disengage will be successful, but they do not claim control of this river.
Yeah, this is going to be the Herald here for BNK since Sponge is so low and is flashless now. He just needs to leave. Diablo trying to get control back of this mid wave, but Vikla's going to come over here and clear these waves instead just to make sure they have full control over the map. Diablo getting pushed down.
Yeah. Vikla is almost able to find another Rune Prison there.
If he had...
Diablo is still burning.
If he had Summoner spells, Diablo dies 1000% there. Well, so would have Sponge, I suppose, as well.
Yeah.
So maybe he would have then not had them because he killed the Lee Sin. But either way, Vikla cannot actually secure the kill, but gets a lot of push there. And now Taeyun is just going to pick up right where he right where he left off and push this huge wave in here that no one is answering currently.
1.4K now the lead for the Caitlyn.
They could set up for a pretty quick Herald push into that turret. Might want to save it for an upcoming team fight for Dragon, for example, instead. But a lot of gold just waiting to be taken here for BNK in this game that's currently dead even in gold.
Let's see who can actually make the first big lead here in this game. It's Lahen's not with the Hextech ultimatum just yet. Isn't able to trap Kellen in the river. But Taeyun just parked in this mid lane very, very happily, getting these waves shoved in over and over again. BNK I think they can kind of set the pace as much as they would like. But Nongshim might be able to find an opportunistic fight, right? And Sponge, I think, has been getting his eye in as this game has gone. I think his early few skirmishes didn't look very good. Did find some angles after that. As Lahan's going to get tempered faded.
This time there's follow-up.
Yeah, it does get knocked up. Oh, never mind. Actually just going to throw down the ulti, but I don't think it's going to save him. And in fact, he's just dead.
Okay, well, Caster Curse strikes again, but does end up getting his 4th death of the game on this Camille. And it's just Herald time. You know, there's no support here, no punish. They decide to send it bottom lane, though.
Where are we driving here, Raptor?
Bottom
he
lane.
is just going to get the charge into this bottom lane turret that had 0 health anyway.
But now they have to defend, and
oh dear! Okay, yeah, Sponge is just dead. Cataclysm is going to come down on top of Kingen as well. He's going to try and keep himself alive. Scout making his way over. The Magical Journey comes in. That is a dead Jarvan, and now Kellen will be following suit, possibly a kill to go over to Diablo. Yeah, that wasn't the Herald that you really wanted to get into.
By the way, Taeyun, what I was going to say is they're pushing both solo lanes right now with Taeyun in the mid lane and then the Clear in the top lane on the Rumble. In this case, it's often Kingen we're talking about.
Clear is also looking to kill the hens. He needs a Q.
He just respawned.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was going to say, while they defend, they're going to lose a lot of stuff in the top and mid lane. They kind of, sort of defended, but lost their turret there, lost mid turret, and are practically losing the turret in top lane. And we'll get this turret back here as Scout continues to push into Vikla. It's kind of been a year of Vikla and Scout situation in this game. They're both playing really well individually.
I would agree.
As this was pretty funny to watch how this one went down. As then they decide to go on to Raptor here, or at least like they're thinking about it, and then they just get... It's not even Actualizer, they just get Vikla. He's pretty big on this Rise in this game.
Yeah.
Scout's not here yet, so they could have actually won the fight if he was there, and as you see when he does show up, they do.
Whoa, we've got even more fights happening here as the Tempered Fate is going to lock down Lahan's. Hextech Ultimatum does come in. Wall is down, it's a good stun as Raptor is able to flash out of the way of that True Shot Barrage, and now Kingen, can you find the public execution this time as Vikla is going to get jumped on? Equalizer is in an awkward spot, but Kingen is still trying to bounce around the back of this fight, puts himself inside the wall so he can flash over it. That was sick, and Sponge just murders himself.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Arm guard at the ready. Vikla
is now, oh no, he's in a cage. Diablo's able to get that kill. Really beautiful wall.
This is a Rise group game.
All right, the flash from Taeyun just shoots Kingen and he's very, very dead. Now Lahan's looking for an angle towards his backline, but a couple of bullets will take care of the Camille as well.
Speedy Rumble!
Yeah, Clear is making his way in. Can he find some harpoons onto Diablo? The answer is going to be no. But the answer is also no about Nongshim doing anything about this dragon.
Speedy Rumble! That's all I've got to add in this game. It's not a thinking man's game. It's not an analyst's game. It's a play-by-plays game, you know?
I think they forgot that Taeyun could do shooting.
Yeah, that is a bit of an issue. So the game plan for BNK has been farming Lahan's. He keeps respawning around this spot on the map.
Yeah.
And it's Kellen who keeps trying to get him. They actually got him 4 times, and then since then he's kind of been able to wiggle his way out of this. This Equalizer left a lot to be desired here. It makes it a little bit awkward for Diablo to play this fight, but otherwise pretty low value. Clear's forced to flash over the wall here, and as Sponge tries to kill him, he just goes golden and then goes back in with a TP after escaping. That's a really nice catch here on the Vikla, who wants to go for the play on the King in there, but didn't have vision, not able to snipe the Ambessa. And then Taeyun does the shooting, which is, like you said, you know, maybe something they had forgotten about. Lahan's tries to go back in, like Sponge before him, and might, you know, I guess you could say meets the same fate, a little bit different who killed him there, but...
And it was also a bit of a miscommunication, right? Lahan's is going in, and Scout is putting up a wall so they can leave.
Yeah.
Showing that Nongshim haven't really got that in-fight communication down pat just yet.
It's such an important series. It's such a high-stakes game where you really want to prove yourself here. But it's getting a little bit chaotic. It's getting a little bit broken down here for Nongshim. This is what we said. They got the caliber of player, but the teamwork sometimes in question.
Yeah, that's going to be the most important after the dust has settled. Scout can actualize.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit longer here for Vikla, who just finishes his rod, so finds himself a full level behind post rod completion here. Scout, 0 deaths.
He is a monster.
He is quite experienced in terms of what he's been picking up on the map. Is once again trying to find Sponge here.
Yeah, Vikla is going to find Lahens as well. There's some low health bars on Nongshim, but Vikla is now running an awkward way. Does have Kellen there. He can set up a magical journey as now Diablo is kind of separated from the rest of the team.
B&K were just like, what are they doing? They just kind of like left.
I have to admit, I was kind of there with them.
Yeah. Scout's TP, if they went back, if they tried to run back, could have been, you know, he catches them there. He's able to set up a lot of damage. He has his actualizer. Maybe they end up, like if B&K just tried to walk up back through their jungle to escape that situation, they would have run into an Anivia and maybe, you know, Scout picks up like a triple kill. And the fate of this game has changed. Instead, he used his TP and didn't get any value out of it, and B&K maintained their 1,500 gold lead.
Yeah, and now Taeyun has got 3 items. So wanting to hit 4, obviously, to feel really good about the whole situation, but Vikla is going to be turned on in this bottom side and does just Realm Warp his way out. And Kellen has a magical journey, so he's really catching him there.
2 minutes of Nongshim play has just been them almost getting things and trying really hard to pick people, but just not finding them.
And now Lahens possibly in trouble again. This time Fate's Call is not going to connect. The Sponge goes for the kick play, actually boots Vikla into the wall and then just dies. Public execution, let's go for it again. This time it's successful as down goes the Rise. Taeyun now trying to stay in position, immediately clear. Comes on in but does get CC'd. Kingen bouncing around the battlefield and Taeyun claims another life. Diablo trying to get these Mystic shots in, but Raptor is able to get himself out and it's more kills. Over to this Caitlyn with those 3 items. Scout is actually playing this one very well though, as I don't know about this one from Kellen, but there's aren't a lot of cooldowns, as Taeyun will be able to kill this egg. Yeah, splat goes that one.
Yeah, I think that might have been the backbreaking play for B&K.
I don't think their back was feeling fantastic either before that.
Yeah.
Nongshim's, that is.
Yeah, it's not... Ooh, so we're doing the thing where we try to catch Lahens with a Tempered Fate, but he avoids it this time. So then Nongshim are like, all right, they're on Tempered Fate, let's go in. Sponge just gets re-engaged on, and then finally Kingen hits an ult, except he doesn't really like the full end result here. Does, on the initial play, find that success, and as Lahens is going on to clear with a hook shot, then ulting Raptor, he just dies. Clear has his Zonias completed, and, you know, Taeyun is reminding Nongshim that he shoots at the...
Yeah.
Scout plays this really well. Has the zoning here for Raptor, gets the stun onto Kellen. Kellen's trying to burst him down. He gets the kill there before he ends up going into egg and then dying. But, I mean, it's his first death of the game, and I think it's his first egg of the game. I just don't really have anything bad to say about how Scout is playing individually. I think it'd be an insult to do so. He's actually playing incredibly well, but the team needs to work together a little bit better.
And Sponge, I mean, he's still going for things. You can see he's in position to try for a play. As now Scout looking for Raptor, gets put into the Tempered Fate as the Equalizer goes down. Not exactly great synergy there. Actually elects to go golden as the Peacemaker flies over the top. Oh my god! Taeyun just executes him from about a 3rd health with 1 headshot. True Shot Barrage is just truly not the Ezreal doing very much. As it turns out, he's put down by Raptor, and B&K FearX, I think they can just march up this mid lane and break open this game.
It has been, you know, it's 27.5 minutes in this game. It's been non-stop action. 29 kills in this one, but B&K just started winning more and more as Nongshim's attempts to find some sort of coordination got worse and worse as these players got more and more fed. And they're now trying to siege up with this Caitlyn to end the game. 15 seconds on Scout, and I think they just have enough damage.
Yeah, Taeyun able to create that distance. Into the backline goes Lahens, and Taeyun, I'm pretty sure he's just saying, you miss me, boys? Because I haven't died this game. I'm 10-0-4, and you waved goodbye to me all those weeks ago. B&K FearX 1-0 in our final best of 3 of the season.
Vikla with one of his best games over the last half of the season on the rise, but the story was about the lack of coordination from Nongshim. They had a great comp, and they were able to seemingly get out of the Caitlyn laning phase where Diablo was put down. It was really struggling to farm. They had those scrappy team fights around the red buff. They were able to fight back a little bit, but could not actually ultimately really win decisive fights or ever get back map control despite Scout's best efforts. And Lehen's, the most I feel like he did this game, unfortunately, was sometimes surviving Kellen's engages on him, but most of the time actually not surviving those.
Yeah.
The Camille pick, which was his second of the year here in LCK, just did not hit.
It didn't. He was able to do some separating of some of the bad guys, but ultimately they weren't able to get very much done. Vikla did the most damage in the game. Taeyeon very, very close behind, but this rise was gigantic. And you can see, based on the gold, they were always basically in the lead, but those last couple of fights really did push them over the edge, and they wasted no time in finishing this game off. 28 minutes is actually on the shorter side for this season. And Taeyeon looking pretty comfortable here as they walk and get a little bit of rest before game number 2. We're going to do the same thing. It's time for us to take a break. The Space is then going to break down this first game, and then we will have potentially the final game of the day and the final regular season game of the season. It's ridiculous. We'll see you after the break.
오데오 봐봐 이거.
야, 나 에고 삼았다 여기서.
형 거기.
봐줄래.
나 애니비아 좀 볼게.
애니비아. 되게 못하.
애니비아 좋아. 애니비아 잡았어. 애니비아 잡았어.
앞라인사 해봐. 앞라인사 봐줘 이거 뒤에.
애니비아 잡았어.
천천히 볼게.
야 와봐. 나 속박 됐어.
나 스킬 없어. 앞에서 폴 있어.
오케이. 얘들아 미드가 더 끝날만 해 진짜로. 미드 갈래? 다들 여기 집 끊어줄래? 앞에다?
넘으면 40초. 그냥 바로 형하는 게 낫잖아.
바로 아니 30초나 해보자.
태훈이 형 한번 들어줘.
해보자. 그냥 끝날 것 같아. 라클 못해.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space here at Chijijik Lol Park for potentially the final game of the LCK regular season in 2026. BNK FearX, they wake up, the macro in the mid-game, then shut the door on Nongshim. They're up 1-0 and in control of their destiny in the play-in rankings. It was a slow one, but ultimately goes the way of the Foxes.
It was a disaster, to be honest. I feel like, you know, Taeyun was just like opening his mouth and waiting for the moment, and then like Nongshim, they literally just ran into his mouth, right? Like he was just getting all the free kills as a Caitlyn. And you know what happens when Caitlyn gets fed in the early game, right? Like there's no way that you can like bounce back. And I think like they had such a great early game comp, and it doesn't make any sense that like they couldn't be able to snowball from the early game.
Yeah, I mean, there's, you know, it was a steady game like early on, and as soon as they realized, oh, there's some fish is running the rift. So as what he said, he was opened the mouth, and they were just waiting. They were just farming. They were fishing, and that was a main strategy, and that's how it get really fat.
I mean, again, the trade that has tied these two teams together, it seems to be one of the two getting ahead and being the win condition. In this case, Taeyun able to do so on the Caitlyn. But it did require some plays and did require some macro here. That's what we're going to hop on into in our replays. The first one, though, fight around the Drake.
Yeah, we've got some early shenanigans from between these two teams. And I think the main point of of all this sequence is that the counterpunch from BNK FearX was on point. I feel like as Lee Sin, Camille, jungle support duo, you have to like look for some angles in the early game, right? But I think every single time when they look for some skirmishes in the early game, Kalen and Raptor was there as well.
Yeah, I mean, even this fight was a really close. It begins of 2v2 rather, and it turns really fun for Caitlyn because she was like farming just 1v1 in bottom, and Ezreal moved up because like Ezreal got pushed out from the Caitlyn. It's just like lane phase. I think the first also from the first clip, the Diablo like actually recognizing so late the fight is over, the play is over. He should have just came back to the down and the push bottom, like make sure Kate actually lose the creeps. Like that was a huge job. But I think that recognizing the individual job there was like so late that actually caused like so much. That Caitlyn was upper CS, had the leading the kill scores and also EXP and the gold as well. Like that was it was enough to actually accelerated the game to 14.
Yeah, and you know, on the opposite side for Nongshim, it did feel like Scout was doing solid. He was deathless, he was scaling on the Anivia, and then these series of plays here by BNK FearX, they make happen and also capitalize from the missteps by Nongshim.
Yeah, I think initially it was really bad position by Lee Hans, which is not optimal, and after that I really like the usage of this header from BNK FearX. So they try to flick it because they have enemy team has Anivia, which means that they can always block the mid turret with the wall. So that's why they went to bot lane. But the main point is that like whole Nongshim squad is going for bot lane to defend this header, but the play is already over.
Yeah.
So now you are fully committed on the bot side, which means that you have to take a fight and win cleanly. But it turns out they just trade some kills, and while this is happening, look at the mid and look at the top lane. Now they're just getting free mid turret and free gold on the top lane as well.
Yeah, this is 2-4-2. Like this is like exactly opposite what happened from like Highlight 1, right? The Caitlyn job and Rumble job is not, you know, actually go to bottom and then I want to fight as well. Their job is to try to push the turret get the mid turret down, they push the top, so they actually lose the creeps. And if you had TP mid, I think it was really, really clever play from BNK there. Actually just moved to bottom, and then it was like circus, right? It's like really positive circus there.
So it's like, it seems like they're just trading kills, right? So, well, it's fine for Nongshim, no? But the whole point is that they have Lee Sin Camille, which is not gonna have a good time in the mid-late game. So you should be able to have an insane lead in the early game. So that makes your game much easier. But now, like as you could see, like it was such a great macro move by BNK FureX. They're already done with their plays, right? So I think Nongshim had to just drop some plays and try to make the tempo on the other side of the map, but they didn't. They were just keep chasing for the kills, and at the end, you got nothing.
The Nongshim Red Fours were like bulls, right? Bulls, Matadors will wave the red cape in front of them, and that's what BNK did to them. They waved the red cape all around and said, we're not going to give you the fight we want. Maybe they'll get it here in game number 2, potentially the final game of the season.
Let us find out, Digon. We'll just have to see whether Nongshim can bounce back from that one, because it looked like a pretty total defeat, to be perfectly honest. Felt like they did kind of get what they wanted, and then unfortunately weren't able to use it to pick up a win.
There were a lot of weird metaphors in that desk, but
yeah,
I just kind of, have you seen the old Disney Pinocchio?
Yeah.
Do you remember Monstro the whale?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that analogy about feeding the Caitlyn and the big mouth open, it just reminded me of Monstro the whale. I think now Nongshim are inside Monstro the whale.
Well,
and they're gonna have to like make a fire and get him to sneeze.
Yeah, exactly, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It was really hard finding enough dry wood, though, if I remember correctly. We'll see whether they can actually manage to figure something like that out, because getting outside of the inside of a whale is not something that I imagine many of these players have had very much experience doing, but they're going to have to figure it out now. This analogy has gone far enough, and I should probably stopped it when you stopped it, but I didn't. And now, we're just waiting for Champion Select to save us from this analogy.
Yeah. All right. Yep, surely it'll come up soon. Okay, here we go. Nongshim first pick.
Okay, so they're going to be on the red side. And BNK FureX, now that they do not have right of first selection, they are going to choose blue side, but maybe first pick will be able to help Nongshim figure it out, I guess. This draft, I think, is going to have to show us something interesting. Really give us a bit of an idea as to how this is going to get turned around, because it was looking real dicey in the first one. The Nocturne, surprisingly, fell all the way through the draft. We'll see whether that does happen again.
I more than draft, I just want to see this team coordinate. And you would think with Lehens at the helm, you know, that's the assumption. He's the biggest voice here, but with his performances right now, it's kind of like when Barrel had his fall off, where maybe the voice wasn't being trusted. The leadership seems to be in question in terms of what we're seeing in the Rift.
I would have
drafting
trusted
something like, I know you would have. I would have too, to be fair. Maybe something like an Annie Wukong in a Rise Group special. Ooh. You know, maybe something a little simpler, where you just kind of
Kizaja?
Yeah. Keep it simple, Rise Group.
All right, let's see whether they do follow those instructions. The Orianna Cassio are both going to be banned away here by BNK FureX. The Vi is already banned, though. Often we see this as one of our second pick bans. They will have a bit of added flexibility. Double bans onto Raptor. I think he's probably pretty happy to get his hands onto a doggo, though. The Neferia has been something that Raptor has found a lot more success on this end of the season.
Nautilus ban.
Okay, Kellen not going to see that one. It is one of Lehens' favorites, so it's kind of interesting that we see it banned so early on.
Could ban Lulu, I suppose.
Yeah, I think
Nocturne is available still, but...
Is that what the idea is, though? Because you see a Nautilus ban and you're expecting Yunara Lulu to be slammed immediately.
Yeah, that's my feeling, but since they have first pick, you know, they'd only pick the Lulu first. And now there's no Nocturne Lulu. You don't have to first pick the Lulu, of course. You could go for something else. The Lucian. It's just one Lulu, but it's okay.
All right.
Feels like we're headed to another Lucian, Emilio, Yunara, Lulu game. It was the Kog'Maw we saw in the previous series, though.
Yep.
But Taeyun doesn't like that. He wants to play Yunara.
Yeah, I think Yunara Lulu is just fine. Lucian Emilio should theoretically win the 2v2, but with jungle support, that's when things get a little bit murky. And I think that Raptor has definitely been a little bit more proactive in the earlier stages. Lehens is obviously going to get the Melio, but what are they going to pair alongside this? Maybe getting their hands onto a priority jungler would be the idea. Pantheon has been banned, though.
Yeah.
So is the Vi and Nocturne.
I just feel like there's a lot of picks you can play in mid lane with this that are really good. Like Taliyah, for example. But in this draft, you can't really lock something like that in right now. And if you go for a jungle pick here, Nefiri could be the way you want to play it because you have that quick burst to get the Lucian that takedown right at the beginning of the fight, but it's a little bit ambiguous the way this draft is going to play out because you don't have you don't have bottom prio necessarily. I like this actually a lot more.
Yeah, I like this too.
Because now you at least have another strong win con to play through, even if your Lucian Melio doesn't get jungle attention and isn't running away with the bottom lane.
Well, do they choose to counterpick top lane, or are they going to lock in a priority jungler here on the side of BNK Furex? That is my question. This would be the time that you can get yourself a Jax or a Kled or a Vayne, and the Vayne will be the lock-in.
That was such a cool camera shot, by the way, we had of the top jungle there, which is the matchup in question there.
Yep.
And then it zoomed in and then faded into Raptor's view there as, into Clear's view as the Vayne was locked in. Very sick to see. So the blind Olaf might get punished. We'll see what mid picks get removed here now. Akali for Twisted Fate trade.
I don't know whether I like Akali into Olaf. It's not my favorite, and it will make this draft pretty wonky for BNK Furex, depending on what they lock in for Vikla and for Raptor. This is a chance for Nongshim to put themselves together a team fighting composition that can really slam them down hard in the mid game.
There is no Anivia, as a wall, but there is still the Taliyah as a possible option here, which doesn't have strong jungle pairings though, with no Vi, no Pantheon. I'm curious where Vikla will head with this one. This final ban will likely be towards him, but it could also be a jungle ban.
Yep. And Scout thinning out the mid pool, I think, is probably going to benefit him more than Vikla. But instead, they are going to get rid of the Nefiri. Not something that they really want because they do want setup CC coming from the jungle. But I imagine they'd be fearing it alongside the Lulu.
Yeah. Do they just take Xin and say, well, we have a front line now. It's a strong blind jungle pick. No. Annie.
And counterpick for Raptor as well is kind of interesting. We'll see where he does decide to go. Obviously, still threatening a Trundle or something like that if Kingen did want to pick up a tank, but he's already playing Olaf.
Man makes more sense now.
Okay. Is Scout going to pull out the newly buffed Azir?
Yes.
That is our question.
I think he is. I think he's doing it.
Man, it's been a while since we've commentated an Azir game. Scout is going to do it.
It's been one of the most prevalent picks in Pro for the entirety of Azir's existence. And it's been, I think, the longest stretch where we haven't seen him.
Yeah.
We get the graphic?
Probably. I imagine we will. I'm kind of hoping that we do.
Yeah. This is going to be the Xin here. Now, if you play Wukong into this, it's pretty weak early, even though it's good with the Annie. I actually kind of like Trundle here.
Yeah, I would have minded.
Olaf on the other side, too. You could help shred through those resistances. You have tons of 80 damage with the Vayne and the Yunara if you Trundle ult the Olaf while he's running at you. But it's Rise Group, so we're going to keep it simple, Rise Group.
It's Wukong Annie, baby.
Yeah. I like Trundle here, though. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about, Raptor. Yes! You lock that in.
Let's see whether he actually does. Hovering it. There it is. We asked for it, and we will receive our Trundle. Good matchup into the Xin Zhao, as you mentioned already. And yes, can strip the resistances of this Olaf, who does get buffed up when he does press his R button.
I mean, the Trundle that has a wild growth cast on him is also just temporarily basically a Cyclone. I mean, it works the same way.
There you go. You don't get to recast it, but at least you get to cast it once.
It doesn't persist either on the ground or is not able to move and follow, but in that one frame.
You can also set up some pretty fun condemn angles as well.
Yeah.
If your aim is correct with the pillar. So some cool stuff can come through between Clear and Raptor as well. I think we'll take some finesse to play it.
I think this draft for Nongshim is the same thing we said all game one for Nongshim and this player.
Oh, by the way, we had a question in chat. This is really important. I'm sorry to interrupt, but they were asking, do we have an update on Popcorn Guy? He is about halfway through the box.
Yeah, I'd say like just a little over halfway. As well. Like
I would say that he's slowed down a little bit, but our last game was only 28 minutes long, so it wasn't exactly a big one.
He needs a 3-gamer to finish, I think. But I was just say, this draft for Nongshim is all about Scout. They gave him the Azir for a reason. He was their best performing player in game 1, and he has to carry them across the line in this draft.
Yeah, and he's also playing base skin Azir as well. Oh, fantastic. Let's go into the Rift game 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. The Emperor has returned, as Scout will be playing it here in potentially Nongshim's final game of, what, it's not their final game. They're going to play-ins regardless.
Yeah, both of these teams are, but...
Yeah, never mind. It is still...
Their final game of the regular season.
Final game of the regular season of 2026. There you go. Tried to get all narrative on it and just like completely botched it, but that's okay.
Will they be on the first or the second team interview?
There you go. And will they have the momentum moving towards these play-ins as well, which can be very volatile, especially with KT moving on in there as well.
And for Bro, watching this, they really need this Nongshim win.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they lose first place of the Rise group and will fall to second.
Isn't it? Is it not? Yeah, it's second, right? With a loss. So BNK Furex will be first. And so some heals being traded here. Even a barrier on both 80 carries has been removed. And these health bars looking somewhat similar. Taeun with access to the wave, though, always a scary prospect.
Yeah, a little bit scary when Kellen can operate on this brush as well. They are going to get control. And Taeun's got his Q stacked.
Yep. Slurkle not going to quite find the mark. But we'll be able to continue hitting things. Got all those orbs built up. And Diablo actually taking the rough end of that trade, as we can see. Kellen just trying to help out as best he can here in this lane. And Taeun, he's missing a bit of CS, but he is making sure that Nongshim are struggling as well. At least he gets the cannon. Yeah, this is a lot of minions to deal with as well. But let's see whether Nongshim can lock this one down. He's just wandering on in. Campfire goes down, and Taeun just going to get into the alcove and die. Realized that there was no real way for him to do anything about this, and now Raptor's moving on forward, but Diablo wants to punish Kellen, needs a couple more autos, but Kellen does have the shield to keep himself alive. I mean, Nongshim on the board early.
Tries to bait him in there, but Diablo does not take the bait, doesn't flash for a kill, and find himself into the waiting arms of Raptor there. He's happy to take the kill there for the Xin on a really nice punish play. Watching this again, I mean, look how quickly Sponge is able to wrap around, and by the time they realize there is just nothing that they can do. The Campfire practically useless, honestly, in this play, but it looked really cool. And, it's just all Sponge. He's the one who gets the kill. They almost get this onto Kellen. He has that shield. Diablo does not flash for the play, which is the correct call.
I would say so. And Taeun also didn't blow his flash. Kellen as well didn't need to. So they retain a fair bit of control for that reason. And now they're looking to try and punish Diablo. The Relentless Pursuit comes in, does get Polymorph, goes for the flash, and Raptor is dead. Diablo is going to pick it up, and they were unable to get the kill. Oh, grats on getting the flash, I guess.
All right, Atlas. A little bit messier here in the early game of this one for the side of BNK. So put some win rates up here.
Oh, look at Diablo dashing on for it, but does not find the angle to go all in. Level 4 gained for the Lucian. He's still looking a little worse for wear.
His barrier is coming back up pretty soon, and also Taeun is pretty low on mana, so if BNK are going to win this 2v2, they're going to have to do it really efficiently, and they're going to have to do it very quickly.
Well, Vikla now taking some damage as well, as Wind Becomes Lightning will not connect from Sponge. Good sidestep from Vikla. BNK Furex kind of licking their wounds. And it was really interesting because even though Nongshim picked up first blood before, they didn't actually get a gold lead because of it.
Yeah.
Vikla had just shoved a wave in to scout. He has managed to catch up, but not all the way. As you can see, still a 10 CS margin. And the top lane as well is going well for BNK Furex. It's just that they make too many of these mistakes. Things are going to be real rough.
The pillar doesn't really do anything here because Lucian has the dash, so he just kind of dashes past it and makes this face.
It's like I don't need any help.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what he said, but because I was talking over at the same time, so my active
It was
listening
something
canceled.
like that. All right, Kellen going to face check and die. And they're going to look for Taeyeon as well. Diablo chasing after him. Press the attack. Getting stacked up as now Raptor is potentially in trouble as well. Pillar goes down. That's going to slow up Diablo, but he still picks up the kill. And now he's on a killing spree. It's 4-0 here in this early game. And Nongshim, oh man, I think we might be going to that third game. I think Popcorn Guy may need to get a refill.
He's getting closer to halfway. He's about almost exactly halfway right now. Is Vikla going to
Scout going to be able to find the Emperor's Divide here. Tibbers is fighting the Pigeon though. Bear versus Bird, often quite good for the Bear. As now Lahens is in trouble. Kellen looking to chase after him.
Surely Kellen doesn't flash. He's got heal advantage. Oh no, don't do it. Ugh. Diablo gets a 4th kill off of Kellen trying. This would be so nasty.
Yeah, that would not be what Kellen was looking for.
He's not going to go for it, but he's still going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, one double tap. As now Scout looking for an angle. Conquering Sand's not going to connect.
He's so low on
just
mana.
Walking for him.
Vikla's about to get a stun, so he needs to be careful trying to make any more plays like that. All right, Rapper, I get it. You're angry, but you know, this wasn't really what you picked the Trundle for, unfortunately, for pillaring Illusion. Not necessarily your greatest strength in this game. Kingen is also kind of a problem.
Yeah, Clear does get lit on fire, and now Kingen running quite quickly, but not really too much more going to happen there. The culling comes down from Diablo, and will not be able to get any kills, but I don't know whether Taeyeon and Kellen really want to be in this lane, to be honest. As Scout gets electrocuted, and I think finally we'll just go home.
This is a huge push in this bottom lane. Clear's trying to get Kingen into an uncomfortable spot. Kingen has his ult.
Yeah, there's the ulti out from Clear. We'll need another tumble, and that actually misses. Kingen gets in there with the shield and brings down that reckless swing to get the solo kill onto the Vayne. And they chose this. And the flash actually comes out here from Scout, does shift the sands over, and he's now looking to get these autos in. Finally, another one comes up.
They're just
Down
winning
goes the
everywhere! They're everywhere! They're winning on the top lane, they're winning in the mid lane, they're winning on the bottom lane. Okay, the top lane is dead, but besides that, Nongshim, they just won everywhere all at the same time.
Winning everywhere all at once or
briefly,
something.
in the top lane, there's a small brief loss. They're going to be winning again.
Do you think that both Taeyeon and Kellen will die, or just one?
Kellen has flash. I think they both die, though.
Yeah, I think they're both dead. Well, Taeyeon is going to try and fight against Diablo here, doing the best that he can, but he is still extraordinarily dead. Down he will go. Kellen survives.
All right, I thought for sure they get both.
That was a solo kill. We had cheerleaders on the Rift.
Yeah. So you ready for game 3?
Yeah, absolutely. That's all right. Scout down to 50%.
Because this game is looking pretty dunzo. Yes, Scout does lose a lot of his health from that combo. But we'll watch this from Kingen's perspective. Gets the slow. Flash away. Misses the Q. And as the invis goes up, he just flashes on him as soon as he reappears. And it's like he's stutter stepping the autos there.
Yeah, looking
and
real
then
good. Sometimes you just stick around for that wave that you shouldn't take.
Raptor's like, I have identified this champion doesn't have a dash.
Yeah.
My pillar is going to be high effect.
Does press the subjugate button.
Man, Scout's flash into the re-engage with the dash just runs him down. Look at this extra damage. Oh! He read the patch notes!
Yep. He pressed the Arise button. He didn't actually need Conquering Sand, so
yeah,
the patch notes
yeah,
did not make a difference.
Yeah, not actually true.
But he probably did read the patch notes.
Yeah, he was reading it, and then it was like, oh, this part wasn't in the patch notes.
Yeah, he's like, maybe we should have been playing Azir this whole time. As he does move to about a 200 gold lead. Clear now. This is really rough, right? Because if you start to fall behind, it is problematic. As Scout is so lucky Vikla didn't have a stun. Otherwise, he would have looked very silly.
He still looked kind of silly, not gonna lie.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, that's true.
I think that's what you were saying. I kind of...
No, you're right. It would have looked way worse, though, if he had just missed the Emperor's Divide and then just got stunned and died.
Well...
It is still anyone's
I mean, look, if he got stunned, it would have kind of looked like an outplay, sort of, even though it wasn't. So I guess, I don't know. Silliness meter on that one, a little ambiguous, I guess.
Yeah.
Either way, it's not the play he was looking for, but he's fine. It's okay.
All right, so this whole game is Diablo versus BNK Furex, and he is extremely far ahead.
Yeah. I mean, the Olaf is behind technically, but I don't know if that really matters that much because of what Olaf is going to do later on in this game.
And what he has already done so far this game as well. Slurkle comes out from Taeun after the barrier did have to be used. They get a ward over, double wards in fact, to make sure that Sponge needed to waste a lot of time if he wanted to clear them. Raptors moving in and see whether he can actually save them. Good flash from Taeun. The culling not quite going to be enough here. They've taken out the Lulu already. As Raptor moves in, he does have Subjugate, so he's pretty tanky actually. See whether he does, he does press the button. As now Taeun is just going to get flashed on. Why was he there?
I don't know.
That's the big question.
I don't know.
Diablo is losing a battle to some minions right now as he's down to about 100 health, and now Raptor is running the wrong direction. There is some plate money. The Diablo just picks up a 7th kill!
All right. FF15. Atlas, oh my god, this game is... Oh, this series is a mess. Oh, it is. Like, I thought game 1 was rough, but now Nongshim are bouncing back, and on this play, Lehens picks up the turret aggro here. Sorry, Diablo picks up the turret aggro on the first one. So this means that it's really easy for Lehens to do on the second, so Sponge keep playing through. They don't actually have to play here until Taeun steps forward. And yeah, Sponge is like, all right, since it's my turn to get a turret aggro, and Raptor's like, nah, man, I'll just leave the turret.
Yeah.
And then Diablo's like, all right, well, I'll take another one. He has 7 kills. He has 7 kills at that point in the game was about 10:30.
That's quite early to have 7 kills.
Yeah, it's pretty high. He's 2,600 gold ahead.
So the Lucian 2 items yet?
Let's see.
I think he'd be relatively close.
Get out of here, total gold. Nah, he's not quite there yet.
All right. Needs about 1,000 more. And then
does Taeun have 1 item yet?
No.
He's also not relatively close.
No, he's not. Yeah, if we were to have a look at total gold, I don't know whether Taeun actually has as much as the lead that Diablo has right now. That's the crazy thing about having an advantage like this early on.
They're like, should we kill the turret or just keep taking the waves and pushing it in so he can't get money? They have to make a philosophical choice. I think Diablo likes money.
Yeah.
He's going to get both. He's going to deny this wave and then probably on the next wave kill the turret. Or at least, actually what we could do is delay this so he gets the whole wave denied, excuse me, and then also gets the turret. Almost all of it. Clean. 3,400 gold lead now? He probably should go spend it.
I think he can probably almost get Flicker Blades as well as he goes back home. And Sponge should be able to grab this dragon. Infernal Soul this game would be a whole lot of fun.
So we liked the Trundle in the dragon.
Oh dear. Oh, there he goes. Gets the flash out of Vikla. And it's a Hextech Soul this game. That's no lie. There's another flash in from Scout. Picks up the solo. Man, you can see how happy he is that he gets to play Azir again.
Yeah. And it feels like Vikla hasn't played against Azir in a while.
Which is funny because he was a real Azir enjoyer.
It was we were bringing up Year of Vikla after his rise in Game 1, but maybe it was just Game of Vikla.
Aha.
Not anymore. It is now Game of Scout. Okay, so 7 kills on the Lucian, 2 kills on the Azir. They have 4,400 gold, the advantage between the two of them. This Trundle pick we really liked for different reasons than trying to dive a Lucian, as it turns out, but that's not working out.
Yeah. Okay, Taeun is looking for a bit of an angle here for Diablo. He does get so much health back, but they still look to get on top of him. It's the Vayne that locks up the kill, but now Kingin trying to get on top of Taeun. He'll find the flash over the wall to execute the Yunara. And now he's looking for Kellen. No wild growth, but can go Skippy. And will be able to get himself out of the way here. Raptor now looking for an angle towards Scout. And Vikla should be able to get the stun down, but my god, where did the Trundle go? Okay, Keegan was still chasing after Kellen. Kellen is dead.
All right, and now Vikla may follow suit.
All right, he's under a turret. Does that matter?
Kind of. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I'm going to say no. Fire Kick does connect as well. That's a beautiful start to the fight. As Lehens wasn't tanking the turret, that was Sponge. So very happily they take down the Annie. It's 16-2.
Yeah, it's not a. I would say it's a negative game state for BNK. It's not positive.
Oh, that's brave of you to say, but I do really appreciate your courageousness, Wolf.
I will shave my beard off completely for Wednesday's broadcast.
What about a hammer down mustache? Can you shave it into a hammer down mustache?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what that is, but I could Google it and probably try to make it happen.
Yeah,
like,
you can figure it out.
I'll try to look. I'll give it to you if they win this game and it's a 2-0. I'll do that if I can do it. If I can't, I'll shave my whole face off.
You can. Don't shave your face off.
Well,
never shave your whole face off, Wolf.
You know what I mean.
You're not Hugo Weaving from the Marvel movie, okay?
Sorry, it's hammer down.
Hammer down mustache.
How do I not know what this is? I feel like I'm kind of embarrassed.
Do you not have truckers in America?
Oh, yeah, I know what this is. Okay.
Yeah, you know what that is.
I'll do it. Yeah, sure.
All right, BNK Furex, you know what to do. It is time to turn Wolf into a trucker, okay? That's all we need. Now I'm
I didn't associate it with truckers so much as just, I don't know, cartoon characters.
Cartoon characters that drive trucks, Wolf.
I guess so.
Right, Diablo possibly in trouble, but Tian is in way more of it. And there's the knock-up. Tries to get a few extra autos down as Vikla teleports in. Sponge may have overextended. Kellen's going to help grab that kill. Empress Divide does nothing at all. And there is Clear, who is a big fan of mustaches that go down on either side. Looking to chase down Lehens and Diablo. He knows what he wants, and that is a kill onto the Melio. And Diablo's getting himself out of there. Prepare your face, sir!
It's still a 5,000 gold lead. King is hitting this turret a lot. That's the inner. That's the inner turret. That's not the outer one. He's really far. By the way, twice now they've tried to wild growth engage on the Diablo, and he's just dashed away. Like, watch this.
Yeah, he's not really been there for the wild growth.
He's like, I got you. He's like, nah, you really didn't time that right.
And the Arc of Judgment also missed, so he just didn't get hit by very much at all.
Scout's the one who wants the mustache, man. What's going on here? Like, what was all that, Scout? Yeah. Someone got on the comms and told him about our little mustache bet.
Yeah, I think so. You've got Kingen looking for another angle here, though, as well as Clear. Able to juke him, and he's able to outplay it. There is the kill. Does have the help of his Trundle, but Kingen not going to be able to find the solo kill that time.
BNK fans aren't sure what's going on anymore in this game.
Atlas isn't sure either.
Vikla's got a nice angle here.
Sponge has a nice angle here as well.
He's no longer has a nice angle.
Get in and gets pushed out. That is so unfair. He's sort of just everywhere he doesn't want to be all at once.
I thought he had more friends, but I mean, I think he has plenty.
He did. They just had different colored health bars.
Maybe he's got a lot of friends on his team as well, but they weren't nearby. They were just on the other side of the map. Where Clear is trying to get some gold, you know.
At least they have a backup 80 carry. Clear isn't 4,000 gold behind.
That's true. He's 2,000 gold ahead.
There you go.
He has 2 items.
Unfortunately, he's 2,000 gold ahead of the Olaf. And not 2,000 gold ahead of the Lucian, which would be a better story here. He's also picked up a Serpent's Fang, which is kind of crazy.
X-Tech Soul Point is a thing that's been acquired for Nongshim, which is good for me not having that strange cartoonish hammer down mustache.
Yeah. But some bounty gold gets picked up, so that's feeling a bit mustache friendly.
Okay, so Kingen, he's the one who opts for this. He's like, aha, I'm Olaf. And then Raptor's like, all right, well.
Yeah, Raptor was just there already.
He just said no. That was very silly, but very funny. I thought that the Yunara was closer by. If you look at the minimap, that's absolutely not the case. So I thought Vikla's flank angle here might have turned into something, but it did. It just wasn't a positive thing for him.
Yeah, and it was a really nice angle there from Scout. Finds the perfect Emperor's Divide. He's got 2 items completed in his Nashes and his Rylai's. See what he's going to be building next. Leandri's could come through. There's a few other options. I really like the Rylai's angle, though, here for Scout. Can slow people down as Vikla is going to be caught on a ward once again. Does get a stun onto Sponge, as now Diablo might be in trouble. Tane just dashing after him, gets another wild growth, but doesn't hit the Arc of Judgment. Great polymorph, and down goes the Lucian! And Sponge is stealing a wolf cam.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. As Diablo was kiting back, he like almost killed all of them by accident, but then couldn't actually do it. So huge in this game.
Yeah, that was very strange.
Did disrespect the polymorph there.
Oh, Raptor looking for an angle. Vikla goes in and then goes out. Tibbers is mad. Let's see whether BNK can find an angle here, as there's a good condemn into the wall. Lance is just picked off and murdered. Kingen trying to flash his way out of there. Great polymorph once again as Taeun is going to be gifted a kill. This game is chaos. Yes, I agree. Lady on the right.
Lady on the right is just an enjoyer of good League of Legends. She
came to the
pretty
wrong,
annoyed. She came to the wrong place.
But I am an enjoyer of good mustaches for Wolf. That's what I am.
I'm starting to get very nervous. The thing is, if I do the hammer down, okay, Raptor, he's gonna not enjoy this. Oh, Scout!
That was a cute little juke.
He mind gamed himself. So if I do the hammer down, then you guys are gonna get both because I'm gonna have to immediately shave my
Yeah, see?
my mustache
It's
off.
perfect.
I should not have agreed to this. So the pillar here doesn't help Taeyun on the chase, but then Diablo helps him out, and then he gets polymorph, and his barrier isn't enough. And so he dies, and Taeyun picks up. Actually, it was the Trundle that picked up the kill there, so picks up a lot of money on that one. Vikla here, initially looking for a stun play, gets it set up, goes for the flash, gets 2, and then just instantly gets focused down.
However, one of them was an Olaf.
They bought time
hang on.
for the Vayne.
Yeah, Nongshim is going to be able to take a Lehens almost just dies. Clear is also going to just die. That absolutely did happen. Raptor trying to find some angles. A Scout, Emperor's Divide picks up Tay and throws him back in. And Nongshim, not only do they take the Baron, but they take everything else. They deny any hope of us getting Wolf with a funny mustache, as that is a clean ace. And Nongshim will march down the mid lane.
Yeah, they've got the Baron. They're going to get some resets, I suppose. Scout has TP. He doesn't need to back off right now. He's actually the one who's got full health and full mana. Going to start opening up the space. It's still so early on in the game that the respawns will happen. Watch Clear try to do a thing. I feel really bad for him because he gets half of Lehen's health. He gets excited, and then he gets jumped on and dies. And then Taeyun is trying to get some damage done, right? He's actually got a decent amount of front line here. Flashes Scout, but then gets caught anyways. The Scout finds a really nice Emperor's Divide there and sends him in, and Vikla, the last man standing, just can do nothing. As they needed Clear to be the one who finished the fight, not start the fight, unfortunately.
Yeah, Clear, I think, was feeling himself, and that's a good thing. Another good thing, if you're a BNK FearX fan, is that at least they didn't lose any inhibitors.
Yeah.
That's something.
Yeah.
It's an 8.5k gold lead.
The gold lead it's stymied for a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So, Kellen has a Moonstone. That's cute.
Yeah.
Oh, Raptor takes a chunk out of Sponge.
And that's a bite out of crime.
It is.
Not actually.
Okay. Clear is just hoping that Raptor doesn't put a pillar down, because it would be quite annoying in the choke point there.
Sponge is still here. He's got the Crescent Guard.
I don't know why he is there. He is dead.
He's like, surely they don't go for it again. They will. They did.
Explanation not there.
No.
Scout going to get discovered.
No flash.
And Raptor's looking for the angle here. There's the Wild Growth. Scout finds the Emperor's Divide. Just to try and get rid of the Trundles. Now Taeyun and Diablo are doing battle, and Diablo will win that one because he has 11 billion kills. Now Clear is chasing him down, though, as Raptor looking for King and Diablo now, and look at the Vayne. He knows where his bread's buttered, wants to find Diablo here as he gets past Kingin, but Kingin is going to kill his jungler, so maybe Clear needed to maybe worry about that guy as the Silver Bolts will take out the Olaf.
Bounty Dragon incoming!
And also, there's only one Baron left.
Bounty Dragon incoming. All right. It's a close game of League of Legends.
The gaming is
sort of happening.
Is going strange.
I think Nongshim, okay, so Nongshim are 8,000 gold behind, but they're like so far ahead that they don't know what to do with their powers yet. It's like when a character first gets their powers in a comic book, and they just start like breaking things and accidentally hurting people and tone it down. That's kind of Nongshim right now. Clear's going to come over here and say, I said Bounty Dragon!
Why are you jumping into 3 people, though, as Diablo immediately cleanses and then just kills them both? Vikla is also going to die as Lehens is chasing after him, and Scout just sends the Sand Soldiers after him. There was a plan, and I think that's the most worrying part of that whole situation.
Sponge just like, I've had enough of this game. Let's just kill the Nexus. It's going straight into the base. 30 seconds on Annie. Taeyun does have his ult coming online, but good luck with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. This game was, I think, painful for everyone, and it is best that we move to game 3.
Well, I'm a little bit sad that you are not going to have the full mustache, but I am glad that we're going to get more of this final best of 3 of the season as Nongshim just obliterate BNK Fearex in that second game. Like, what did we even watch?
Just play through bottom lane. Unless you're Trundle, playing through bottom lane and trying to pillar a Lucian who has dash and is just going to then kill you and start to get more fed. As Popcorn Guy,
he put the popcorn down.
Yeah, he put it down. I can't see it from here.
Yeah, we'll give you an update moving into game number 3.
There's no way he finished it in that short game.
No, he certainly did not. There was not enough time. I'm having a look, though, and it must be sitting next to him.
You think he's sharing it with somebody? You think he gave it away?
I can't see it nearby.
I don't have eyes on the popcorn, but I do have eyes on a pretty tragic game here for B&K. Diablo did 34,000 damage in a 24-minute game. That's
a big number.
That's a really big number. That's kind of an unheard of number.
Yeah, DPM is like,
it's like
1.5K.
Yeah, it's like 1.4 or something, I think.
Yeah.
Wow. He don't let him get ahead. Don't let him play Lucian. Oh, they did both.
Thankfully, it is fearlessly banned away, and this just in, Popcorn Guy sharing with the lady next to him, as we saw on the screen before, but we still haven't had eyes on the actual popcorn box itself. We will do the research and get back to you while we have a break, then the space, and then the final game of the season. We'll see you soon.
이거 얘네 강타 없고 그냥 가자.
거의 다 먹었을 거야.
메인 텔 있어?
아 좀 느려.
있어. 안 졌다.
먹자. 아 먹자.
나이스.
이거 내 정면에 있으면 좋아 우리.
얘네 사마로 나오는 거
아 룰루 노플. 나 베인 노플.
있어. 공은 없다.
야야 베인 볼게 베인. 땀 봐야 돼.
삼적 대. 베인 뛰었고. 베인.
베인이 볼게.
끝내자.
이겼어. 야 끝내자. 나 이거
안 빠져.
미드 가봐 미드.
나 바텀 텔 탈게.
바텀 텔 타라. 바텀 텔.
야 3타 4코 안 무빙해줘. 바텀.
우리 친친
Red Bull gives you wings.
쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레틀랩 스팁 클렌징 바 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레틀랩 스팁 클렌징 바
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
It has been a long, long season, and Diablo thought, after getting pretty fed, why not make it a little longer? He did some happy gaming, but Nongshim Red Force pushed us to the final possible game of the season. It will go all three between BNK Furex and Nongshim. And just to remind everyone here, the stakes are clear. Not top lane BNK Furex clear, but clear. As in, if BNK Furex win, they will be the #1 seed from the Rise group, and they will play KT for that one-way ticket to the playoffs with the double elimination side. And that means Nongshim will be the 3rd seed, and Bro will be the 2nd seed. However, if Nongshim win, Hanjin Brion will be the #1 seed. Nongshim will be the #2 seed, and BNK will be the #3 seed. So BNK can finish 1st or 3rd. Nongshim can finish 3rd or 2nd, Bros can finish 1st or 2nd. So if you're a Bro fan again, Nongshim is your team.
Yes, Digon, stakes are high. But why?
Why?
Why BK Furex did better than game 2? Can you tell me why?
Why? You
I
tell me
have
why.
no idea. I have no clue. Can you just play the first highlight of pack of reels of like BNK Furex dying? Because okay, so level 3 gank from Xin Zhao. Yeah, this happens when you play that aggressive in the lane and you didn't put the ward. This is where you get punished, right?
Yeah, especially you're playing Enchanter against Enchanter, right?
Yeah.
And it's like after this, if this happened once, like the game is snowballed so fast, and also there's a huge blunder play, which is like you pillar first. The third aggro start like seconds earlier, and then you flash away, not even finishing the 80 carry. In this case, you should just go for 1-for-1 and starting with the auto. The worst case, you should just go full ham.
I mean, they're just straight up dying over and over and over again. They literally had like no idea what's going on the bot lane. They tried 1v3 dive and they didn't manage to kill him. And what happens next? All right, we're gonna do something on the top side because our bot lane is doomed. Now, I'm on a mission. I have to 1v1 Olaf. Yes, I can't kite because this Olaf is too fast. And meanwhile, the mid lane.
Flash. There was a really beautiful predicting flash, and actually that's a huge counter kill. And game is basically gone.
As we've said on the broadcast multiple times, it is voting season for All-Pro. That's my Rise Group All-Pro mid laner right there with the Scout flashing away. His stats have been incredible. His numbers have been great. And he shows exactly why they're on Vikla, who's on the ante. It's flash stun, and he predicted it like he knew exactly what Vikla was thinking, which sounds like a dangerous place to be in with it.
If I'm not wrong, like this could be like one of the fastest game in LCK this season. And I think the highlight 2 is literally the same thing. You know what's gonna happen on the bot side? They're gonna try to defend the dive this time around.
Oh, we're gonna defend. Okay.
But I mean, let's see how they do. So 3v3.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right.
All right.
Too much damage.
Okay. Yeah.
You flashed some damage. Sure. It's time to reset, right? Just don't come to the turret. Just reset.
Hey, I want to help my teammate out.
And flash again.
Oh. Unfortunate.
Okay.
What happens next? Your jungle is gonna die once again on the bot lane, and this is just a disaster. And it's over.
Yeah, I mean the bot status was so doomed that you can't fix for them. You can't help them. Like in this case, it's like usually in pro scene, like you try to probably swap the lane.
Udid is seeing ghosts over here somewhere. I don't know what he's looking.
That's usually what happened, but that wasn't that bad.
I mean, the thing is, BFX had such a great game 1. They had some macro. They had some like great laning phase. So I was expecting them to finish the first place, but right after that game, it turns out we're in the Rise Group once again. Nongshim. Wow, they turned it on, and we're in the game 3 now.
Wow. Well, a big winner from that is the facial hair of Wolf. No mustache bet for him. He ends up scot clean. Will it be a BNK FearX #1 seed? Will it be a Hanjin Breon #1 seed? By the way of Scout and Nongshim Red Force. Let's find out with the final game of the regular season of 2026 here in the LCK with Atlas and Wolf.
Wow. Yeah, we're back. We're here for the final game of the season. And you can see Vikla looking very, very serious there. Very serious on the face of King. And let's see whether their video gaming will be as serious as we get onto the Rift for Game 3, Wolf.
I ran into Kingen and Lahens during the break there.
Were they cackling maniacally?
They were cackling. It
Okay.
was full cackle.
Okay.
Big smiles, I think.
It just makes me think of Cacao.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a great sign right there. Totally fine after that last game. Totally not dead inside or crying or feeling hopeless. So, they had a great draft. They had a great draft.
Oh! Where is
he's
it?
Still only at like 55%.
Where is it?
No. We want to see the popcorn.
Find your popcorn
There it
again,
is, there
sir. Oh, under the seat.
It's looking like
There we go. All right,
He's got a
bring
lot.
that out.
He's
Thank
gonna have
you.
to get through that a lot here.
I'm really glad that the Korean commentators are obviously also spending the entire broadcast talking about the popcorn.
Yeah, get another handful.
Yeah,
finish that.
Yeah, thank you. It's down to 50%. Like we need to finish
Oh
this
my
off.
God!
We've got one more game.
It's the popcorn prophecy, Atlas. It's going to be a 55-minute game. Triple Elder.
The pop prophecy.
7 Elemental Dragon.
my
Triple Elder.
goodness.
Supreme late game full build support. Full build jungle.
I've never seen a pop prophecy before come to fruition, and I cannot wait for it to finally happen today. We'll keep our eyes glued to that.
They
gigantic
better
box.
draft top smolder for Kingen for the scaling.
I mean, at least there's precedence.
Yeah,
for
no,
that.
he did that. Tank smolder was a thing back in the day.
Oh, no lock though. That's good actually for the long game because he tends to just end them.
Yeah, or like he doesn't end them and then it's over for him pretty fast.
Yeah. He ends them one way or the other.
All All right, double mid bans for Scout again.
All right, Jace comes through as well because of the Olaf now being off the table. All right,
Last
what
ban.
is the last one? Is it Nocturne? Could be a Nocturne.
Could be.
Poppy. Nautilus was banned last time.
Ash.
Ash was
Seraphine. That was
obviously
another one that was being considered. There's no Ezreal though. No Caitlyn, no Yunara. Nocturne gets slammed down for Sponge. He has been a bit of a Nocturne enjoyer.
Yep.
He was an early adopter alongside Owner. Oh, it's just Callista. They banned Ash for a different reason.
All right, so Callista Renata will just be slammed here.
Don't Ziggs it, Diablo. But I don't know what you're going to do. You're going to play Draven Blitzcrank with a Nocturne jungle. I don't...
Well, there's no Ezreal. There's no Caitlyn. So it becomes difficult to work out who to play. No Lulu either, so you can't really like Cogmore this or anything like that.
There's no Bard. Not Syndra bottom lane, surely.
No. Oh, they might Talia though. Syndra and the Gnar will come through though.
Okay, well they have some good soul lane picks they got here. They're still trying to figure out what they're going to play in that bottom lane. I do feel like it's worth banning Lehenz's MSI MVP Blitzcrank.
That sounds like a good option.
Because I don't know what else could potentially counter this. Is Vikla's just he's gonna look to struggle in the first few levels, but then try to kill an immobile Syndra repeatedly.
He has performed very well on this champion in the
Bailout
past.
for Akali is pretty good too, actually, because it's really easy to get the execute and kill someone and then escape with all your mobility. I like it.
Yeah, I think this is a good call. So, B&K Furex, what are they going to be banning away? Bottom laners. So, likely supports that they need to get rid of.
Pike, maybe, but I don't... That one's tough. There's just not a whole lot left in here. Are they going to try to play a Nautilus lane?
Yeah, I think you get rid of the Nautilus at least. Rakan, decent one.
Rakan can be kind of annoying. If you want to dive the bottom lane repeatedly, you probably want to ban Nals and or Leona. They can only ban one more of those two.
I think Nefiri going to be banned away here.
Yeah.
That would be a good one.
Very strong with all this dive.
And there's just a lot of junglers that have been removed so far.
Imagine, man, when I'm looking at this draft right here, I'm like, what happens when we get to Game 4 and Game 5 in Fearless in this meta? It's going to get weird.
Yeah, and we are into Best of 5 Town pretty soon. It's going to be a whole lot of fun as we get towards the playoffs.
So, in the past, we'd see like Draven Nami into this lane, like in rarer cases to try to answer. That's the Leona I was mentioning, so they can't, just use the Leona defensively against dives. Maybe a Misfortune lane? Misfortune Rel is going to struggle, but has good stats.
I mean, they could still play Talia Shen or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I actually like the Talia as a pick into this because of the martial pose. There's that Nefiri you mentioned. Wukong still available. And
yeah,
maybe the best jungler left.
There aren't very many of them, as we've now had 4 fearlessly banned and 4 actually banned.
Maokai?
By 4, I mean 3.
Kind of could work here, too. It's not going to be great into the Nocturne, but...
I'd really like the Maokai. I think that's a good shout. Kha'Zix!
Okay.
All right, never mind. This one was considered an anti-Nocturne pick as well. So that's a fun one. Jhin.
Jhin Karma?
We're going to start up the Jhin loss streak again. All right, it's Jhin Shen. Or Shin.
Shenzhen?
It's just Shin.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just naming cities in China. I thought that was the theme, but I think I got it wrong.
Yeah. Where's the Zen coming from? Oh, it's just how they're vibing. They're pretty Zen down there.
Yeah.
I think you have to be when you're facing off against the Callista Renata. That's Crocodile.
I was liking how this draft was looking for B&K, but they've really gone all in on we win the game immediately or we don't, and we lose the game 100%. But this draft, it's got a really strong mid game. You've got Callista Renata, you've got the CC set up with the Renekton. The Akali is going to burst anybody down who gets pretty low, gets power from bailout. I mean, even Kha'Zix, pretty good with bailout. But Nongshim Red Force have a side lane win con with the Nocturne and the Gnar. They have a really strong early laning phase with the Syndra. Bottom lane, let's not talk about bottom lane. I'm
happy with that.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about Jhin Shen.
Shenzhen.
Shen.
Shen Jin?
Is Zen in the Jin lane?
It's just Shin, dude. It's just under your knee. That bit of leg under your knee.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's the lane.
I kind of feel like Renata is a Shin guard.
Oh, I like that.
But actually, Shin guards are designed to protect your Shin. In this case, she might be hurting the Shin.
Oh, true. But can protect you from the Shin?
Yeah.
Maybe a Shin guard is actually all about protecting everything around the Shin from the Shin.
It kind of works out that way, because if everyone's wearing Shin guards in a game of football, you're not slamming your Shins together, you're slamming the plastic together, which is better for everybody. So they're also protecting the other Shins.
You're saving your Shin from the Shin of the other person.
Yeah.
Now the word Shin has lost all meaning. It is time to get onto the rift for game number 3. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 3, the finale of the regular season. And already we have Scout parked in this bottom lane. And they will just push this Kalista Renata out of lane.
I'm trying to find who played Kha'Zix. Was it? It must have been Kanavi, right? Had to be.
Kanavi did play it this year.
Yeah, so it was him, because 100% win rate. I think it's just 1-0. Okay, Vikla.
Vikla is in a bit of trouble. He is going to teleport, and no one even noticed.
Bye!
All right, well, Vikla is safe.
That was a good teleport. It's the closest to the fountain he could have gotten.
There you go.
But the problem is he doesn't have teleport now to get back to lane, and Scout's killing the minions.
He is. So this level advantage should be quite good.
It's not a good matchup in the early levels for the Akali. It's not a good matchup when the Akali has to teleport level 1.
There's a flash in from Lehens. He is going to heal, as it didn't necessarily work out all that well.
To be fair, Shen is one of Lehens' favorites. They call him Leshens oftentimes. But he hasn't played it that much this year.
He hasn't been a Shen
surprised.
guy.
Yeah, because he was the only Shen guy. And now when it became meta, he got a little hipster about it. But he showcased to everyone what you could do with this champ early on in the lane. And he did that to Vikla in this game already. We'll see what else he can get done, because maybe this lane ends up being favorable more than we thought.
Right now, Diablo and Lehens are actually doing a decent job, as you were talking about.
Got to control the tempo of this lane if you're going to win it as Jin and Shen.
Yep, or Shin.
Yes.
Okay. Vikla.
Crowd usage on point.
Yeah, Vikla hanging out underneath his turret is just taking so much damage from Scout.
Scout has TP. I know that's pretty obvious to everyone, but I just want to mention. Ooh.
Wow. Managing to sidestep that one was pretty impressive.
Super skinny from not being able to have a whole lot of farm in this early game.
These are not very good win rates for these champions so far.
This is looking bad now. The wave is not where Lehens and Diablo want it.
You might have thought that he nailed Taeun with that Deadly Flourish, but Taeun actually just blocked that minion from going down. So a bit of an advantage being put together here by BNKPRX. Sponge now going to get surrounded. Raptor looking for an angle. And Kellen already taking a fair bit of damage here. Vikla's making his way in 50% health, though, and you can see now it's Nongshim that are taking a bit too much damage. Great scatter to come through just to buy some space. Kellen needs to be careful. But in the end, Shellfish goes over to the crustacean. Or
a 4v4 at 3 minutes. No one dies. We had a lot of action. Scuttle secured for BNK. Kellen's fairly low, but I mean, they have a pretty nice advantage here in this lane to play through, as here comes that TP.
Observers are so confused about what to do. So am I, as Sponge is going to fear the Akali. Phenomenal scatter! And Vikla goes down. That is first blood, as now Taeun's in a bit of trouble. He gets the bailout, though. Will he get the Rend? The answer is no, and it's a double for Nongshim in the bottom lane.
Calculated, I guess, for Lehens there. Knew he wasn't going to die. Knew that bailout wasn't going to proc. He wasn't worried for a second.
I was. That seemed very close.
Yeah, I think Taeun and Kellen agreed. Taeun did not flash.
I think he just thought that the Rend was going to come off cooldown.
I agree.
And now they just flash in. That is an extraordinarily dead Nah.
So the early game Nocturne, not so great. Early game Kha'Zix, pretty good. Pretty strong. Not so much when it's feared, but otherwise, a lot of combat power early.
Oh, yeah.
We'll push the Gnar out, and Raptor does end up picking up the kill. Going for this first strike that we see on Kha'Zix every time, trying to accelerate his way through those lethality items. Very similar to Kiana in how it is played, just not the same combo power later on. So the taunt comes through here, Bailout gets dropped, and as he's burning down to the Ignite, and yeah, the flash wouldn't have even helped him there, to be honest. Just didn't have the damage.
Yeah, they just weren't able to get the reset on that Bailout. And so Tian and Kellen back to square one here, as Diablo is very scary. Does have that serrated Dirk now completed. And this pathetic little slingshot in Tian's back pocket is not really what he wants. Still, that is a pretty good amount of damage onto Lehens, as they still have the poke advantage in this lane, given the range that they do have.
Tian continuing to push through.
I don't think this one is over yet, or anything like that, but it's already a great start for Nongshim so far.
They need a little bit more time to right the ship here. Is Clear doesn't have his ult still, but doesn't have flash from the previous play. Wants to look for this ult to get tempo. Can he get more?
As the Dominus, Wallop number 2 is going to come on through here, as Clear not able to wait for another slice, as he's also not able to sidestep the stairs that were just thrown at him.
It's like Vikla is going to get to level 6 without any more disasters in the mid lane. But that's good news.
I mean, it's already a kind of a disaster, though, with a 600 gold advantage.
More disasters. Yeah. No more disasters.
Oh, being very polite to Lehens, sending him to the Shadow Realm here, as now Diablo in a little bit of trouble. Raptor at level 6 is dashing his way around, has upgraded his claws, as we can see.
Who did you predict for this series?
I have no idea.
Because I think I predicted B&K, but as this game has gone on, I'm like, maybe I didn't. Maybe
I would assume I predicted B&K, but I also might have just flipped a coin.
Like, who would you predict now? That's where I was really going to get to.
Probably BN Fearex. That's probably the option that I'd go for here, as now it's a very dead Kha'Zix. Sponge going to be gifted a way out here, as Vikla really wanted to press that button.
Oh, he really did, but he definitely shouldn't have, and it was good that he did not.
Yes, I would agree.
So, right now, Nongshim have a small lead. The bottom side of the map, the leads are large, but it's a advantage for the Kha'Zix that has 2 kills. Difficult to quantify. Lehens does kind of face checks here, and by kind of, I mean he completely does. There's no other story to tell about that one. So he dies. Raptor really wants to get the scuttle, but then gets ulted on here. Tries to offer the damage back here, but ends up getting feared. Sponge gets on top of him, and then Sponge blast cones away. And Vickle's like,
oh, no. He wanted to so bad. Unfortunately, just would have meant the death of him.
Would have probably been another discussion about handlebars.
Yeah, I think so too. Or hammer downs.
Hammer downs, handlebars. That's what threw me off, because I
think I said the wrong word.
And when I searched hammer down, like the answer came up, but some of the pictures were weird, and it took me a minute to ascertain.
Oh, so it is actually real. I'm not just wrong. I think it might be a colloquialism issue.
No, I think maybe it's just a different regional dialect.
Yeah. Handlebar definitely is a thing too. That one did trigger something in my memory.
Hammer down is like what Reinhardt screams before he looks for an Earth Shatter.
I imagine he probably does that.
So maybe a gank here for Raptor again, or does he want to go for grubs? He can't. He's going for grubs.
Well, Diablo is helping it out here as Raptor is coming on over. Lehens gets the flash taunt though, and down will go this Kha'Zix. He tried to go into stealth and it just did not really work there, and that is another kill over to the Jhin. Is Jhin going to be on a winning streak?
It's looking likely right now, after what we thought would likely be a pretty tough matchup, and the bottom side just got completely flipped on its head. Yeah. Lehens is popping off. And we started the series with, I distinctly remember reading comments online after game 1 like, Diablo got gapped. You know, the trade was a success for B&K.
I mean,
and then Diablo
ended up talking about it as well, actually.
And then, you know, this needs no real explanation here. But then in game 2, Diablo got gifted 7 kills in the early game and then did like 1,500 DPM. And now in game 3 has an 800 gold lead. So maybe the narrative has changed a little bit.
Maybe it's just development in front of our eyes.
Yeah.
Happening right now. We are here. We are witnessing it.
They're doing a little bit more of the teamwork than they did in game 1, which was unfortunately a lot of great hands and mechanical moments for Nongshim, but they couldn't actually link it together. Then in game 2, the beginning was great. The end was a little bit funny. I think got a little bit strange, but they still pulled it off. This early game, though, looking much better with Leshens.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, trying to find some positives here for BNK Furex. They at least do manage to get Vikla to level 7. He does have now access to the ultimate that he did use previously.
Umbral Glaive, pretty nice little early game spike. Look at that, cleared that ward. He's standing on a Scuttle Crab, but he cleared that ward, got that extra money.
There you go. They're also on this dragon, as Vikla is going to make his way over. And you can see BNK's bottom lane are also going to head on in here. There's the paranoia to come on through. As Scout is in a lot of trouble. That's the steal on the dragon, but that is not what BNK Furex were looking for. They just wanted to get any sort of kill that they could find. And look, they found one.
Yeah, they got another one. All right, that's pretty good. It's Mountain Dragon that's picked up, however, which is pretty bad for their composition. Any extra resources given to the armor and magic resistance is going to feel pretty bad when you're running a Kha'Zix Akali draft.
Very true.
But they are able to turn this into a winning play here. Yes, the steal does go off, but that's because they wanted to get this kill on the Scout, and they communicated that. Raptor does escape, despite some pretty cool shots there from Diablo.
Yeah, he missed the first couple, though, a little bit unfortunately. So curtain call aim could be helped out.
Look, nobody's perfect in this series.
That's true. KT are going to be playing in the play-ins, but not here today.
It's you know, I think in this series, you're going if you can just have an average performance, you're like feeling really good.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing. Yeah, that sounds great.
That's what I'm getting at.
All right, Hubris now done here for Diablo. I think that is appropriately named as well. As Lehens is going to get his hand shook. Very polite is Kellen. And Vikla does a fair bit of damage. We've seen clear. There's a crocodile-shaped hole in that wall, I swear. As Kingen has just slammed clear into it over and over again so far this series. And the Renekton is even with the Gnar. And you're always feeling a bit weird about that whole situation because a Renekton doesn't necessarily age all that well.
No. And the call is going to complete in 26 minions here for Kingen, so this gold lead is going to disappear. And it won't really be a magic trick or confusing, it's just simple math.
Yep.
I am kind of wondering if BNK are going to be able to get it together here on one of these upcoming Dragon fights or Herald, both in about 3 minutes' time, to win a team fight to get their comp that needs to be extremely ahead to at least an even game state. Because if they don't, I believe we're going to watch another game of our 3-game series where all 3 games have been very one-sided, which is one-sided, and not a whole lot of gameplay happening, which is very sad, especially because it's the last regular season game for both of these teams. But that is the reality we're heading towards at this point in time. I asked you earlier, who do you predict at that game state? It was a little bit more ambiguous back then. I would definitely go with Nongshim right now. I think they have so many advantages.
Yeah, I also think that, okay, they're going to dive onto Vikla, who does go into his shroud. That might keep himself alive as Lehens is just dead. Paranoia comes in, and that is Sponge looking for a bit of an angle, but there's the ulti to get Vikla away. And so Sponge not going to find any joy from that one. Deadly Flourish comes in. Vikla comes back with the perfect execution. We'll be able to at least grab a few minions here.
This game just won't be serious. This whole series, it just won't do it.
Okay.
See what I mean? See what I mean? There he goes. Can we just have a serious game? Can it not just be silly the whole time?
I mean, Vikla seriously died.
Yeah, Diablo could just, he has X-ray vision or X-shroud vision or whatever. Thermal vision, I guess, would play the best one for seeing that one there and getting the kill.
Yeah, I think thermal vision would help.
All right, so Nongshim are still in a really good spot in this game. It's another Hubris build, by the way. We saw this earlier today from Gumayushi.
A little bit of a Guma flavor here for Diablo.
That's the way to win on Jhin. Like 100% win rate on this build so far.
Honestly,
that's what it's looking like.
That's what we're going to have to see from now on.
So Vikla here gets taunted and scattered and just walks it off. Kellen's ult's fantastic, kills Lehens here. And then he gets Nocturne ulted and then is able to dash back and get the flip, or the ult rather, to buy more space. Punches a lot of his health. And then Vikla's like, after all that, you know what I'll do?
Bomb the wave, baby!
And Diablo's like, he can't do that. And then he's like, yes, I can. You can't see me. Oh, you were heading in that direction. He was able to predict where he was based on how he was walking. So no thermal goggles required, I think, for this one, as it was pretty predictable.
And had a couple of extra bullets after that as well. So even if that had a miss, there was a chance that he was just able to get more. Rapid Fire Cannon is now completed here for the Jhin. He's an entire item ahead of Taeun. and also has shoes. And Taeyoon's gone barefoot for now. This is a bit of an 80 carry gap once again. It's been 80 carry gaps this whole series long, but they were different names for the first 2 games. This is very similar to the second one.
Yeah. Caitlyn domination from Taeyoon into Lucian domination for Diablo, and it's now Jin, much to your chagrin.
Yeah.
Bit of a weird spin on how the series has gone.
I'm trying to just feel like Lehens is just extremely good on Shen. That's what I'm going for. That's going to help me not feel like it's Jin that's just being way better this game. Oh, okay. They're going to try and find a bit of an angle here. Deadly Flourish comes down, and another curtain call as Vikla flashes and still gets hit.
I love Vikla's visceral reactions on camera whenever something like this happens. It's like every time he gets solo killed or something like this happens, he's either grabbing the back of his head violently or tossing his hands into the air. The Ignite, this time giving vision, so he was unable to hide, but just got predicted there, and then the flash didn't help him. So now he's down flash and also died.
Oh, okay. Now we're going in once again. Sponge looking for an angle towards Raptor. And a Deadly Flourish is going to lock him down. I have a feeling I know who's going to get POM this game.
What is happening? You are so far behind. I mean, not you individually, Raptor, but your team is behind. You have no control. He's trying to set up deep vision and start taking the enemy jungle away. They're like, there's a bug. As soon as you bug, they bug reported him, and then they fixed the bug.
Yeah. This is making me think of Starship Troopers now.
Yeah. So Scout doesn't do that much damage here. Vikla's Merc Treads helping him out quite a bit. And then Ignite, and Lehens is like, all right, just don't miss. Oh, he wanted to get over the edge. I didn't realize how close he was to the edge there, but unfortunately he didn't quite get out.
Man, beautifully done. Indeed.
Yeah, sadly, that's not what he wanted.
All right. Oh, he's going to shoot him with a gun and a blade at the same time. As Kingen should be falling down here. There is the Shen coming on in.
Okay.
He was tanking up the turret. Did manage to flash away.
The new common caster buzzword for this term is an overload of the side lane. Overload. There were 4 people there.
I thought we were going to call it a DNS.
Yeah, well, I mean, DNS does this a lot. But the consequence of such overload is that you're losing everything else everywhere else, which doesn't happen when DNS does it because they do it in a calculated timing when they're not 4,000 gold behind.
Although they do it when they're 4,000 gold behind as well.
Yeah. It has a similar result of what's happening in this game.
Yeah.
So there's those inner turrets still alive, so that's good news. We're going to watch this again. Kingen is very far forward here. They're like, all right, let's get him. Let's get him.
Well, I think he's going to get him.
Clear actually unable to get him with the stun initially. Let's get it here without flashing. And then eventually gets him even with the Shen ultimate attempted there from Lehens.
Yeah, getting the Stand United on cooldown, kind of a big deal in this moment for BNK FureX. And they've at least got a recurve bow for Taeyoon. So, I mean, he's 2.5k gold behind. It is still looking incredible.
Late game close to gets it done.
Hey!
Late game close to gets it done.
So, we've been watching a lot of Pays and Ruler playing Kalista, and it kind of makes you forget that this champion can sometimes just fall flat on its face.
Yeah, it did not go well in the laning phase. Lehens has been running this game from level 1 where he took away Vikla's flash and teleport. Diablo, maybe some money.
Okay, there's the paranoia to come on through though, and the hostile takeover comes in. Sponge takes a lot of damage from this this Kalista, and down they will go. Still, I mean, Taeyoon does sacrifice his own life for it, but now he's got a Rage Blade, and that feels way better.
He finally can actually express himself right now. He's been feeling. He just cut the gold lead into like a third of what it was, though, off of that play.
Crazy.
Bailout allows him to get that second kill. So Diablo initially here just walks up way too far forward. They have full vision. Raptor goes in, sets up the damage, and then this is such a huge hostile takeover. It also damages Sponge so heavily, allows Taeyoon to get that bailout and go for the additional Ren there to take him down before he does die.
The Fate's Call knock-up also absolutely fantastic from Kellen. And just great to see Kellen on the Renata. This is actually something that we haven't spoken about just yet, but I know that you are well aware
Yes.
of just how good this guy is on this champion.
His mechanics.
He is one of our best when it comes to playing the Renata. Hasn't really been able to show it so far this game until that moment that did look just brilliant. All right, BNK FearX cut that gold lead in half, like you were talking about. Not just Taeun cutting down his individual gold lead to a third. Just the overall gold lead has now really taken a dive.
Okay, gotta stay away from Scout. He's very scary. Luden's Shadow Flame. Vikla.
Oh dear. That's very annoying. Yeah, he gets the stairs thrown. Oh, he gets another set of stairs thrown at him. And
What? Wait, he's baiting? Has Keenan over? No, he's fine.
He's all right.
The rest of the team was sort of coming up, but they didn't have the hostile takeover or any ability to chase him down there. So
this is a very scary 0-2-0 nah.
yeah, he's a little bit mechanically gifted on this champion, I would say, Keenan.
Yep, I think he's certainly played a few games, but now
look at him go!
Avoids the void spikes, and now Kingen is going to have Shen to come on through to help him out, and I think Clear is just dead. Yeah, nothing he can do about that. Does at least have a Cole, the Meek, but that is still Kingen grabbing another kill, or grabbing his first.
Yeah, now he's a scary 1-2-0 Gnar.
Now he needs 3 assists, and we can prove that Gnar can count.
Yeah, elementary on the orange prehistoric Yordle.
Yeah.
Sponge is going to get this dragon on the other side of the map as he's just wondering what the hell's going on top side while he's going to get this objective.
Yep.
Feel good about it.
Success.
Going for a second Drake here, not Infernal Soul Point just yet, but still a significant one to pick up.
Oh, Raptor
King
also has Bastion Breaker as well.
Dodges the Void Spikes and then calls for Lehens. And Lehens answers the call and then taunts the Renekton. The King can run him down. And you can see the Kha'Zix is like, well, guess I'm out of this one. As the auto flies before transformation.
All right, not a great move there on the top side for BNK FearX, but it is going to mean that this gold lead has now moved back towards that 4,000 mark.
Late game Callista gets it done, Atlas.
Oh, right, you did mention that before.
Don't worry.
I need to work on my active listening, I think.
No, it's a common mistake people think. Callista's stronger in the early game.
Got it. Well, I'm glad that I'm being taught these things. Vikla now looking for an angle towards Scout.
Scout?
He's found an angle towards Scout. Gets shot by a blade, and down he will go.
Sponge wants to double down on it. He also might just be free for
Curtains! As Raptor gets hit by 2, and yeah, Sponge is just really dead. Sponge is having a series.
Kingen, let's not go in by ourselves 1v4. I thought our 2 teammates that just did that might have learned or taught you something about the Kingen learned.
Nongshim really like it when they're 2,000-ish gold.
Yeah, they like to keep it around that spot. Okay, so this isn't that silly. Okay, you know, he's got a flanking TP he wasn't aware of. That's a weird ward placement. What are you going to do? He has a Nocturne to shadow him. His Nocturne to shadow him. Nocturne was his shadow. And then once he was gone, the shadow disappeared as well.
Yeah, that's not the same as in Peter Pan. As now, Lehens, oh yeah, more politeness out of Kellen. Really beautifully done. Taeun, 3 kills now in this game.
I feel like we're going from replays of some silly moments into like being less aware of what's going on in live of the silliness that is also occurring there.
Yeah,
this comp is so much burst damage that if you're alone or you just go in piecemeal, it will rip you to shreds.
And if you're alone
out.
Like Kha'Zix's whole thing is if you're alone, you'll die.
Yeah, that's like his passive ability.
Yeah, that's how he works.
He does a lot of damage with that when that situation
Especially
occurs.
if you're a Bastion, because you can then just get broken.
Yes. He has that item.
Yeah.
I think that's what your point was.
Yeah, that's
there,
what my point was. I just like the name of the item.
I just wanted to continue with your point there.
Do you think if you build that item and then you're playing against Braum, you just like break his... wait, no, Bastion is the ability of Tarek, right? Maybe you just break his Bastion ability if you press it.
I don't think that's how it works. I think it's about whether you secure a jungle.
Wait, does
large
Tarek
jungle
even
monster.
have Bastion anymore? I think he does, but...
Look, I'm not...
Original Tarek did, and I thought he kept the name, but never mind. We've got now Sponge turning off the lights, doesn't want his friends to see him die, I don't think, but never mind, they turn it around, and Sponge is still alive. The Umbral Blades are going to work out, and Clear might be able to get the kill, but never mind, he's not even able to do that. The fear comes in, and I am sorry, Sponge, I was unaware of your game. As Clear is fighting Lehens, but he may not even win that one as Diablo comes in and saves his support. My God, that was a severe outplay.
Yeah, okay. Nongshim, what are they going to have to do to get the Goldie back to around 2,000 after that?
Oh, that's a really good point, actually. It's moved up to
especially if
that
they get this
pesky
Baron,
4.5K.
it's going to be a problem. All right, so he's here, isolated, right? He's like, I'm trying to get out, uses a spell shield here, and then goes back in. And he was
behind the hostile takeover. Oh my God.
That was actually so sick. And then there's just so much CC like that's annoying this poor Renekton. Is they're going to get the Baron in live.
They will.
And the Renekton doesn't even get the kill on Shen. Lehen survives again, calculated just like it was in the early laning phase when they tried to go for that bailout play. So, we're up to 5K now. We're going to have to shave that down.
Yeah, they've got some work to do. The Rebel Baron power play is sitting at 400 right now.
Popcorn guy, I think, is full, man. I looked over there. He hasn't picked it up in a while.
Oh, no. He's on the edge of his seat, though. Understandably. All right, Raptor. Just spotted immediately. But is able to get, a bit of value out of the W.
How do you win this game as BNK from here? I think you have to have a teleport flank of a century, right? Nexus. It has to be a really crazy flank ward where... Well, I mean, yeah, and then lead to a lot of things that have happened to kill an Nexus. So yeah. That is a good answer, Atlas.
Yeah, thank you.
I was really just thinking aloud. How could they make this happen if Nongshim just continue to carefully push these lanes and play through their Nocturne, which can play through both side lanes. That's why he's in the middle of the map right now.
I think sneaky vision and then playing around getting picks.
There's a ward in the bottom lane behind them right now, behind Nongshim Red Forest here, that could be teleported to by Vikla and or Clear. That's what they're going to have to play through, I think, here. Kellen has his ult.
All right. Speaking of ults, the curtains are going to get called here as Kellen doing his best to survive. That last shot did so much, though.
All right, they're pinging that ward. They're talking about it, Atlas. It's going to come to life.
All right, well, let's see whether there is going to be a spinny circle on the minimap around that one. Right now,
need to get Kellen's health back first, and he is here with flash and ult. There's that TP.
Here we go. The circles. Immediately, we have Kingen following, but both of the solo lanes to come out as Paranoia immediately follows. The fear comes down as well, and there is no one coming to save Clear. He is just really dead. Oh, no.
It was a good try. It was the only try, right? Kellen has ult. Maybe outplay it.
Dane does have a bailout, but I mean, that's still just gray health that then just goes away. It's a double for Scout. He has a lot of items. He's very, very scary. And yeah, that bottom lane did not last.
All right, so now that there's no annoying teleport ward, Nongshim are going to go back to winning the game. Take this turret out. Now the inhibitor is next. They still got 30 seconds of Baron. There's no wave clear. It's an Akali, and Raptor is trying to do a thing. But I think this game is just finally done.
Yeah, there's the nod. Just immediately pummels him into the wall. Yeah, goes into the Shroud, but dies while he's there. Raptor is now trying to run away, but the Dustbringer comes in. Diablo just needs another shot, but it doesn't matter. He's going to reload. Deadly Flourish is going to be avoided, but Raptor is nowhere near his Nexus, which goes down. And Nongshim, from the brink of defeat, win 2 games in a row in colossally dominant fashion.
Big wins from Nongshim, knocking BNK down a peg, putting Hanjin Brion in first place. And I said knocking down a peg, it's actually 2, as BNK went from first at the beginning of the night to 3rd at the end. So our lowest seed of the day, the lowest
gigantic swing.
And there's Popcorn Guy. He didn't finish the popcorn, but I don't know if the series deserved it anyways.
Yeah, Kingen knows that the work isn't done yet. If they want to make a run through the play-ins, they're going to have to increase this gameplay level. But Sponge, that last play on the Nocturne looked absolutely amazing. And if it's a return to form for him, I think that this team can look so much better. And we know what Sponge is capable of. That's why I think we're so critical, because we've seen some great stuff out of him, seen a lot of great stuff out of this guy, but that happened tonight as well. Diablo, his last 2 games, looking brilliant.
Lehen's bit of a return to form, pulling out the rare Camille.
And the Shen.
And then the Shen. As a big bow here for the BNK side of things. They know they'll be back on stage in just a moment. We are going to have double full team interviews, as this was our last regular season match, and it felt like it.
It did.
It felt like it overstayed its welcome a little bit as well.
I think we will have some very interesting opening matches in the play-ins
Yeah,
as well,
I think so.
as our teams sort of get their eyes in. But I think also the level of seriousness will certainly increase because all of our teams know, like, these two were already in, right? And they knew that they'd have to get through everyone if they want to make it to the playoffs anyway.
This early game was, again, just a masterclass here for Nongshim. In the previous game, it felt like they won the early game because BNK made a lot of silly mistakes, but in this game, they just got outplayed. And it was early aggression from Lehens from level 1 that got them this lead. I don't think you'll find too many Lehens voters in this series, but I do think he played a huge part in securing this third and final game. But Diablo, he did everything else. And yes, there were some cool plays from this Nocturne, which ended up looking very cool. Not necessarily this one right here, but I think it's a Diablo vote for me.
I would be a Scout voter, I think.
Yeah, Scout's a good vote. He had a good Syndra game. He, on the Anivia game, even in the loss, was definitely the best performing player.
And then played Azir, and that's really fun because he's Scout, right?
The other thing about Scout is he just always wins every single POM for this team, no matter what happens.
Oh, that's a good point.
So it's a when in doubt, vote Scout. That actually rhymes better than when in doubt, vote Chovy.
Yeah, or when in doubt, vote Diablo. So when in doubt, vote Scout. I think I'd put that on a sign and start waving it around on a placard outside or something like that. That's what I would do.
This is that last-ditch attempt on the TP flank. They suss it out immediately and just collapse. And Raptors pushed out here. The Renekton is just CC chained. And the Ninja just continues to slink in the shadows as Vikla just watches on.
Oh, dear. And then Taeun, like, he had the bailout. And oftentimes the bailout saves you, but it then just kind of disintegrated immediately.
You got to kill someone. And they didn't do a whole lot of that in this game, generally speaking.
Yeah.
The Akali into the Syndra. Definitely not one that I think Vic will be opting into again anytime soon. I thought the bottom lane was going to be fine, but they got outplayed. And then this cheeky little Kha'Zix, it didn't go as planned.
All right, Diablo had an unbelievable Lucian game in game number 2, and his Jhin, brilliant in this one as well. Outplayed the Kalista Renata lane that was really highly prioritized here by BNK FureX here in this final game. So Nongshim fans eating good, and Bro fans eating phenomenally well. We're going to be so proud of his boys.
I know.
But doing nothing and then achieving first place.
Degon might be a little bit annoyed that Bro got first, but
yeah,
it's okay. Right. It's okay. He'll live.
He often tries to stay unbiased on the space.
Yeah.
And so he probably shouldn't be too negative.
So we have both teams in the interview. I'm sure we'll hear a lot about how Diablo was feeling about that series, but also Lehens, again, in such a critical year for him, trying to have that really strong end to 2026. And for BNK, I think maybe a little awkward, a little disappointing, because they came in as, I think, favorites today and were not able to deliver, but it was a very silly series. I think they should be able to, with the proper coaching and direction, shake it off and recover.
Yeah, and look, the problem is they were part of the reason why it was a silly series as well. So I think just sharpening it up and preparing for the play-ins as best they can is exactly what is going to be in order. But we'll hear from them. As first off, it will be the interview with Nongshim. So let's throw it over to Dia for some translation.
Thank you for the handoff, guys. This is here for the full team interview translation, joined by Nongshim Red Force, our second place Rise Group team. We have Kingen, Sponge, Scout, Diablo, and Lehens. Congratulations! Let's have a chat with Kingen first. With you winning the very last match, you close out the regular season at second place. How do you feel? Yeah, it was quite intense this time.
5등으로 6등인가요? 1등이? 아무튼 저희가 더 좋게 마무리할 수 있었지만
I think first place, maybe that's considered sixth in overall. I mean, I feel like we could have definitely ended and on a better standing, but you know, there are some areas of regret. But thanks to our fans out there supporting us, I think we were able to make it this far. And with how competitive the standings race was,
사실 매년 좀 새로운데
what was your takeaway?
팬분들이 오늘도 그렇고
I think every year there are new fans, and also fans who always show so much happiness and joy whenever we win. I just always want to win because of them. I think some of the takeaway I would say is that although there are some regretful moments, I mean, aside from the regular season, there are a lot of matches remaining. So, because of all the love that we received from the fans, I want to make sure that we can utilize and turn it into a great energy and use it so that we can actually perform well. And with today's victory, you're actually going to meet BNK FureX once again. So, since you were able to win today, I'm sure you're quite confident. I mean, yeah, we were able to finish pretty strong with a victory. So, even if we meet BFX again, I think we're definitely going to be able to beat them. I hope that we can return with a great form. And next we have Sponge. Nongshim Red Force was able to commemorate the last match with a victory, locking in second place of Rice Group. So, how did you feel about this season? I think the early season, we were quite disappointed about our own performance. I feel like overall, I do have a lot of regrets, but I think towards the very end in round 3, I think we did a pretty decent job. So I just feel a lot of relief currently. And so, while you played with a bunch of veteran players, what kind of advice kind of stood out to you? I feel like I got most of the advice regarding not in-game related advice, but more of like a mindset and mentality advice. So
좀 많이 감동이어서 그게 좀 기억에 많이 남는 것 같습니다.
I think what really was touching for me was, you know, a lot of the things that Kingen told me. So I feel like, you know, those small advices and words of encouragement from Kingen actually helped me a lot. So, what do you think you want to work on moving forward? I think everything in game, from team fighting to macro, I think I need to work on a bit of everything. So I believe that we are definitely on the right track. So hopefully, with the practice that we're doing, we can actually continue improving. And Scout, the final standings, depending on today's match. So, what do you think got you the edge in this win against BNK FureX today? I think lately the early game is quite important when it comes to the meta, so I think that's what we're able to sort of focus on in games 2 and 3. A lot of the Nongshim Red Force players have been mentioning you as the key player who actually was giving a lot of help in games. So, what kind of role did you take on in the team? I think I just have a better read on the game when regarding just like insight. So whenever I make those calls, I think my teammates are able to sort of absorb that. And if there is a good play, then I think we just try to redo what we did. And what is your mindset for the play-ins? I mean, not many days left until the play-ins, but we're going to make sure that we're well prepared. So hopefully our performance is a little better than today. Please give it up for Scout. And next, let's have a chat with Diablo. In the last match of the regular season, you got a POM. So, how does it feel to be the main contributor for today's victory? I think it feels amazing. Obviously, POMs are really good. And since you had to adjust to the team, there must have been some challenges. So if you can pinpoint any sort of growth, what is it? I think just being more well-spoken and, you know, speaking nicely in terms of feedback and maybe, you know, being more diligent with fan meetings. I think I just have a lot to learn looking at Lihan's, to be honest. And what is your mindset for best of fives? I really want to win, so I'm just gonna focus on getting those clean wins. And next we have Lihan's. There were some shaky moments for Nongshim Red Force, but you guys were able to secure second place with the 3 winning streak. So how do you feel? I feel like how we close it out doesn't feel too bad, so I'm really relieved, but all season I did feel like there's a lot to be desired, so I really want to make sure that we can focus on doing better from the next match. I mean, Lihan's, you did so well today. Even in games 2 as your Milio and game 3, you had a really amazing performance. So what were you happy about today? I mean, I feel like there's more regrets left after today's series than being happy, to be honest. By the way, why aren't you playing Elise? I think it's because I am pretty much banned from playing Elise, so I mean, no comment. Obviously I'm joking, but I think you can definitely expect my tricky picks as we go on to best of 5, so please look forward to that. And what are your thoughts overall on the Rise group competition this year? Obviously, the season isn't completely over yet, but I think it leaves a lot of regret, but being able to play alongside with Diablo, Kingen, Scout, Sponge, I had a lot of fun in my professional career overall, just thinking back. And any message over to your fans? I mean, I know that it's really hard to just continue supporting us, but thank you so much for always being so supportive. Thank you. I want to make sure that we are able to repay all your support by, performing better. Please give it up one more time for the Nongshim Red Force. Thank you for the interview, and moving on. Although it was a defeat, BNK Fear X, we will take them on stage to have a chat with them.
BNK Fear X 선수분들 무대 위로 모셔볼 텐데요. 끝까지 고생한 BNK Fear X 선수분들께도 따뜻한 박수 보내주시면 감사하겠습니다.
They played their hearts out and worked so hard until the very end, so please give it up for all the players of BNK Fear X.
무대 위로 모셔보겠습니다. 네, 고생한 선수분들께 여러분 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give them a round of applause.
탑 클리어, 정글 랩터, 미드 빅라,
Top clear, Jungle Raptor, mid Vigla and Daystar, bot Taeyun, and support Kellen. Hard work, you guys.
네, 먼저 클리어 선수와 이야기 나눠보겠습니다. 클리어 선수,
First, let's talk to Clear.
마치게 됐습니다.
You got to lock in third place of Rise group at the very end of the regular season. How do you feel? It's a disappointing result, but while we were practicing, I'm sure we saw a lot of positive moments, and we have some matches left, so I want to make sure that, we can actually do better. We will do better. And you will actually get a rematch against Nongshim Red Force. So, what do you think will be the key in this best of 5? There are a lot of things that the enemy will prefer, and I feel like we also have a similar preference. So I think we want to make sure to capitalize and do well,
한번 보내주시기 바랍니다.
focusing on those areas.
네, 이어서 랩터 선수와 이야기 나눠보겠습니다.
Next, let's have a chat with Raptor.
정말 과감한 모습을 많이 보여주셨던
All regular season, you had such bold gameplay. This is actually your 5th anniversary since your debut. So, what do you think was your biggest growth this year? I think I actually grew in every way. Maybe the biggest one would be I would have to pinpoint my mentality.
더 보완해야 할 부분은 어떤 점이 있다고 생각하시는지요?
And what do you think you need to continue working on? I mean, we lost today's match. It's just that the early game didn't really go as we had planned. And that's why the late game was a lot more disrupted. But even if we get disrupted, I want to make sure that we just keep on playing our best and just try to maintain a good form.
중요한 경기였지만 아쉽게 패배로 3위에
And
머무르게 됐습니다.
Bekla.
가장 아쉬운 점이 있다면 어떤 점이 있으실까요?
First place of Rise Group was on the line, but it was a regretful defeat and you get to lock in 3rd place. So, what do you think is your biggest regret? I think it's just because my biggest regret is really just before the laning phase, just being at such a big disadvantage at the end. And what do you think you will focus on in the match against Nongshim then? I think, just like Raptor said, I want to make sure that we actually focus on the early game a lot. And any message over to your fans? It was a regretful loss, but I want to make sure that we win in those important matches. And Daystar, it looks like you were the relief agent whenever the team was going through a hard time. So how did it feel playing out this regular season? Yeah, I was showing up every once in a while, quite suddenly, but my teammates were actually taking care of me, and I think I just get to leave without any regrets, so I'm pretty happy. And any word for your fans? I mean, I got a lot of support from the fans, and I'm really grateful. So no matter where I am, thank you so much for always sending me so much love and support, everyone. And next, we have Taeyoon. How was your season with your new teammates? I mean, it was a lot of fun. Joining BFX was such a joy, and just winning a lot of different games. I mean, it's just quite memorable. I had no regrets.
정규 시즌 마지막 경기 중요했는데 아쉽게도 패배했습니다. 그래도 플레이인에서의
And the last match of the regular season, it was quite crucial, but a disappointing loss. So, what do you think will be the most crucial part in the play-ins? I think every match will count. Even if we win, we have every single match. I mean, there are a lot of matches ahead of us, so I want to make sure that we're able to showcase a good form.
네, 이어서 켈린 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 켈린 선수,
And next, Kellen.
서포터 네 번째 5,000 어시스트.
Recently, you were able to reach 5,000 assists, the 4th support to reach this milestone, and you reached your 8th debut anniversary. So how do you look back? I mean, there are a lot of matches that we should have won. I'm just really sad that we weren't able to win those. But, I just want to think of playing better next time. And so, you have to get your revenge against Nongshim Red Forest. What would you like to say? I mean, I'm gonna win. Let's try winning.
네, 그럼 마지막으로 BNK PX의 주장.
And lastly, we'll go back to the captain of BNK PRX, Clear.
오늘 지긴 했지만 어차피 다음 주에 또 만나니까 그냥 다음 주엔 죽이겠습니다.
우와, 멋진 각오와 함께 팬분들에게 한마디를 남겨주셨습니다. 앞으로도 BNK
I mean, we lost today, but we're gonna meet them again. So I'm just gonna make sure that I end them next week.
다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
And let's give it up one last time for BNK Fear X. Thank you so much for the interview, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Ayaya. That was what? That was an answer. That was definitely an answer at the end by Captain of BNK Furex clear on the top side of the map.
Even Deer was, confused.
The end game, guys.
Man, that was brutal, man.
We end you.
They literally lost, but like, I'm gonna end them next week.
Wow.
That's chat.
Wow. Giga Chad on the top side of the map as we have our predictions. It was only one man. Sausage. Can we get some sausage in the chat? Even I didn't know this was happening. Well, I just didn't think the situation was happening.
I didn't see it.
I thought
clearly I didn't see it.
Wow. Wow.
Good.
Wow. I'm still stunned by the interview. I'm still stunned. The internet was trying to stop Deer. Chat, we have to thank Deer. Again, she went through the internet. She said, not today. Translations will still happen. We take a look at the palm from that last series. It does go on the bottom side of the map. Keck W.
Okay.
Scout voter.
I respect that.
From the cast.
No, I don't respect it.
Why?
Because yesterday.
You don't respect Scout?
What?
No, yesterday it happened to me. I don't respect that. I don't forgive that guy. Because it happened yesterday. I was the hero.
That's
and
fair.
I got flamed.
That's fair.
I was like,
all right.
Yeah.
You got a point.
I don't forgive him this time.
All right. Let's get to our comments. What did your first?
I'm speechless. Especially what just happened in the game 1. Like, we had to witness the game 2 and game 3, right? Like, I think that was most dominant game I ever seen in Rise Group, and it was unpredictable, to be honest. Like, I think the game 1, I thought it's gonna be quick 1, it's gonna be quick 2-0 by BNK Furex, but it turned out Nongshim had a great plan in terms of how they want to play through the bot side, and I think Diablo was the main character for Nongshim today.
Yeah, he definitely was, especially in that game 2.
It's, it become comfort zone for them.
Oh yeah.
100%.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Is that a smiley face or winky face?
It's a smiley.
It's a smiley face.
Smiley. I mean, because they actually
they're gonna play against each other once again,
and it's a huge win because this is gonna be the it actually straight. This was the basically preview of the play-in. So
and it's one of the rivalry just because of what happened with the trades. In LCK, we got so many new rivalries.
Yes, I believe that the rivalry within LCK is 2-2. Even though Nongshim are 3-1 in terms of the team score.
Yeah.
Because the trade happened afterwards. Taeyun and Diablo are 2-2. They're going to have to settle it on the Rift with their season on the lines here. As we will see them soon. The red hot ADC returns to form and reshapes the play-in's narrative. He did all of that in this one series, except in game number 1, because Taeyun definitely took the game in his hands. But the stories were about those AD carries yet again.
Yeah.
It was just so exciting to watch. Thank you, Wolf, for that comment. As we go to the Korean side, Diablo delivers the curtain call for the regular season, obviously calling out the Jin gameplay here. Thank you, Helios, for that one. His final comment of the regular season going for Diablo. What do we have next? with the reason they can confidently lock in Lucian Milio. That's true. I mean,
yeah,
he's always on top of his game on Lucian Milio.
You gotta trust your AD carry. If you have huge amount of trust, that means you can literally just lock in your Lucian Milio. And I agree.
Yeah. I mean, these days, recently, especially, I think there's more appeal to Lucian Milio, and it's so based on relying on the pilot skills. Like, there's a lot of time when I see the Lucian Milio, there's a lot of time the pilot issues becomes big issues.
No pilot issues here. The one who decides the flavor of Nongshim ramen. Let's see how high he can go. Thank you, Cloud Templar. Cloud Templar sounds hungry. And finally, Pony, Chef Scout, running Nongshim Kitchen, or is it Chef?
Bro, I think Pony did this 2 days ago.
So cool.
Like when I was just running around because of some kind of cringe comment from the Korean side. And I think Pony is doing this again. And I still think my Gide Online and Kana vehicle is so much better than this.
I'm just saying.
Chat, do you agree?
I'm just saying.
Gide Online
I'm
and Kana vehicle.
Smash bounce back. And
I think mine is so much better than those. No,
Charvelis.
We have Chef Scout, Chef, We have Giddy Online and Kanaviako from Wadid. And then we have Smash, Bounce Back, and Charvelous from Huni. This is tough. Time to get into our best ceremony for the final week of the LCK. The biggest pop-offs and memorable moments here as Gideon gets thumbs down.
So bad.
Look at his eye.
No one beats Hanjin Brion 4 times in a row. If you're DRX, Kiwoom DRX. It's the... Oh, yes.
I'm getting charmed.
I just got charmed. I don't know what that noise was. That was weird.
Right.
What just happened to my voice? Cal and the rest of Kiwoom DRX, the full bow.
Oh, yeah.
And he does it again. Thanking everyone for what was one of his favorite seasons. He did say this was a very fun season. Ooh.
That's Alista into Polymorph. Yeah?
Yeah.
That's OP. How can he do that?
He just showcased what he played in games. That's literally Alista Q and the Lulu W, the Polymorph.
Let us know in the comments.
I like the Showmaker one. He's charming with the kiss.
Yes, the charm did.
Yeah. But I like the Delight one too.
Well, you have to pick. Pick one.
All right, I gotta go with Delight.
I go with Yuko.
Ooh.
The respect.
The respect.
Knees down. Pretty good.
I got charmed. My voice got charmed too with the Showmaker one. We'll tabulate those votes as we take a look at the final standings of the 2026 regular season. Y'all, it has been 13 weeks of actions, and we're finally there. You can see it right there on the top. The final standings. It's Genji, Hanwha, T1, and D plus Kia in the playoffs with the buys for Genji and Hanwha Life Esports. KT will play against Hanjin Brion in the Rise Group play-ins, with Nongshim Red Force and BNK FearX doing a rematch of today's match. And remember, KT and Hanjin Brion have double elimination. The winner of that will be the playoff 5th seed. The loser of that will wait for the winner of the single elimination match between Nongshim Red Force and BNK FearX.
I think people are still believe in KT even though they're on 6 games losing streak. I think we all kind of trust the gap between Legend and Rise, but I think this season has been chaotic, and it was chaotic in a positive way. Yeah. I feel like Rise group teams has a great chance this year to drag them down from the Legend group.
I mean, I still remember the bro moment. Winning against KT, and then their rematch in the play-ins, BO5, I can't wait for that.
And remember, all 4 of those teams had trades this season. They had transactions this season, with KT in the bot lanes moving around. Obviously, the bot lanes swapping for Nongshim and for BNK FearX, and Hanjin Brion letting go of Loki.
Yeah.
And then sticking with Roamer. This is going to be a big one. And then the top 2 teams from that plans will be in the playoffs. It is Genji and Hanwha Life Esports awaiting the round 1 winners. And if you win that, you basically make it to Worlds. That is like a Worlds qualification match in those top 2 sides. Hanwha Life Esports already qualified on in. So Genji versus whoever they pick will be a Worlds qualifying match. A huge, huge matchup there. T1 and D plus Kia will play one of the 2 teams that make it on in. T1 has the choice. They will choose between it. Doesn't have to be the 5th place team. Doesn't have to be the 6th place team. It'll be up to them.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you hop onto the playoff, it's just starting with the double elimination, so less pressure. But, winning was helpful. So I think also it's going to be the really interesting point is a Genji, or who's going to pick who? Because as we said, if you see the standing, it's so competitive. It's so close. And I think it's going to depends on which team actually perform better at playing too.
Yeah, I think it's easier here if you're T1 to pick whichever the lower seed is, but if you're Genji, I don't know who.
I don't know. I have no clue.
It's T1, and it's also the 3rd seed. It's D+, which has the highest winning percentage since we came back from Road to MSI, other than Genji. Or if one of the play-in teams beats them, what? I don't know. Probably the play-in team, but still.
Probably.
Kind of crazy. Which means our next matchup on Wednesday, is KT Rolster, the 5th place squad from the Legend Group, against the #1 seed from the Rise Group, 6th overall, Hanjin Brion. KT versus Bro. Stability versus some change. KT still trying to figure out who's going to be there on the bottom side of the map. Jiwoo's still looking for his first victory since joining KT.
I mean, this is where it gets really tricky, though. I think BO5 is just completely different compared to BO3. I think, in general, LCK team has been struggle about the meta read, right? But I think in BO5, it's even more getting crazier. So I feel like it's gonna be much more exciting, even like more than the regular split.
There it is, 4 challengers as well, 4 play-ins. DNS and Kiwoom DRX plus BNK Fearx and Hanwha Life Esports will be your play-ins match. So challengers as well, getting themselves into those play-in rounds. Y'all, we did it. We've made it through a regular season race. Not done with the whole of the season, but always a great moment finishing the regular season. Final thoughts here, Huni.
Always appreciated your watch and supporting us, the LCK Global. Me and everyone is really appreciated. Thank you, guys.
It's not done yet, though.
Not yet.
This playoff directly connects to Worlds, which we care the most. And I think this season has been unpredictable, like whole year. And I'm still not sure who's gonna win the LCK. So this is where it gets even more exciting. And now I'm so prepared for the next play-ins and playoffs and finals. I'm really excited, and I hope you guys tune in for the rest of the games as well.
That's right. Play-ins will lead to the playoffs, which will start next week as well. So it all just kicks off right away. Our next matchup, again, will be the world finalists in KT Rolster against the 2024 Caspa Cup champions, Hanjin Brion. On behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for watching and joining us for our regular season, and we'll see you as we kick off the postseason on Wednesday. Bye-bye.
마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 그래 기억처럼 영원할 수 있게 늙은 달력 사이 접어둔 우리의 밤 가만히 보긴 손 It remembers the night 계절을
Every sky's a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.